Hello there, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the Copa de Rocket League. I'm Shogun. I am joined by Johnny Gregan and a he's hiding it well. It's a frustrated Stumpy. Do you want to explain why you're frustrated, Stumpy?
I'm really annoyed because during the entire lead up to today, me and Gregan have both been playing Quordle, where it's 4 Wordles at once, and we've both been stuck on bottom right, and I'm so annoyed. I've been trying to do it up until we then had the intro from our producer, and it's up in another tab. I'll go back to it later, but I am going to be completing that.
He won't. You'll see him like looking down, just go, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that. It could be anything, but we also knew coming into this week that it could be anyone that could be representing Europe over at the major. That's what all of this is about right now. It is about getting those final 2 spots. And yesterday, Johnny, you had your chance. Obviously, you were sat in your own little the cave, making notes on everybody. Ridiculous games happening though, especially starting off with Misfits, who I can't wait to talk to Jorby, because Misfits had a day.
They did. They had a day. There were just so many good games. I mean, so many teams fighting for their chances to make the major. So many teams fighting for just survival in the tournament. You couldn't, just pick and choose only the important games because there's so many important ones. But yeah, you mentioned Misfits. I think they had one of the most storied days with 2 huge chances to just have everything in their own control against Cuxer's minions, and they just couldn't take either of them.
It was such a crazy group as well. The fact that the first round, Misfits managed to beat Luminosity Gaming, and then the group played out, and in the end, Misfits went out of that group, and Luminosity Gaming came top of that group because of the tiebreakers. So, an incredibly close group. Any group with BDS in, you'd expect BDS to come out on top, but, doesn't always work out like that in Europe. We see some crazy scenarios playing out. I think Misfits and BDS both being out already is very much unexpected today.
I mean, it was tiebreakers galore as well yesterday, where we had 4 in total, the most out of any of the European regional events. Over here, it was over in Group D as well. There was Endpoint and Williams Resolve battling for that number 1 seed, the incredibly important number 1 seed in their group. Endpoint managed to win that one out, and then Semper versus Na'Vi, trying to avoid the bottom spot that Na'Vi ended up slotting into oh so well, only for Semper to throw it away and lose versus Guild.
Yeah, Semper will not be representing Europe. That is one of the teams that we are not sending again. We are already sending Dignitas, Queso, and BDS. A big shock on that final one. But there was also one more play. There was one more game yesterday. Your team, Stumpy, Endpoint. They were up against Williams Resolve, but Williams Resolve that we talked about actually coming out of the first regional this split and said we're not expecting to see much more of them. Is this all right? Who won this trade, Johnny, and why is it 100% Williams Resolve?
I'm actually surprised that we saw Williams Resolve backing out of that one. I thought leaving Seiko in the lock would surely be a good idea, just to go 2v2. But I guess, with a player committing for that long and then backing out, you have to think it was teammates saying, "What are you doing? Get out of that. We need your help. We don't want to play 2s." So I'm going to put that one on Redosin and Prime. I think they're to blame.
I mean, we've seen what Relating Wave can do in 2s. I don't think I'd want to play Relating Wave in 2s. Gregan, let's have a look at these group standings, shall we? Because these are teams. We already heard Stumpy mention that, yes, we had 4 tiebreakers, but they only came from 2 of our groups, Group A and Group D. They were horrible to try and escape from.
Yeah, and then obviously you see the teams in each of these groups. There's so many misplaced positions. Queso coming 3rd in their group, very unexpected. You see Misfits bottom of their group, also unexpected. BDS not making it into the upper bracket, and the opposite is true of Dignitas. They've not made it into the upper bracket once so far, so it's good to see them making their way out of group. So classic Europe, everyone finding a new location in their group standings. And just a little question for you guys. Out of the 32 series that we saw yesterday, how many of them do you think went to Game 5?
I think it was quite a lot, right? Only Dignitas didn't have any of the Game 5, so they went 3-0, 3-0, 3-1.
I'm gonna go 20. I'm just gonna put a nice clean number there.
I'm gonna go 19.
Of course
Okay.
you would.
Of course you would.
I'm gonna go 18 just to sandwich stuff in the middle.
Oh, smart Johnny boy. He gets it. It was 14.
Yeah,
now,
you're way too high, guys. What is that?
yeah, way too high. But then when you look at it, there was also just a lot of unusual results as well. So like, even though there was a lot of game fives where, you know, game five could go either way, there was lots of teams just getting absolutely trounced by teams that they shouldn't be losing to. And so in that sense, this whole regional is one that you have no idea what's going to happen in the bracket. And that's really an exciting thing today, because we've got so many big matchups that mean a lot for these teams. And looking at the bottom as well, you know, that journey for Evil Geniuses to try and secure their spot, while you've got teams like Luminosity and 00 Nation making their first upper, and Dignitas, in fact, making their first upper semi-finals.
It's a spicy upper side of that bracket at the moment, I think. But like you say, we keep mentioning Dignitas. I said they went 3-0, 3-0, 3-1. That is, as far as I know, one of the best performances we've seen from a European team. I believe NRG in NA, they have gone the 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, I think. But that is awesome from Dignitas. They look really confident, you know, on social media. They are posting really happy with their team. You're going to be looking at them to one of the strongest teams to take it today or tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, Luminosity will just be very happy at the moment. They've been stuck with getting dropped into the lower bracket and then just coming up against the worst possible teams down there. So they'll be very pleased with an upper bracket opportunity, an upper bracket run, as they're going to be taking on Endpoint later on today. But now we want to see the plays that got these teams to this point. If you want to be representing Europe in the major, you need to be coming up with the best that you are capable of. And Stumpy, we're going to start off with Rai, who is trying to do exactly that.
Well, we saw this on the mainstream yesterday, where he just goes up so nicely and has to take off the speed from that ball, because otherwise that hits the backboard. He slows it down enough, but also adds that nice angle to it, where it ends up going right below the crossbar. The defender has to pre-jump. You can do nothing other than that to try and block it out. And the fact that Rai can do it so wonderfully, it's just beautiful.
And a goal that looks like it could be the best goal of the day from Joyo, with a just brilliant piece of control. Flip reset into the air dribble, completely outplaying the opponents. Somehow, though, someone's gone one better, and you're about to find out why, but this is just phenomenal stuff from Joyo.
Yeah, how do you make a flip reset into air dribble better? Well, you make it a double flip reset into air dribble. As you see here, Seiko, double flip reset. And not only that, but he changes the angle of the ball after the second flip reset and starts air dribbling it to the right. And there was an amazing tweet from Seiko, you know, celebrating the first double flip reset in RLCS. And he got a lot of mechanical players responding, no, I've got one. And then he pointed out, oh, sorry, my bad with the English. You know, I meant my first double flip reset. So that's Seiko's first double flip reset in RLCS.
I really like that. I think it was Jorias that replied, saying, I just found it. Insane shot, but at least 5 people have happened already. And then just puts on the end, GOAT. I'm not having a go. I'm just saying, I'm just correcting you. Yeah, it's funny.
The well, actually of Rocket League Twitter. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It is really ridiculous. And we saw those plays coming up. All 3 of those happened in really, really tough situations. Rai, his entire team was getting demoed, Stumpy. We were casting that one. Everyone was getting annihilated, and he was like, I'm going to stay on field. All right, we've got nobody left back. I'm going to do that. We see for number 2 over on Champions Field. Just ridiculous, the fact that you can do that under that much pressure. And number 1, Seiko, he was up against a lot of pressure to try and prove that he is the talisman of Europe, and he managed to do exactly that. And you need these big players, because we're starting now to look towards Los Angeles. It's getting close here. This is the final event over for Europe before we head over to LA. North America has already locked their players in. Middle East has already locked their players in. And we're still going to find out APAC and what we are going to do as well. But if we take a look currently at the winter points, we can see 3 teams in Europe have already got their spot locked in. Team Queso, who now cannot be usurped from that number 1 spot by Team BDS. They've only got Dignitas to worry about. But Johnny, from there onwards, gets a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, there's so many different possibilities today, but to name a few interesting ones, firstly, every team that's currently still in the tournament can make the major. We've got 8 teams left. All 8 of them are fighting for these 2 spots actively, but some of them do need some other results to go in their favor. So if you're a fan of Guild, if you're a fan of 00 Nation, or Karmine Corp, you do need a little bit of help. Well, a little bit in Karmine Corp's help. A lot of help in Guild's case, because, yeah, they need just everything to go their way. They've got to win the event. They need at least 3 of the following things to happen. E.g., losing their first match of the day. Of course, that's on Guild, so they don't need help with that one. Endpoint finishing 5th or 6th or worse. Luminosity finishing 3rd or worse. I remember Luminosity play Endpoint, so that needs to be Luminosity beating Endpoint, Endpoint then losing to Guild, and then Luminosity losing their remaining 2 series. And they need Karmine Corp to just lose before top 3 in the lower bracket as well. So yeah, Guild have a really, really cool scenario because so many things need to happen, but quite a lot of them are things that they control, which is going to be really interesting to keep an eye on.
So Stumpy, there's one thing right there. You see 5 and 6, Luminosity and Endpoint.
Oh god.
Well, if we have a quick look over at the bracket, there's a reason why those two being so close is so horrible, because they're both in very nice spots, but they're both in a very nice spot against each other.
In the upper semis, we said they were spicy, and the reason why is they have got so much in their respective hands. Endpoint, they came through previously as the #1 seed in Europe, and now they're fighting with Luminosity to get that spot. Whoever wins that usurps the other for points momentarily at least, and then is in the top 3 guaranteed. Otherwise, it's a lower bracket run for the opposition. I worry for Luminosity, though, if they win that, because then they're against Dignitas.
Well,
and that's one of the teams.
I think they're okay with that.
They're not against
And then that's one of the
Dignitas,
teams that just, they always run into them. And although normally it's in that lower bracket, they run into Dignitas. It's a bit of a boon to them.
Isn't their problem, though. They need...
Guys, can we put some respect on 00 Nation right here? 00 Nation play Dignitas in the upper semi-finals before Dignitas get a chance to beat Luminosity again. Come on, guys. A little bit of respect.
They were in a group with Vitality. so they're not getting bottom, are they?
Well, let's also talk about that #1 seed over here, because one thing that is super important, especially with this format, is having the best seed possible. Right now, that spot is owned by Team Queso, with Dignitas being the only ones that can still catch them, but I'm not too sure how the points work on this one. Johnny, hopefully you'll be able to help me out here. What needs to happen for Dignitas to take that #1 spot and have a potentially easier group in the major?
Well, luckily for Dignitas, they do already have Queso in the lower bracket, but Queso, they've got to get eliminated now. Dignitas just need to... Well, we'll find out as this day progresses. You know, if Queso are out, then Dignitas will already know what they need to do by the end of the day. So we just have to wait and see what happens with Queso in the lower bracket. But, you know, should Queso progress, they're just extending their lead. It's pretty rough for Dig. You're right, the first seed. And all the seeding will matter significantly. Can't wait to see the groups be revealed, and then everybody's going to be thinking, I wish we got one better seed. But, you know, the most important thing for me is that we just get maximum chaos. And if you are like me and you want to see absolute anarchy in Europe once again, you just want to see all the scenarios stay alive. So we need Luminosity beating Endpoint, we need 00 Nation beating Dignitas, we need Guild beating EG, and we need Karmine Corp beating Queso. If all 4 of those results happen, then we have got pandemonium. Everybody's still in the tournament. We'll be in the top 6, and there's still 8 teams.
Let's talk about one of those that you just said. EG. They have not got a reputation of dealing with these situations all that amazingly. And if there was a team that you probably didn't want to come up against, it's Guild. I just feel like Guild are one of those teams out there that are horrible to run into when you've got it all on the line. Does anybody else have like thoughts on this?
I have thoughts on Guild. I love what they're doing. They're playing spoiler. They just want to ruin someone's day. That's all they're here for right now. You know, they're going to get there. They're going to be getting the prize money. They're going to be getting the points, trying for everything to go their way to get to the major. But ultimately, they just want to ruin the lives of EG. And honestly, I'm here for it. I think that's amazing. I love that all their fans are also thinking, you know, CRR, he looks pretty good. How much emotional damage can he cause European Rocket League teams today?
All right, well, let's get this down, shall we? Graham, you got something?
I was just going to say this is the best Guild I've looked in a long time. I think CRR is the best player Guild has ever had in the history of them being in Rocket League. So they're in the best spot they've ever been to get better and better. And this is their development phase again, right? They've had to rebuild after RLCS X, and now they're going into this season thinking, right, spring split is where we're going to really try and make the majors. And then next season, the 22-23 season of RLCS is where Guild are going to look to make that top 4 consistently, I feel.
All right, well, let's get this down, shall we? Let's see. I want from you guys who is going to be #1 seed in Europe heading over to the major, as well as the 2 more teams that we are going to get. Has anybody already got teams in their mind that they're expecting to actually do this?
I have an idea.
Stumpy's on the ball today. Stumpy
I always have an idea.
He's like, oh, yeah, sir, me.
Please, sir. My first thought is I want to see Queso continue being as good as they are. I want them to secure that #1 seed because they have done such a good job of doing so already. I have Queso as my #1 seed through today. The other two teams I want to join them, relatively selfishly, are going to be Endpoint. It's 11 Point, you know, Endpoint fanboy, etc. And I want Evil Geniuses to go through as well because I think it will be so nice for them to be able to perform at LAN, where I was saying at Loads yesterday, all of the teams that came over to scrim, whenever they scrimmed EG, whenever they scrimmed Queso even, they were saying they are ridiculous. They are so good. If they don't get the chance to show off at LAN in this time when they are still incredible, I think that'll be a massive shame. So I'm really pulling for them.
It does really feel like it's now or never as well for EG. We've seen the amount of potential they've got, but when you start to prove that you just can't do it when the pressure is on, then everyone might start looking towards change. Has anybody got a different opinion to Stumpy?
I'm going different on one. So I think Queso will take #1. I do think that they're going to make a lower bracket run, maybe not all the way, but they don't have to go all the way. But I'm going to differ with one of them, and that is I don't think EG are going to make it. I think they're right now, since they're in the lower bracket, just the slight I think underdog to make it despite being leading in points. I think Luminosity to take down Endpoint. I think Endpoint take down EG should they make it to 6th. I could see Luminosity going all the way, so I see a lot of points for them for this event.
Oh, that's that, and this is where I'm going to agree with Johnny. That was the scenario I was thinking in my head. I feel like Luminosity from the off, I felt like they were going to have the event now finally where they got to make a good run. And they've had some tough runs in the first and second regional with the standings that they had. The first one being not their fault, the second one being somewhat their fault. This time they finally earned that spot in the upper bracket, and this is their time to shine. They've had a chance to develop, they've had a chance to settle in. They're going to make it to the finals. Endpoint going to go down, and EG going to be out, and then that's going to be Endpoint Luminosity making it in those final 2 spots. And I do believe Queso will hold that #1 seed, but Dignitas will come in and get into that second.
Right, well, that's what we think, but one of the teams that we do already have confirmed in is Dignitas. And before the event, we had a chance to speak to ApparentlyJack and what going to the event means to him.
We've got quite a lot of things that we need to work on, obviously. I think we kind of got a bit too comfortable with where we were at. So for these 2 weeks leading up to the last regional, we're going to be really trying to focus and practice and like hone in on some of those parts that we need to improve. So we're going to be taking it a lot more seriously in practice than we used to, making sure that we're ready.
Here's ApparentlyJack. Reset available off the back.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, wow.
So much scoop on that flip reset there.
We need to place top 8 to completely confirm it no matter what other teams do. But I think if we get top 12 or even top 16, there's still a really high chance that we make it.
The communication, though, from Dignitas, spot on.
Yeah, everything they're doing is leading to goals eventually. Jora's coming in and finishing this one off.
Biggest competitors, I think Queso, to be honest. We've lost 3 times against them, and we're getting better against them, the split, as time goes on. So I definitely think the next one we want to be taking it.
ApparentlyJack once again up into the air. You know how confident he's feeling. He's got Jorius up in support. Jorius with the bump, and that's into the net. ApparentlyJack styling on vitality.
I can't really put it into words. I mean, going to LA and just being there with the crowd, it would be absolutely amazing. You know, that's what we all live for. We all want that adrenaline and that hype, being in front of people that have watched you for years, and being able to finally meet some of your biggest fans would be absolutely incredible. So, yeah, hopefully we make it. It would be definitely be an experience.
There's too much angle on it. No one's able to follow up. Tox tries to. It just falls to ApparentlyJack. He has them. So long.
Oh!
Jory's going to put this one away, surely. Yes, he does. Dignitas take the game 5 from the ApparentlyJack flick.
Man, it feels like he's been part of the professional scene forever. ApparentlyJack has more than made that spot his own. And Stumpy, I know that is one of your favorite players right now.
He is just doing everything right that, as far as I'm concerned, a player should be. He's on that content grind. You see him on Twitch getting, at this point, thousands of viewers every single time he goes live. He's got so much chat interaction. He's not just going live and doing nothing, which, as far as I'm concerned, is still a great thing. He's having an interaction with his fans. He's doing his replay analysis. He's got his YouTube channel that is so close, or maybe has just hit 100,000 subscribers. Everybody should watch that. His in-depth mindset that he goes into for every video is astonishing. Through that video, that VT we just saw, he was saying, you know, we got complacent. How rare is that you have somebody who is a teenager saying, we got complacent, I'm my own coach and I need to figure out what's going on, this is what we need to do, and then guiding his team through it. Everything to do with that, especially Greg, and you know the mentality side of it, it's so important for a player to have, and Jack has that in bucketfuls.
I'm just going to add, he has 2 YouTube channels, a Twitch stream. He puts content out on the Dignitas channels as well. Like, he just doesn't stop. He's such a hard worker, and I think that's really the biggest factor for me. Seeing these top players who are making their way to the top and earning it through their hard work, taking opportunities they get. And I think one of the biggest things for Jack, and it's something everyone at home can take away and learn from, is Jack is only happy with things he does when he plans to do them. When he makes a mechanical play, if he didn't think to do it, then it's not a good play in his mind. Even if it leads to a goal, even if it leads to a good breakdown, he wants to be intentional with everything he does. And that's what stands out between him and a lot of these players who just get their way to the top and they don't really know why. And that it's just not a reproducible mindset. You need to be able to know why you're at the top, know what you're doing well, and keep doing it consistently. I think we could talk about why Jack is such a good professional for hours and hours. We haven't got those hours, but hopefully today, some of you guys may be new fans of him now, but definitely in LA, he'll get a chance to meet some of those fans finally in person.
Right. Time for us to get our predictions out there. I feel like we've had a good chance earlier on to talk about what we're expecting to see today, but now I've given us free reign. Prediction wizard time. One of you, we're not having any more of this. Oh, I said it behind the scenes, so it has to be right. Oh, I said it on my Twitter, give me credit. You guys and myself are going to put one prediction out there each that we want the world to know that we said, so that when they come true, we get the credit for it. Regan, we're going to start with you here. What is the prediction?
You guys might hate me for this. Bring up the prediction.
I'm prepared.
North America will dominate Europe in LA. There you go. That's
Johnny, eyes are on you.
Farming. He's trying to farm impressions with that one.
That's
straight up. It's all
such a ridiculous.
Why is it
statement?
All right. No, what we need, Craig, you've been in coaching. You know the importance of setting targets. What do you count as a domination here?
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Is domination is vague enough that I could be very subtly
and we're not letting you
God, you're so gross if you min-max your words here.
Okay, so when I say dominate, I would say more than like 2/3 of the matches between North America and Europe will go in favor of North America or more. So I genuinely believe the changes that have happened in North America, the way they play right now, after analyzing their gameplay, I think North America is stronger and more consistent than the majority of the European teams that will go out there. Then you add in the fact the time zone difference. These players from Europe are going to be traveling 8 to 9 hours across the ocean to go play out there. They're going to need to be boot camping. They're going to be in an uncomfortable new environment, whereas the American players are going to be at home. The crowd's going to be behind the American players. A lot of the American teams have more experience on stage with the crowd, which I think will go in their favor, where, maybe the last event didn't necessarily play into as much of a factor because there wasn't that crowd cheering. Whereas, you see the NRGs, you see the G2s up there, they're used to that environment a bit more. So from my point of view, I think we're going to see North America dominate Europe in LA.
He's farming.
So Steve's farming impression.
Johnny, just go with yours.
It's total meme. It's going to be three or four top teams in LA are going to be European. I think Gregan's watched the NA shows, I guess. He said he analyzed the replays. Are you sure you got the right season? You sure you were looking at the right split? Because
I think what's happened is Gregan saw NRG get 2 demos in a match last week. And it's all changed. They figured it out.
You guys can dismiss my intellect and level of analysis.
What?
You do what you want.
I absolutely am going to.
Yeah, you do what you want to do.
I agree with Johnny. I want to get that out there. I agree with Johnny. It's freelo. It's fine. Mine is much more short term, and is mine short term? I don't even know anymore. Kind of forgot what I said. Karmine Corp lose brackets again. Stubbornly don't change roster for spring and keep losing brackets again. My issue that I have had with KC, and I really laid into Astral a lot yesterday for this, and then they won, which again, I love to see them win because I think that's what they need to be doing. But the fact that I was surprised to see them win was not a good sign. I don't think that roster works. I don't think Astral is nearly the player that everybody gives him credit to be, including pro players who will disagree with me for hours on end as to why I'm wrong with that. He has not been that player for a very long time. I think, maybe there's a team out there that will facilitate him, like a first killer type thing where he just needs to make a couple of changes and then they're right at the top. Whatever. Astro has not done that. That is a team that needs to make a change in one way or another to elevate everyone.
No way. They just need to stop
making
big mistakes. They're not getting outplayed though. There's a difference between getting outplayed and just being your own worst enemy.
No,
they're not getting outplayed. They get outplayed by Dignitas. They get outplayed by I think EG probably outplayed them last couple of times. But a lot of the times that we're seeing KC lose, it's their own fault. They're
that's
the
what I'm
problem.
saying. That's what I'm saying. And that team has to change. Otherwise, their 9th to 12th position is just going to keep continuing.
No, they're 8th actually. They're 8th overall. They're nowhere near 9th.
No. For their first result, they were 9th to 12th.
Production, when we get to the votes later on, just automatically put Stumpy under Team Queso. I've got a very easy prediction. I've actually managed to go even more short term than Stumpy. Here is my... you're going to the major.
Right.
Because they are
I feel like I'm surrounded by people who have no idea what they're talking about. Am I able to join a different pre-show
I disagree
group?
with all of your takes. I think they're all rubbish.
Well,
Johnny, I agreed with you because you're a one-note man, Johnny, and I want to keep hearing you sing that note forever.
Right, well, here is today's schedule. We're starting off Team Queso against Karmine Corp. Then we move on to EG versus Guild. That is probably my match to watch today. There's so much on the line over there. Followed by Endpoint against Luminosity in the upper bracket. And our other upper bracket match, 0-0 Nation against Dignitas, with 2 games to be confirmed in the lower bracket. But for now, it's time to look towards Team Queso, the current front runners over in Europe, looking to try and put even more distance between themselves and Dignitas as they take on a Karmine Corp that Stumpy simply does not believe in. But Gregan, where do you stand on this matchup?
Well, so Karmine Corp are in a very similar position to FaZe, just a little bit lower ranking as a team, which is they have the mechanical ability. They show moments where they look incredible, but they just haven't worked out a structure to play as a team. They find themselves too close to the ball too often and then are uncomfortable, so then they can't make the play on the ball they need, whether it be because they're low on boost, because they're rushed, because they're just not at a good angle to go for it. If they can solve that, they could probably beat anyone in Europe. But one team that is able to beat anyone in Europe consistently is Queso. And that's why I feel like Queso have the upper hand in this game. They just get more opportunities to score and shoot. Like you see the goals there between the two teams are very similar. But what you don't see is that Karmine Corp concede way more goals than most teams because they find themselves out of position frequently, where Queso have that fast rotation where they get back in time to defend the net whilst also breaking teams down. So Queso are just the better team, but Karmine Corp have that ability to beat anyone.
All right, well, we'll get this down in just a moment, but what we want to know first is what you at home think. Who is moving on in this round and who is going to be eliminated? Hashtag TQ for Team Queso and hashtag KC for the Karmine Corp. As, a big match between both these teams. One team looking to just try and add a little bit of more breathing room at the top, and for Karmine Corp, must win if they want to have any shot at trying to qualify for the major. But it's now time for us to get our predictions on the board. Will production do what I said for Stumpy? That is the other prediction I've currently got going on. But Johnny, starting with you, who have you got moving on? Hey! I love this production.
I want to give my opinion as well, though.
No,
Johnny, go ahead.
I think that Queso are going to win this. You have to back them. They're just so impressive recently. 2 reverse sweeps to finish off the day yesterday. However, I don't think this is going to be just a complete wash. I think KC showed real guts yesterday to beat BDS on their last life. They needed to win that in order to stay alive, and they did so. You're looking at teams that are around them in the points. Misfits lost to Cux's Minions twice. I think a lot of people are very forgiving of Misfits and forgiving of other teams when they lose to teams they should be beating in these situations. Well, Karmine Corp beat the best team in the world when they had to. Now they've got to beat right now, top team in Europe in terms of points. I don't think they're going to do it, but I can't wait to see them try.
I mean, that puts you on case. There we go. Yeah. 100% on case. So
I think you summarized that well. Like the fact that they have to beat BDS, then Queso, and then the rest of the teams that are in the tournament after that. I think if Karmine Corp can win this, they deserve to make every journey they can make through this tournament. Maybe even make it all the way to the finals. Fair play to them. They've got a tough old run here, but I just don't see Karmine Corp winning and stringing series together back to back against teams they would struggle against, like a BDS. That could happen every now and again, but to beat BDS, then Queso, then Dignitas, all these other teams, it's not going to happen. So I think this is the point where the run is going to end. Queso are going to take it here, but genuinely, Karmine Corp are the team that are in control. they either win through their own doing or they lose through their own doing. And to have a team like Queso up against you, that really sets the bar high for how much they have to overperform. So yeah, Queso going to take it.
Sho, can I justify mine before you give your...
You absolutely can, mate.
Thank you. Oh, wow, that's weirdly kind of you. My annoyance with KC is that now, Greg, and you said they can beat anyone, and I do believe that. I think individually they are phenomenal players. I do think they have got so much ability on that team. It just does not work together. We've seen this team fail time and time again, and nothing has been done about it. They consistently, as you said, Gregan, let silly goals in. Their positioning is a little bit off. Everything is just a bit off, and Queso are going to walk all over that. If they get a couple of games versus Queso, good on them. I think that's fine, and I think that's an okay place to be. They beat a poor-looking BDS yesterday by their own admission and by the admission of people that were looking at that match as well. I think they've got here, not by their own merit, but by BDS not looking strong, and I don't think KC go through and win it here. Therefore, obviously, Queso, in my opinion, but I think with KC, I'd like for them to do well. If this is the first step on it, and this is where I start to be wrong about them, great. Please be a good team, but I just don't see it.
All right, well, I'm going to be joining all of you here over on Team Queso. Probably not too much of a surprise on this one. Team Queso are they've hit a new form throughout this entire split. And this is the reason why I really enjoy the amount of work that we end up doing over in Europe, because there's always that new team, isn't there? There's always that roster that we're like, you were not here last split, and suddenly you are a serious threat to everybody around here. I do also agree with the points made earlier on that in order for Karmine to actually get that major spot, they need to reach a level of consistency that I don't think that they are capable of. I think if they were ever to get here, they would need some sort of format that does not require them to win 7 matches in a row. I think
also, realistically, no team could go through BDS, Queso, and Dignitas consistently. I think that ask is unbelievably hard. I think that's a near impossible task. I mean, it's a shame that, you know, we're kind of beating on KC for that at the end of the day, but that's the position they found themselves in. But they've got a really, really hard side of the bracket.
I think we can definitely harp on what they did to put themselves in this situation. But in order for it'd be such a redemption arc, though, if they were able to do it. Because as you mentioned, there is a possibility there of them taking on either Dignitas or 00 Nation later on today. Yeah, lots and lots that need to go their way. But for Team Queso, what changed? What, like I just mentioned earlier on,
really
like
close.
That is a much. I mean,
why is
does
that
have a
so
very
close?
Because Karmine have got a massive fan base.
They do,
Yeah, they do, to be fair. Yeah.
But
And they did just
what
beat
changed
BDS
this
as
split?
well.
Yeah, true. That is something that I want to equate EG in a few months to what we saw from Queso when they didn't make the LAN, and then they were a team that people came over and scrimmed and said they were amazing. I want that same story for EG, and for them to take Spring and be an incredible team there as well. I think they just have confidence. They have a young French player, which, as much as we meme, is an incredible player.
Whoa. French player is not the thing now. They've got 2 young British players. What are you talking about?
There is only 2 French players left in this tournament. By the way, if you want to know about the delay, I'm just trying to herd some of the players. Once they are all ready, we are to get on over.
Queso are so scared. They're not even in here. Actually, I don't know if it's them.
Wait.
Casey are winning the vote now as well, by the way.
It's only a 4 cheese pizza now. I thought we were going for the 5 cheese pizza vote. Oh.
Look at that.
I mean, we saw yesterday a 95% vote.
Who was that?
I think it was against Cooks' Minions, actually, if I remember correctly.
Was it? Was it L?
It was one of our later ones.
We
so it just depends on who we did commentary for.
Oh, Misfits, Cooks' Minions.
Misfits.
And then Cooks' Minions ended up beating them.
Yeah, there was like a 95% vote for.
It's 95-5.
Unlucky chap.
So we don't really know if we're ever going to see. Have we seen numbers like that even for like NRG? When
they've had the 90s. They've had like 92.
They've had like 92,
so
yeah.
Okay, wow, that's continuously going.
Chat is really swaying it. Fair play. But this is why we don't show you it, by the way, guys. if we show you it when you're voting, you just swing the vote. That's why we don't show it.
But you can't get it to 60 though. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Don't believe it. Don't believe it.
The other thing as well, we're talking about the French players versus English players. I mean, we can say British players if we include Scrub in that.
Let's go British. Yeah.
British. Then we include Scrub. But you look at how many French players, the scene dominated by Vitality in the past. We had the bonus keeps going up and up.
You can't get 65 though. You can't get 65.
Vitality, BDS, all these top French teams, even Williams Resolve, a full French team doing very well. They're all out in this tournament. So that means there's only 2 French players left in Seiko and Vatira. And then the rest is incredibly English. We've got English player on Endpoint. We've got 2 English players on Queso. We've got Guild with 2 English players.
And we won't hold that against them.
Scotsman.
We don't hold that against them. We welcome the English players and all of the success that they're currently having.
Bear in mind I think it was the last region event we had, the Premier Cup, where the Saturday had something, it was like 8 and 8 for UK players versus French players. And then by the Sunday, it was then 3 UK players left and 8 remaining French players. Like every single person in the UK just got kicked out.
Right. Unfortunately, we don't have News Orb, but instead we've got News Shogun. We've got the players ready to go, which means we are ready to head over to our first match of the day. It's elimination rounds as Team Queso, the #1 team in Europe right now, looks to try and eliminate and crush the hopes of the Karmine Corp.
It's time, Turtle, to kick it off here for this week in the final regional. We get to finally send our 5 teams from Europe to the Winter Major. And Queso versus Karmine Corp is the first one on the docket. Turtle, Queso was 0-2 in their group, and they somehow still made it out.
I have no idea how Queso are even here right now. They had to get a reverse sweep against Vitality, and then they also got a reverse sweep in the playoffs against Williams Resolve. So nobody knows why they're here. Nobody knows how they're here, but that experience and then the first 2 regional events with them both getting grand finals. I mean, an amazing performance from them throughout the entire split, and they just continue that momentum regardless of how difficult that path might be.
And regardless of how good Queso may be, it certainly wasn't their best day yesterday, even though they are still here in the lower round. And for KC, an opportunity here to maybe take advantage of a slow start in Queso, as Queso is trying to play this one out from their own side at the moment. The little pinch will bail them out.
We had an interesting desk too, very, very hot desk, okay? They were feisty on that desk, arguing about who's gonna win, who's gonna take it. Obviously, everybody was going Queso, and wait a second, here comes Vatira to score the first early goal off of a backboard read, and Itachi was back alone. Could have gotten a better hit, but ended up getting dunked by Rise, and Vatira with a nice and easy follow-up. And I was just about to mention, it seems like Team Queso, they haven't been struggling necessarily, but they come into this event and everybody's hungry. I believe the stats were 43% of all series yesterday went to Game 5, which is unbelievable. I mean, stats like that really show that these teams are hungry. They're prepared to fight until the last game. And for Queso to make it here and continue proving themselves, even whenever they've already secured the major, I mean, that says a lot about how hungry these players are, especially in comparison to Karmine Corp. It looks like we've got a stalemate so far in the corner. 50-50 is all over. Astral looking to get something off the backboard. Doesn't find it yet. Goes in for the 50-50. And Joyo's there to keep the pressure moving forward. We've got a lot of aggression from Team Queso. 50-50 wins all over. And Astral doing a lot of work. And we're going to need to see more from Astral. Everybody questioning Astral's ability. We've seen him really for quite some time here in the RLCS, and he's made a name for himself. But his team not really done too much damage, and they're looking to change that in this event. It's surely possible, given the skill. We even heard the desk talk about how much potential is on this roster. Stumpy was just not a fan, but he's looking to get his mind changed today, and it can surely happen. Itachi going in for the 50-50, doesn't find it, and they'll look to get out of their own half. Karmine Corp stuck right now. Still looking for something is Astral. Can't win that 50-50, and we're thrown back to the other side. Here comes Rise, a nice little give and go in the midfield. Doesn't lead to anything. Vatira with the follow-up, and it looks like Team Queso, they are on a tear. They're continuing on that reverse sweep energy, and they just do not stop, Corelli.
This is what you want from Team Queso when you talk about maybe some slow starts from the group stage earlier on. This is the start that Queso wants, especially against a team like Karmine Corp. We talk about, or we listen to what the Death said and what they had to say about Karmine Corp. They do have that opportunity. They do have that skill to really take off, and right now they're not showing it because it's all Team Queso at the moment.
Well, and their defense has to hold up. I mean, they can't be conceding goals like this off of a big clear stake. He's not in position. Astral's running back. Nobody can get the read on what Team Queso are doing, and now it's 3-0. Vatira with a hat trick.
What a start for Team Queso, and they were hungry for this day because they knew that they probably didn't put up their best day yesterday. They had to go back to the drawing board, and they have certainly come out here hungry for that first spot here in Europe for the Winter Major.
And it's crazy because we were talking to a couple of people, including Direct, you know, who handles a lot of the stats and knows the scenarios, and he said that after Team Queso had played, they were asking immediately in his DMs, you know, what do they need to do to get #1 seed, and that just proves how hungry these guys are. They want to go even farther. Making the major isn't enough for them, Corelli.
No, absolutely not. And on the other side, for KC, opportunity to play spoiler and, of course, increase their chances. Their road's a little bit tougher, but still, you got to take it game by game. And right now, game #1 has certainly not been in Karmine Corp's favor. Maybe the first goal. Tachi is just wide. Astral's going to try and make up for it and follow up by Stake. Still can't put it away. Stake still forcing the issue across the box. Still a bit too high, though. And a threatening attempt, at least, from KC, but not able to put it away.
That's all thanks to Vatira, who has not only the hat trick here, Corelli, in this game, but also finding that save, pinching it off the post, and keeping his team still unbeatable on the defense. They can't allow even one shot to pass that goal line. K-Corp, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, and they need to figure something out because things aren't looking too good. There's a demo now from Rise that's going to alleviate a lot of pressure. Joyo looking for some kind of pass in the midfield, doesn't connect, but wasting a lot of precious time off the clock.
A lot of space for Queso to work with right now. Some uncontested touches on the Karmine Corp side. Karmine Corp, though, has to play a bit of defense now. Once again, off the back wall it goes. Itachi to clear it away. 30 seconds left, and Queso in full control. Vatira, 3 goals on 4 shots here in game 1. Only 3 in total for Karmine Corp, as they've struggled to put together an offense here and have played a lot of defense against Team Queso, which I guess is par for the course for a lot of teams when they go up against Team Queso. They put on so much pressure.
Yeah, and here's Vatira again getting another save, looking to carry this one out. 5 seconds left. It doesn't look like K-Corp have anything left in the tank, and they're going to have to look to game 2 because game 1 was all Team Queso taking the lead and getting an early start.
And the start that Queso needed, not the start that Karmine wanted. And they're going to have to take this break and really figure out how to get into this game. Again, they showed some opportunities, right? There were, especially at the end of that game, you saw a few chances come down. They maybe were half chances, quarter chances even, but opportunities to spend some time on the Queso side, but weren't able to put something too threatening on net. And I think that's kind of the biggest difference maker. The defense, it was okay. You're going to feel a lot of pressure when you play Queso, but when you get those opportunities downfield, you've got to put them away.
Yeah, and just a nice little replay then of that save that we saw from Vatira. And I was also noticing as we were looking at those replays, Corelli, 2 out of 3 of the goals from Team Queso were on the transition. So it seems as though Karmine Corp, they don't know how to transition back on defense and get involved and try to intercept those passes in the midfield. So Team Queso, it's one quick pass from the midfield, and they can put an early shot on target. That seems to be the strategy they're going for, and it's working wonders against K-Corp.
Into game 2 we go. Rise almost back on offense there. That one just off the post. Now Astral trying to set something up. His teammates waiting for his pass across. Stake can only help it along to the sidewall. Now Vatira, he wanted to bring that one down, slow the game down a bit. But a good challenge by Astral will put an end to that. Tachi now.
What on earth? What? I don't know what's going on with Rise right now. How is he still on the ball? What is going on?
He's still there.
Had no boost. He's still going. He's still going. Corelli doesn't stop. Just winning 50-50 after 50-50. And if a player like that can make that much work and that much damage with no boost, imagine what'll happen when he does get some boost in his tank.
Yeah, did a great job of standing behind the ball, but Stake now puts one under Vatira, and Karmine Corp start off on the right foot.
And it's all thanks to Stake, and then a 50-50 from Astral sends it up to Itachi. Lovely pass there. And there was space on the backboard for Itachi to go for a backboard double tap, but instead he recognized that Stake would be on the right side and went for the pass instead. Lovely positional awareness and communication to know that his teammate was in that spot.
So certainly the start for Karmine Corp for them. And maybe some more opportunities. Astral pokes one free, another touch just wide of the net. Itachi now trying to push it off the back wall. Some good opportunities though. Queso got to be careful. Joyo all the way across Rise, tried to put it away. Vatira will commit as well. Everyone involved from Queso. And Karmine Corp come out and at least break up the offense for now. Still Joyo with 0 boost.
And the demo,
towards the
that's
net.
gotta be free.
Needs one more. Rise is there, and we're tied up.
And I'm not sure how effective this demo was on that last man backer, if that would have resulted in some kind of rotation. Either way, you're able to get a nice follow-up. All thanks to Joyo putting on some damage and doing some work on the offensive side. All tied up. Team Queso figured out a way to break through.
It's good work by Queso there. A couple of chances to break down that defense. And keeping the offense in the final third is so important. You can whittle away at a defense, and that's exactly what they just did.
That seems to be the key for Team Queso, keeping that ball obviously on the offensive side and just waiting for one mistake to come out of KC, because that defensive rotation, it has not been perfect this series, Corellian. They're making sure to punish on those small gaps on the defense.
And you can see KC try and be a little bit more disciplined when they go up. Like we just saw Astral there kind of pump fake to the ball because he saw Itachi go up as well. Trying to get that discipline and finding it, especially against a team like Team Queso, is so important. And I think in this game in particular, KC have done a good job. Now some opportunity for offense. Stake chasing the man in the backfield. Astral, could he cut it across? He'll fake it. He doesn't want it to pinch out and try his chances with the cross. Tachi gets a little thrown off by the extra touch. And so he'll just be annoying and make sure this one isn't an easy clear for Team Queso. Astral. That one went straight to Rise. Now it's a dangerous ball. Vatira trying to get the read. Almost a touch. Nobody hits the ball, and it drops in for Team Queso.
A nice little fake from Vatira, and the defense just thrown out of the window for KC. You can see Itachi was up for this, expecting a touch from Vatira, and instead, he absolutely breaks his ankles, doesn't know what's happening, and that ball just floats in.
And with so many players up as a defender, you have so many options you have to cover. You just have to kind of pick.
Right. And with a team like Queso, you expect them to get those touches.
Right. And you're picking the opposition hitting the ball, too, in most cases. You really don't try and read that type of fake, especially with it so close to net. But here comes Astral as that one's turned away by Vatira. Still 2 minutes left to play. Queso finding a 1-goal lead here, and it has not been as easy. I think KC have really woken up here in Game 2 and have looked a lot stronger.
Oh, absolutely. And their rotations are certainly more spot on. They're getting chances now, getting bumped, though. Rise looking to take out a couple of players. He did bump Itachi, who's back in rotation and looking to get something in the midfield. Doesn't find it yet, but the offense, the pressure, it is starting to stabilize for KC, and they might be able to get an equalizer here, unless maybe a clear comes out for Queso from Vatira.
Queso sending all 3 players into their corner, but they do get the clear, and in the end looks quite clean. Astral with a couple flip resets, or didn't get the second one, attempted double flip reset. Still some good possession here, I think, on the Queso side for Karmine Corp. Astral needs another one. Got 2 to go from Queso. Tachi trying to make this one still a bit difficult for Queso to get out. That's maybe not the best touch from Stake. Astral's got to retrieve. Vatira direct on target, as Itachi will have an easy dunk and clear. Now Astral, he found Stake downfield. Stake gets a second touch, and Queso are very inviting to those long clears. Rise. Oh, he gets a little pop off the back wall. And watching that one from Astral's POV, had really no read on Astral, or excuse me, on Rise hitting that ball in the way he did.
I'm loving the creativity from Team Queso. This is what makes them such a good roster on that offensive side. The mechanics, their ability to go for some very unique and odd-looking plays. I mean, we just saw a whiff from Vatira that ended up being a fake that sent the ball floating in. What else do they have in reserve to use on offense with that creativity? But you're going to have to make sure your defense stands up tall. Joyo gets that save, but then the drop down to Itachi, and that's going to equalize it. The team play from Karmine Corp.
And that's a great placement from Itachi, but also a great touch from the back on the back wall to force Joyo to make a tough play. And that ball right back down into Itachi's hands, and the placement is just perfect for KC. They're back in it with 17 seconds.
And now that's both goals for KC, where they have a player on the right side, and they're opting to go in for that pass instead of take that selfish solo play. And then another fake might actually end up for an opportunity out of Team Queso. They don't get it, but they're hunting for that extra goal. They don't want to go to OT.
Steak has an opportunity here. I don't think he had a lot to work with there. Wanted to kill it instead. Into overtime in game 2. And in a game, I think, again, KC have looked so much better. And for Queso, they've certainly executed on the opportunities given to them. 9 shots to the 7 on the KC side.
Right. And I mean, everything is on the line here for KC. I mean, you lose this game, you're looking at a reverse sweep, which we actually have seen quite often, especially from Team Queso so far in this regional event. But still, it's a lot to ask. You almost think this is a must-win game for KC.
Certainly feels that way, especially with the way Queso's been playing today. Much better. Here's Rise. He's thrown a couple fakes now into the air, and it's certainly messed up the read on the defense for KC. Here's Rise again. Passes that one across. A little bit too heavy. It went over Vatira. Unfazed are KC for the moment. Steak forced to go, and a light touch. Well, at least keep possession. 2 go from KC to clear that one downfield. Now Joya with a lot of space.
There you go, Astral. Almost got a touch there. And I'm looking at Karmine Corp on the defensive side. They're getting the reads correctly, but they send these shots and these clears downfield, but nobody's there to answer it, and they can't get up on offense.
I think the biggest thing for KC this game, the offense is there. The defense has been a lot more disciplined, but they just can't beat the last man in Queso. That's been the tough part. Even in their last goal, Joyo still got a piece of that ball. It's just that last man in Queso, he sits so deep. And it's tough for KC to really break through. That's a fantastic touch over to Rise. It was just a bit too far out in front of him. As now KC wants to return the favor. Not going to happen. It's shut down by Queso.
And if you're KC, you need to be alert for those big clears out of Team Queso that happened in game 1. That's the reason why they lost it. They weren't prepared and couldn't get the read on where Team Queso wanted to go, how they were passing the midfield. And it's transitions like that where you need to be careful. So seeing them get the read and get in the way, finding an interception, that's a good sign for KC and their defense.
Demo on Steak and the clear. Vatira, he's got an open net. Nobody was back in position for KC. And in overtime, Queso will take game 2.
And Vatira, he takes you out of the play. You don't expect it. You don't even see him rotating in. And then 1 second later, you're deleted off the field. A quick rotation around, and Vatira gets the goal. And now KC, they're looking at a reverse sweep to stay alive. And even just to get to the major correctly, they have to go all the way. They have to keep winning. They obviously can't take a loss here. Top 2 at least for KC. And now they got to do it with a reverse sweep.
Boy, it's going to be tough here against Queso. And that's such a disappointing way to, I think, lose that overtime. Because I think KC was playing a phenomenal game here against Queso. It was quite good.
Right.
And one demo was the difference maker in that overtime. And that line pushed up, I think, so far for Karmine Corp, but just the margin of error, it really showed itself, right? One demo, all of a sudden, open net for Team Queso. So you're right. It's a reverse sweep situation now for KC, and one that is a losing battle at the moment.
Yeah, and apparently there's only been 13 reverse sweeps so far this season in EU, and KC, they don't own one of them. So this is going to be their first one for the season. It couldn't come at any better of a time because there's major contention, their major lives on the line, and they need to start out hot.
Let's see if they can do it. Certainly with the play they put in the last game, it's absolutely possible.
Yeah.
This one is going to get over the head of Astral, but easily dealt with the hat flip going back. Like I said, I do think that for KC, it is beating that last man. A lot of times it is Joyo back there.
Yeah.
That last man, that's just so hard to get by. Vatira as well.
Yeah, Vatira, I mean, he's the player that I've been noticing, not only on the offensive side, but whenever he's rotating back, you talk about getting through that last man, he is always in position to find the save. And KC, they put on some good shots, even one there, but it's always answered with at least one save or a touch from Team Queso.
KC fighting for it in their own corner here. First minute is almost upon us. Still scoreless. Vatira sidewinding
fake.
through
Oh
the
my.
back line there and almost able to make it through. Still some time here for Joya. Look at the space afforded to him. Going for the bump. Rises there
And
on
he
the
got
touch.
it.
And it's wonderfully executed by Team Queso to put up the first goal.
And look at this play from Joyo. He goes up, gets the extra touch, and then immediately takes out Astral. There was no hesitation. It's almost as if he knew exactly how that play was going to develop before he went up Corelli. A fantastic execution. And within the first minute and a half, we've got a fantastic quality goal from Team Queso.
Well, that's how you start things off, and you can see when you afford them a bit of space, they take advantage. Another second touch off the back wall. Nobody committing here from Queso. They're very, very disciplined on offense, and I think that's what makes them so strong. They know when to commit, but they also know when to back off.
And that's something that they've learned throughout this split. Another
my.
demo on the
He
last
got
man
him.
back, and
He's
it's
gonna steal it
another
too.
goal for Team Queso. Vatira, you thief. How could you do this to him?
He robbed him, but Vatira with
Unacceptable.
the demo.
I mean,
on
he deserves
stage.
it, though. Let's be honest.
He does, exactly. That's what I was going to say. He deserves it. He got the demo, and again, one demo's the difference on that Karmine line. And all of a sudden, it's wide open again for Team Queso.
And I'm just such a fan right now of Team Queso and the way they're playing, because they're utilizing so many different aspects of the pitch, so many different strategies. They're getting demos. They're going for that last man back bump. There it is again. Joyo getting the bump and the physical play involved. But then on top of that, Corelli, their defense, they can recover within an instant. It's like a snap of their fingers, and then they're already back on defense, and they're ready to get the save, the rotations, the recovery from Team Queso. It's on another level. And KC, it seems as though they can't compete, but they've got 3 minutes to try.
Well, and to your point, Turtle, I think the physical game has certainly kicked up a notch here and might be the key to finishing out this series for Team Queso. The bumps, the demos have certainly opened up the defense and exposed Karmine Corp. Here's a bad touch here from
this is a chance.
Tachi. He's just got Vatira, the pass over to Stake. Astral's going to take
And
it. He'll put it away. And here comes KC roaring back.
And we just saw a lovely execution on the other side, but here comes KC to get some execution themselves. All 3 players involved in this passing play. They had 1 player to get through, and they did it utilizing everybody on the field with that passing.
Great passing play there from KC and exactly what they needed. Still down by just a goal, half a game left to play. Despite some great play coming out from Queso, this one is not out of reach for KC. And plays like that will certainly help them get back into this.
And that entire play actually started from a poor touch out of Team Queso in the midfield, where it just went back into the midfield. And maybe that's an area of weakness for Team Queso. If they don't have 1 player in that midfield waiting to get a touch, that's where KC can start to mount that attack and get a threatening shot in.
Well, let's see, because right now KC is mounting the attack and still struggling to, I think, break through and getting a clean shot on the Queso side. Still very disciplined. Here's another tough ball to deal with. Tachi just pops it up to keep it awkward. And I suppose that's what you want if you can't put on the shot. Astral gets a couple dunks. Now looking for a third. He went all the way across, and it went over Tachi there. And still being just so annoying on the ball. Doing so well on the KC side to keep this one on the Team Queso half. And Team Queso, they have not done well to clear this one out. This one's right back into Stake. He wants to pass over to Tachi. He's got space to work with and the boost. Devil comes out. The net's wide open.
You just gotta follow it up
for KC. They'll tie it up with the pass over to Astral.
And we've got some revenge from KC on a Team Queso. Stake taking out that last man back, getting physical themselves. And that's a play that they actually stole from Team Queso. That's gotta feel good, Corelli, to get some physical plays back at the other side of the field.
Clean, clean, clean coming out from KC. We know their potential, and they're starting to show it here in Game 3. They've got to get the job done. They need at least one more in the final minute.
And it's a reverse sweep. Their first ever this season. It's certainly possible with this play style. They're flowing really well on offense, keeping that pressure forward. They just got to hold on.
Queso, they felt a lot of pressure there, Turtle. It was on their side and really inside of their box for 30, 40 seconds. KC did a great job of holding possession, even in tight spaces, in traffic, through the corner, through the baseline. Here comes Astral, the foot reset. A second touch from Itachi. They take the lead with 36 seconds left.
And this is why you don't doubt Astral in any moment of any tournament, game, or series because he can put out plays like that, get a flip reset pass forward, and set up his teammate, Casey, on top.
Hold on a second. KC coming back in spectacular fashion, but now they got to play a little bit of defense. Rise. They'll put that one wide. They must hold on to the final 25 seconds. Tachi wants to push it down. Got a little help, actually, from Queso as he keeps the ball. Batira and Queso trying to mount one more attack to tie this one up. Make it even more dramatic. Why not? As Astral will spin this one around the corner. And maybe the last attack is right here for Rise.
Really. There's a chance.
Joyo. Surely they're going to keep this one up. Batira to the wall. Astral will deny. It's going back to the Queso side, and Rise will have an opportunity to keep it up. Now it's Joyo's turn. KC being very, very careful not to overcommit here. You don't want to send too many players. Queso will make you pay. Rise will keep it up. Atachi will finally bump him out of the way. KC will get one on the board.
And it was a brutal, bloody game here, Corelli. Physical plays on both sides to get the edge whenever you're on offense, taking out that third man. So effective here for each team. And we saw a bit of a flat Team Queso, I think, towards the end. In the second half, they were just stuck on their own half. They couldn't get any boost. They were forced to go for big clears, but nobody could answer it because they're waiting, trying to get boost. Nobody wants to move forward. And while it started out great for Team Queso, KC, they fought back.
Yeah, and KC did a great job of kind of putting that Queso defense in a blender. When we talked about them struggling, breaking through that last man, it just took, I mean, why not just have a bunch of opportunities on net? Why not just spend so much time on the Queso side where you're going to finally break through? And I think that's really what happened for KC. And of course, a great goal or a great pass from Astra over to Itachi there on the third goal. Just good mechanics in that sense. But for KC, I really like the offense there. Again, showing that potential against Team Queso, where I think Queso actually really afforded them a lot of space and they paid for it.
Yeah, and they weren't as aggressive as we've typically seen, in the first two games of this series. Team Queso were all over the midfield. They were getting huge clears, having somebody answer, and now they're stagnant. They have three players on the same spot. It seems like that line of defense, they don't want to move forward, and right away we've got more offense and aggression from KC. The reverse sweep, it seems more and more likely.
And maybe a bit of taste of blood is all that K-Corp needed to get back into this. Itachi now, he'll take the sky and instead just leave it, as he didn't have a ton of boost to make it work. Astral will find the back wall with a piece of Atira. Now Rise will clear this one out for Queso. We're trying to close out this series in a regional where they haven't looked their best. They came out quite strong in game one, but in games 2 and 3, they've looked less and less, even with the win in game 2. K-Corp has certainly gotten a foothold here in this series.
Yeah, and they're reading plays better. I talked about this and was harping on the defense of KC, where they didn't know where Team Queso were trying to get these clears, but now you'll notice whenever Team Queso go for a clear, it seems like every time there is a player from KC in position. And speaking about in position, here's Steak for a shot in the corner.
He got bumped by Astral. Itachi wanted to go as well. Steak, I think, calls everyone off, says, guys, I got it. It's going back post, and he'll put it home.
That looks so weird. Where was the challenge from Team Queso? That ball was just floating, and they just waited.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think they were confused. There were multiple players going after the ball from K-Corp. I don't think they knew which one was going to go.
Yeah. I don't think anybody knows what's happening right now on Team Queso. The defense thrown into a blunder. They don't know what's happening. And that's exactly where KC wanted to be.
Certainly did.
And he has no boost. He has no boost. What?
Wait.
Could he still have gotten the save, though? I'm pretty sure he doesn't even need boost for this, Corelli.
He's got 4 boosts.
Wait.
I think he thought he had boost. I think he thought he had boost.
What is going on, Team Queso? The defense falling apart. What is happening?
I don't even know what to say. And certainly if he had waited, he would have gotten that. I think he thought he had boost, and he didn't.
I think he thought he might have picked up an extra pad there and had, what, an extra 11
he had 4
boost? Yeah.
He had 4 boosts going into it. So I think he might have thought he had an extra pad to get there. And he didn't, and that has cost them another goal. Queso giving up 2 to KC, and K-Corp, they're looking to hold on here. And maybe pile on as another one is forced to be made safe by Joyo. Queso have not put on a lot of offense here in the last 2 games. It's been a lot of K-Corp downfield right now. Another one here for Astral. Did he beat the defense? He did, but it went just wide of the net.
There's another big clear, though, Corelli. Queso, they've got to swap it up. If these massive clears that were working in game 1 and 2 stopped, which they have. I mean, literally every single player from KC knows how to intercept it. And there's another bump play attempt from Astral, who just parks his car on the goal line, making the defense look silly. And Itachi, he's here to get the follow-up.
And again, the physical play is coming up. Atira actually did a great job to get a touch on that ball.
Lovely effort.
But yeah, it was a great effort. But again, the physical play certainly paying off. We talked about it for Queso, but realistically, it's been a lot of KC just chasing down players on the Queso side, realizing that they're going to get more and more opportunities by pushing players out of the way, especially, right. Turtle, that last man that we've been talking about has been so pivotal for the defense of Queso. When you remove him from the equation, it's been a lot easier, but as soon as we start complimenting them, Queso comes back to life and puts one away.
And it felt like this game was already over with the mistakes that we have seen from Queso. However, there's plenty of time. I didn't even realize it, but we just passed the halfway point. There's still time for Team Queso to get back into it, but you're exactly right, Corelli. That last man back has either... I don't even know if he can be more careful, because what do you do if some player's trying to take you out? At this point, Team Queso, the rotations have got to be more safe and send maybe 2 players back instead of leaving just 1. Because if KC want to get that demo play, it might be the end of you and your defense if you're Queso.
Now, what about the offense as well?
Yeah.
And Queso certainly needs that
it
touch from Atira. Joyo's got to get over it. And here comes Queso, roaring back again. 2 goals back, and they're within 1.
And it seems like they baited in the offense of KC, letting them get confident, going for every single shot, every single clear. And then all of a sudden, this speed from Team Queso comes out of nowhere, and you've got yourself within 1.
2 minutes to play. Seems like this game is twice as long as a normal one.
Yeah.
And for KC, it certainly feels that way, as they were up with a hefty margin. And now Team Queso have reduced it to just 1.
I mean, it felt like Queso were bound to lose this game, Corelli, at the beginning. The mistakes that we saw from them, but what a recovery for them to get back on defense and now get saves like that out of Rise.
They've been doing it all game. It's just been K-Corp that's been spending so much time on the Queso side. Here they come again. Itachi's not going to get to that one first. Rise will deny. But it's been a bit of a different Queso as well. The offense, not as crisp as we saw early on. And I think that's just because they've had to play a lot more defense now. K-Corp really turned it on. Another one who goes through. Itachi will put away a 4th.
And it's an early read here from him where he's waiting, lurking to get a follow-up. He just got the 50-50 and then continues moving forward to get the interception. I don't think Rise expected him to recover so quickly off the sidewall. I mean, he just went for the 50-50, and right away, he's back in action.
And a welcome goal, I think, for KC. Especially when Queso maybe getting too close for comfort, being just down by a goal with a minute left. Now 2. As Rise fighting for it in the corner. Are we going to a game 5? It would make sense with the way Queso's games have gone this regional.
Oh, but they're on the other side of it now. I mean, they had to get 2 reverse sweeps themselves, and now they're looking to fend off a reverse sweep.
Definitely a difference in mentality.
Yeah.
Rise, can he do it himself? He's going to slice through 1.
Oh
my goodness. Astral almost able to put it away. It's off the post, or off the crossbar, excuse me. Joyo on the follow-up as the clear comes through for KC. Rise almost just sliced and diced his way through KC.
Oh, wait, there's a chance. Joyo, 20 seconds left. They're not giving up yet. An early goal could leave them maybe a couple of seconds to get the equalizer. It's almost impossible unless Matira can pop off here. He doesn't get the shot. And with 10 seconds left, all Astral has to do here is kill time. And this game, it looks like it's going to send us into game 5 off that goal from Astral.
Wow. And this is just impressive work, I think, from Karmine Corp. I mean, the way we were talking about them in game 1, it was not pretty, right? Queso looked way, way better than K-Corp. But now, you see what's evolved here in games 3 and 4 in particular, but even in game 2, I think, you really start to believe in KC. They've done a great job of putting on more and more offense, and this is the potential that everyone's been talking about. I know the desk all picked Queso. I think picking Queso was the absolute correct choice in this matchup. But but you just never know if K-Corp's going to come out the way they have today. And it's been a slow start, but it's been a good ending so far.
And the thing of it is K-Corp, they've adapted in the middle of this series, Corelli. They've changed their play style. They've gotten more aggressive. They've answered to fight fire with fire, which I say frequently, because when a team like Queso is just bullying you on the field, you have to fight back. It's the only way. And we have seen this from K-Corp. They're getting more demos. They're being more aggressive. And we're seeing them get 50-50s as well in the corners, going for those challenges that they wouldn't have gone for in the first 2 games. And as we go into game 5, what do we get out of Team Queso? Because K-Corp, they've got the winning playstyle. It seems like they have the edge. They have the momentum. Everything right now on the line for Team Queso to adapt and for them to change up how they're playing because things are not working for them.
Well, I do think the physical gameplay is something to keep in mind coming out from K-Corp against Queso. I think that's been a huge boon to the offense of KC and has certainly slowed down the defense and transition game from Queso. So we'll see game 5 between Karmine Corp and Team Queso.
Oh man, we're getting mechanics out of Astral too. I'm here for it, Corelli. This is gonna be a great game 5.
An opportunity to send home the #1 seed at the moment, and maybe not for long if Queso loses this game going into the Winter Major. It would be a huge upset, especially with BDS already out.
Oh, there's the demos, the physical game, starting off early, Stake. Let's see if that continues on.
Vatira's got to work his magic. He's made a mistake or two here in this series. Redemption is now here in game 5. Oh, tough challenge there for Joyo, and Astral's already up. He ran out of boost, but he got a good touch to the back wall. Vatira, that's all he could do. Attaching on the shot. Nice in and out save to turn it away. That was a huge opportunity.
And I thought for sure that would have been a goal, but Rise, the hero, the guardian angel right now out of Team Queso, keeps them alive, going in and out of the net, and gets the save on that recovery.
Here's Vatira to the sky. A flip reset, but couldn't get back under it properly, and a good challenge by Casey either way. A minute and a half is upon us here in the first, or excuse me, in game 5. It's Casey still trying to figure out the Queso defense, and that's a big miss. Joyo with the poor clear here as he does get a good touch to set himself up for the challenge at least. Vatira off to the races. Does he put it on target? He will, and Casey gets caught out again.
And it was a good interception early on, that 50-50 from Joyo. And then you have 2 players, Itachi and Stake. They're in the same spot. The rotations stepping over each other's feet, and they can't seem to get into a proper spot to find that rotation back. And that is a painful one. In game 5, rotations and mistakes where your positioning is just slightly off, that's something you can't afford, Corelli.
You absolutely can. And again, even without the demo that time, KC line pushed up so far.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. I assume there was a demo or something physical that might have set them off, but it looked like it was just their positioning.
Very eager to move downfield, RKC, and in most cases it works out for them, and I think that's where their success has been on offense. Just that one getting caught out there. Oh, he's worked his magic there. Redemption for him as he puts away a second.
And you called him out, and then he answered, Corelli. Vatira, he gets the wave dash, the flip reset. He saved it to use on the ground, get some speed moving into that shot, and sends Team Queso 2-0.
Wow, what a turnaround for Queso. When they needed it most here in game 5. Still plenty of time though, half a game left for KC. They've got to get going. You know that Queso's gonna pile on. Astral, he can't get out of his corner. Stake will throw it downfield. Vatira's there to answer. Good touch by Astral, looking for follow-up. Tachi's there, another one here. Stake, can he put it on target? It was weak. And Vatira is able to make the save. It was a good offense there from KC, but just couldn't put a solid shot on target.
And that's where the demos come into a huge play, because you've got 3 players from Team Queso. They like to line up a bit on defense, Corelli, and I'm not sure if it's a benefit for them. Maybe they like to have people in similar spots on the defense because then they can all opt in to go for a challenge. But you'll notice, Vatira and Rise, they're in a similar spot. Joyo is staying really close to the rotations, and while it allows them to get more saves, it makes demoing them that much easier. And here's Stake to get a demo on Rise. Does it lead to something? I guess not, because Vatira, he is right in position to take it away from you.
Great play here by Stake to get out. and the demo. It's just Vatira. He's getting bumped as well. Surely a shot comes through. Itachi couldn't connect, and now the counter's on. Rise got to tap in, and it's 3-0 for Team Queso.
And you just simply can't make these mistakes. You've got to find a touch there, even if you don't put the shot on net in a situation where it's a beautiful opportunity. You don't find a touch, it's over. They're going to punish even whenever they should have been the ones getting scored on.
And it wasn't the easiest shot in the world for Itachi to get over, but he just didn't make any contact on it. Man. The net was open. KC did everything right and just couldn't put it away. Astral has a chance. He passes over stick. Here's one for KC to get it back. And they've got 1 minute and 18 seconds left for 2.
Yep, and there's no way that Stake misses this one. A nice pass across, and Astral, a very selfless pass, might I add as well. He could have easily gone for the shot himself, but decided to go for the easier route, and that's the one across the net, allowing Stake to put one on target. 2 goals now within the next 1 minute and 15 seconds. Do they have what it takes, Corelli?
I think they do have what it takes. It's just, are they going to show it? That's the question. KC. Winter split on the line here. Stake into the Queso corner. A big clear from Rise, only to the hands of Astral, looking for his touch off the ceiling. Flip reset there. Comes out the Stake. Has an opportunity for the
another
shot.
one.
He'll put it away. What? Queso nowhere to be found, and they're within 1.
And we're waiting for Queso to go for the challenge. You had Joyo who's go up for that one from Astral, but then Vatira and Rise, they're in the same spot. Vatira didn't want to move forward. He's getting pestered a bit by an offender from Karmine Corp, who's looking for a demo, and now it's just 1 goal that separates these guys in a position where Team Queso, they should have taken this game easily.
Rise went for the in-and-out save, and it was too far gone. Man. Just couldn't get out in time.
What is this series, Corelli?
Possibly an overtime with the way it's been going. Itachi, well, he got a fortunate touch, but now it's gone down to Joyo. Vatira there. Can he put this one away? Looking for 2. Gets it, but it just went high on the second touch. It was a tough angle.
Oh, no.
Can Itachi put it away? Vatira with a huge save off the post. That was it for KC. 15 seconds left. They got to go the length of the field, and it's not going to be easy. They got Joyo in front, and he'll go into the challenge. Astral has to go. Vatira also gets a piece.
And the demo.
He's taken out of the play. Queso all over him here in the final seconds. Stake on the back wall. Can he keep it up? Itachi will, but Joyo's not going to let them out. It's up to Astral, and I think Rise is going to kill it. He will, and Team Queso will stay alive in Game 5 and continue on.
A heartbreaking matchup and series overall for K-Corp. It looked like there was a chance. There was a small moment. They got back into this Game 5, those 2 goals off of the mistakes from K-Corp and their positioning. And you think there's a chance. You even remember there was, 20 seconds left, and that shot went all the way across the field. And of course, I believe it was Vatira, Corelli, who got that save and kept Team Queso alive and in the lead.
Wow. So many close opportunities there for K-Corp as well. I mean, there were chances to at least tie up this Game 5. They had glimpses where they looked great. And for most of the series, I think they looked pretty good, but Queso just able to edge them out here. And I really think we talked about the offense quite a bit for Queso. I think it was the defense. They did a great job, and for the most part, it wasn't perfect, but for the most part, they stayed disciplined on defense, did not let KC kind of put them in this blender with so many opportunities, especially from games 3, 4, and 5. It felt like Karmine Corp had so many more chances than Queso.
And we've harped frequently on the rotations for Team Queso to get back on defense. Previously in different seasons, or maybe even in a different split, thinking back to the fall split, the rotations back were a bit sluggish, and now they've fixed that. And we saw a little bit of leg room for K-Corp to make some damage and to do some damage on offense with that last man rotating back. But at the end of the day, you've got 3 players looking to get that rotation. They found the save, and that's what kept them alive here.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they found enough goals to put away KC. It was a close match, Turtle, and the best part is that's only match 1. We've got so many more here for the rest of the day. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more EU Rocket League.
Well, we have already had one Game 5, but the RLCS just keeps on going. That's a decent series, though, Stumpy, to get us going today.
Yeah, I was honestly rooting so hard for KC to try and bring it back versus Queso, but that final game, they just couldn't close it out. Queso shutting down a reverse sweep when they themselves yesterday managed to secure 2. But we move on to the next series of Evil Geniuses versus Guild. Another 2 teams that have got their fates laying in their hands respectively. Out of these, Cole, how are you feeling for Evil Geniuses or Guild to be making LAN?
How am I feeling for Evil Genius or Guild to be making LAN? I think the Shogun's, we'll say hopes that Guild would make it. We know that he's an old Guild boy. Somewhat unlikely at this point, but every series that they win just makes it slightly more likely, you know? And a win against Evil Genius as well, not only are they getting themselves some points, or at least increasing their chance of getting more points in this event, they're also knocking an opponent down.
Yeah.
Evil Geniuses, if they lose this one, then suddenly their chances of making it look very, very slim indeed in their own right. So Guilds do have things in their own hands, although I do still back Evil Geniuses to be the best team to win here and to make the major. I mean, we know what they can do, especially Catalysm Stumpy. He will be the key for me for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, EG, they've got everything in their hands. And chat, I want to see what your hands are typing on your keyboard when you put in these votes. Will it be hashtag EG for Evil Geniuses, will they win? Or will it be hashtag GLD for Guild Esports? I am going to go first for my prediction, Cole. Go
on.
I think, to me, Evil Geniuses are the better team. I think that Guild, they're having an awesome time of it. They have looked brilliant with CRR. Gregor made a great point that I'm not going to disagree with, where he said CRR is the best player that Guild has ever had. And I can't disagree with that. They look great. But Evil Geniuses, it's their time to bring themselves into a major where they just missed out previously in fall. I hope they can do it. I really want them to impress on an international stage. So for me, it is Evil Geniuses.
Well, I am going to say the same thing as well. I think due to the strength mainly of Catalysm, he is their star player and the one that we will be looking out for the most. I think that they are going to want to exorcise those demons from fall. They'll still be there. They had the chance to beat Semper and make it to the full major, but they could not quite do that. But yeah, I think that's about fair. I think that I would say 6 out of 10 times Evil Geniuses would take this one. But, you know, this isn't 6 out of 10 times. This is 1 out of 1 time, Stumpy. They have to do it right now. They have to do it when it matters. And Evil Geniuses, they have their own fate in their own hands. But Guild, the team that want to play spoiler, this is where they start to do so.
I'm on the chaos bracket with Johnny in my heart, with Guild winning this, trying to just mess everybody up and playing that spoiler role. However, Evil Geniuses to me look like the better team, and chat, they do tend to agree with us a good few times. Nice to see Guild though back at this level. CRR, what a difference maker he has been.
Yeah, he's been absolutely incredible. Guild look better than ever. This is the team that until recently couldn't qualify for these events. And then in the last one, I believe they qualified in their 4th series, and then this time they qualified in 3. So getting stronger and stronger, slightly below that top 16. But now this is where they really want to be, on the biggest stage of all, the RLCS in EU. Maybe a chance of sneaking into the major, but more likely just here to try and ruin some other people's day. Can they ruin Evil Genius's day? I'd say they look quick already. Guild look fast.
Yeah, Guild are already on the offensive, and Demo opening up that scoring in 40 seconds. And that isn't just good news for Guild fans, it is good news for Endpoint fans as well. Typically, they've been butting heads, but now Endpoint need Guild to win. If they do, then Endpoint just need to win their series, and they are major bound. So that goal must have erupted the blue offices over at Endpoint HQ.
I mean, as Johnny said on the pre-show, as that one almost sneaks in from Rizex, Evil Geniuses remind us how dangerous they can be. Every single team is going to be watching these games. They'll be hoping that one team or another wins. And as you mentioned, Stumpy, in this case, it's Endpoint rooting for Guild, which, you know, these two have had some battles down the years themselves, so it's pretty rare that that's the case. So they'll be happy with how this first game has gone so far, and it's a really good start for Guild. You can see why in these qualifiers, and even, you know, when they get to the big stage, why they're suddenly seeming so dangerous.
Yeah, CRR, the fact he rocketed that past Central and Devo was already waiting. I love that ambition. I love the idea from him to be able to do that and moving up so confidently. It's something we saw from Devo back in the day, and he's been doing less so as we've seen him move on through the tournament. But great block away from Catalysm. Ivan to follow up. Now Catalysm in the midfield, going for the 1v1. CRR falling back behind his second defender. Great idea, because then he can just receive that flick.
I mean, I'm loving the confidence already that Guild are playing with. They are pre-jumping everything. They're trying to outpace Evil Geniuses, and so far it's being very effective as well. You can see that they just seem to have the read on their opponents. They're matching everything, and Nolly, he is just so involved. The amount of double touches he's got, although he has lost control of the ball there, Ivan has a chance to get a flip reset. CRR has missed it, but Catalysm wasn't expecting it. Has to just completely reverse to let Rizex in, and it remains 1-0 Guild.
Not something you want to be seeing on the offensive side, lining up to take turns like it's a penalty shootout. However, that's exactly what Evil Geniuses just put up against the Guild defense. And Guild versus Evil Geniuses has historically gone the way of EG every single time, slash, back in German Amigos days. Guild are yet to beat them. So far, they have gone unbeaten versus Guild. Evil Geniuses do not want that to change now. With the zero boost air, Jubal Catalysm does put pressure on the net. With boost steals coming in too, the weakened defenses, the wall starts to crumble for Guild, but are they able to push them back?
Evil Geniuses are slightly more controlled as a team, and they're just starting to wrestle the control for themselves and manipulate this ball where they want it to go. Guild's defense is starting to stretch as CRR goes up for a 50-50 challenge with Rizex 45. It's good play though from Guild. Managed to survive the first foray forwards from Evil Geniuses. Look at how they turn defense into attack right there. Here's Catalysm, another flip reset, but there was a backflip before the finish would have been made.
What I love about that idea is that Catalysm faked going for the pass initially and then dips under it to get the flip reset and then goes for the pass secondary anyway. It just draws the defenders away, and Guild dealt with it magnificently, but that idea and that ingenuity may well be the difference maker. With 90 seconds left though, Guild, they are looking good.
Oh, that was an ugly touch from Nolly. He reversed for it, and I'm not sure that his hit into the center did too much good for Guild. It was defended there. That's a lot of good for Guild, though, from that flip reset. Devo's following up, but it's all from the flip reset from Nolly.
We always looked at him to be that mechanical maestro, and he does so again. The double commit with Rizex following up behind Catalysm makes it an easier target for Devo to score. That's his second goal. And Guild, with those two, with only a minute 20 left, they're looking good to win game number 1.
Yeah, 2-0 up and good for it as well. Not been too many signs of danger from Evil Geniuses, although they have had 7 shots. My maths deserted me for a second there. Just like Devo's touch almost deserted him, but it ends up absolutely perfect. It's going to be 3-0, and it's going to be game 1 to Guild.
What a good-looking Guild we're seeing today, where I'm going to be honest, I didn't really anticipate them to look this great. But Nolly, he's got a fully open net to just tap that ball in off. CRR does technically pass it along, but he had the idea to go for the long shot. That's 3 for Guild. Evil Geniuses looking quite flat.
They do. It looks like the pressure is just starting to get to them. I mean, they've been here before, like I said, at the top of it. They had one more series to win to make it in full, and they couldn't do it. And they need to do a lot more than win one series here today and going into tomorrow as well from this lower bracket. Oh, I thought that was in there from Devo, who's really seemed to be having a lot of fun getting on the end of his more mechanical teammates' touches. He is the man that they want to be there, and he is the man that is there. And then defense, when you got CRR, who's just so comfortable coming off his own backboard, they're looking like a pretty good unit right now, Guild.
Yeah, I mean, working around each other so nicely, and Greg, in saying that CRR is the best player Guild has ever had is something that I think is a massive claim, considering that we would once put Guild with 2/3 of their current roster at the top of Europe is huge. That defense again from CRR coming in clutch, and again with the sidewall save. Double shots, double saves, still 3 goals separating these two teams. Finally, Rizex shoots top corner, but burning off that time on the clock was vital.
It was vital for this first game, but I'd say for the series, as far as EG go, that goal is vital for them as well, because I said about a minute and a half ago that EG haven't been doing too much. I've had a few shots, but not really made Guild look like they were going to concede in any second. The last 20 seconds or so, that changed. Guild looked like they were living a charmed life, and the fact that Rizex has broken the deadlock for Evil Geniuses, it'll give them a sigh of relief as they go into the second game.
That's one step of many for Guild on their way to LA. It's a long way from London, as I'm sure we are all aware. Cole, how many steps?
786,003.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is step number 1. Let's keep step count going. Guild with a 3-1 victory as well. Couple of goals in it, and CRR, despite getting no goals, sitting top of the table with points. He was instrumental everywhere on the pitch.
Yeah, involved in absolutely everything. I mean, he did have a goal stolen there by Nolly, which gave him one of his assists. But I mean, that just shows the good vibes in the Guild team, you know? It seems like a silly thing, but if you think about when you're playing ranked with your mates, if your mate's in a bad mood, you don't steal their goal. If they're having fun, you steal it, right? That blends down, that bubbles down all the way to our level. So the fact that they're doing that, they are clearly enjoying themselves. And Guild are starting to turn into a team that others are going to fear again.
You'd hope so for them, considering the caliber of player that Guild have put forward historically, and as I said, near the top in Europe when we said they're going to be challenging BDS for that #1 spot, and then just the most rapid drop-off we have ever seen in Rocket League. I'm excited to see their journey back, and this may well be one of the many steps on that journey. EG, they're currently standing in the way of them, however. Going down by 1 game, it's not the end of the world if they lose this series. It just means that no longer will they be the ones in control. They will no longer be at the helm of their ship.
Good start for Guild, that 3-1 victory. EG are going to come forward in a big way, though, as Catalysm puts that one to the backboard. It's so nearly in. I mean, he's such a dangerous player, Catalysm. He didn't get too many chances to show it in that first game, but he's getting involved now. Looking more and more dangerous as time goes on as he goes to the ceiling, beats Nolly, can't quite get that second touch, but Ivan's coming in, but charged down by Devo, and that's what you want to see from the old master, and it makes up a chance for Guild to make some sort of counter-attack. It's not quite gone in, but a few dangerous moments for both teams in the first minute or so.
Devo to the sky, challenges versus Rizex, who can tap it into the corner where Nolly is already lurking and waiting. Tries to go for that air dribble, isn't able to, and Catalysm around the side of 1, picks up the 100 boost, sees Rizex central, who goes for the bump. CRR, though, fends off 2 attackers.
Nolly's going to try and keep the attack going. Keep the defense going for Guild, but Catalysm is keeping the attack going for Evil Geniuses as Ivan steams into the ceiling. A good pass there for Rizex. Clever play from Evil Geniuses. Still defended by Guild. Evil Geniuses took a little while to get going in this series, but towards the end of that first game, they really made things happen. That's where we find ourselves in game number 2 on Forbidden Temple. Rizex to the corner, going to leave that one for Ivan. To the backboard he goes, but Devo charges it away yet again.
Catalysm slowing that ball down. Nolly, though, removes him for that sin. Nolly to tap over the crossbar as well. Sets up Devo, who just shoots high.
Catalysm's going to boom that one away as far as he can. I thought for a second that there was going to be a huge 50-50 coming in from, I think it was Devo, who was just watching that clearance come. But instead decided just to wait, just to let Evil Geniuses play out a little bit so they can build up some boost, retreat to their barracks, and then come back much stronger. And when this man is on the ball, CRR with that boost, that is where they have peak strength. Good pass, attempt there from Nolly. But Devo shows his wisdom and turns it down. I feel Stumpy like Guild's just starting to get back into the second game now after a slow start.
Yeah, I think they're starting to stretch the defense of EG quite thin, where Ivan there, not an issue by any means, but look, Rizex rushes onto the ball, and a few chances where you'd see somebody from EG slow down, take the touch. Guild are instantly challenging, but Ivan round the side of 2 changes the fate. Devo gets dunked, and Catalysm removed from the pitch for it with CRR back corner, 100 boostable, flies to Devo. CRR meets it mid-air, but Catalysm with a miraculous interception.
An absolutely massive demo earlier on, and it almost led to that redirect. We saw a beautiful redirect at the top of the show from yesterday's plays of the day. Not quite able to happen again, nor was that hit off the backboard from Nolly, but he's getting a lot of clean touches. I feel like Evil Geniuses need to be a bit less pragmatic in defense and a bit more aggressive and attacking and try and take the fight to Guild, because they are getting way too many clear touches for my liking.
With 1 minute 50 left, Evil Geniuses have held off the offense from Guild so far, with very few chances of their own as well. They've had 3 shots in total, somehow more than Guild actually, but the midfield pressure certainly falling the way of that organization that we've looked at previously. Devo, center to nobody though, and Rizex onto the backboard, just stretching, desperately trying to get the ball away.
That's the second time we've seen a beautiful infield pass from Guild, just pull a little bit behind, and when you're not taking those chances and moving that second man forward eventually, it can backfire. Evil Genius is trying to make that the case. Still not quite scored it. How does this one remain 0-0?
There were chances there. I think Catalysm shied away from it, maybe got the call from his teammate, but I think Catalysm maybe could have scored there. Maybe the boost just didn't fall his way. A minute left, though, sees Guild wanting to push as much as they have been for the first, quite frankly, 3.5 minutes of this game.
It's going to be a question of who takes that first risk. We have seen some beautiful Guild infield passes, but Evil Geniuses, more of a slow, considered approach. They want that boost, they want that ball, they want to go solo. As Ivan has to dodge a nollie bump and a demo, Rizex is on hand in the goal line. Guild coming forward now, trying to make this their moment, but one pass out from Evil Geniuses give them a chance as well, and the save can't be made.
Rizex manages to sneak it past that back line as Ivan sends it to him. Unmarked, unfound, unchallenged, and an unrivaled shot. EG with a goal. 36 seconds remaining. That lead, that's going to mean that they don't have to worry about the reverse sweep in these early Saturday's best of fives.
Catalysm's going to put that one forward, trying to keep the pressure on Guild, but CRR does have a clean hit, really well read by Catalysm. Can he get a touch here as well? Not quite. Nolly comes in. Guild just burning their boost right now, not able to do too much with the actual ball, especially when Evil Geniuses are beating them for pace in their own half. This is not what they want to see. Great play, though, from Evil Geniuses. Ziva tries to take control of the situation, but Rizex is up so quickly. Ivan just waiting. Every Guild touch is falling to a blue player. Eventually, surely something's going to give. It's going to be 2-0 at the end of the game. Is it not quite here? Nolly tries to keep it up, but surely Evil Geniuses can kill it. Ivan puts it towards the Guild's shot tank, though. An interesting touch.
Yeah, very brave to send that high. CRR still keeps it high off the save too, but with Rizex
There we go.
faking it or touching it, that ball was hitting the floor before a single orange body would be able to stop it. Evil Geniuses, game number 2 on Forbidden Temple, with only a 1-0 victory though, with a goal that came late. The shots, they racked up so much at the end as well, where they finish on 10 in total for EG after what to me felt like a really strong Guild push time and time again, but potentially Evil Geniuses just holding them at that midfield and shutting down threats before they were registered.
Yeah, I mean, it was much better defending from Evil Geniuses after that first couple of minutes, when I do think they were sitting back a little bit far. I have been impressed with Guild. I've been particularly impressed with Nolly, I think. I think he's looking like his old self. He's fast, he's speedy, he's wanting to take control of the situation. My only critique for them is that we had those two infield passes that were really good. You know, I can see why Guild turned them down because it was a risk, but I think against Evil Geniuses, when they're defending as deeply as they were at the first half of that game in particular, you have to take that risk at some point. They lost their initiative. Eventually, Evil Geniuses wore them down, but it was a definite chance for Guild.
Yeah, for sure. And this is going to be a chance for either of these teams to secure the second game in the series for themselves in game number 3. 1 apiece currently, 2 more. The winner moves through the bracket, and they have the honor of playing one of the losers from our upper semi-finals. So Catalysm starting off with a bit of possession, 50s at midfield, but the ball falling so nicely to Devo, something that we saw a lot happening from Semper yesterday that Guild managed to shut down beautifully, was those opportunities to go for the 50s, where Archie had them fall time and time again in favor of his teammates. So maybe Guild learning by osmosis in that regard.
You're always watching, always studying a team like Guild. Nolly up to the skies, but it's just going to fall towards Catalysm. Good touch into the corner there. A little bit risky. Devo's steaming in, but Ivan just about does enough to put him off, and now Catalysm can be the bully. He can really try and take control. I mean, we haven't seen it too much in this series, Stumpy, but Catalysm is Evil Genius's biggest weapon when he does have that control of the ball.
Yeah, I think he is, where Catalysm, he's got a good head on his shoulders, I think we can say, where he seems to be quite level-headed in a lot of situations where maybe Ivan and Rizex are a bit more erratic and they'll start then chasing the ball. Catalysm has a bit more, I'm not going to say maturity about him, but a bit more well-thought, put-togetherness. He's a thinking man, as we were very happy to be able to chat to him previously. I think it was part of the grid back in the day.
Good overtime, mate. Good times.
Yeah, good overtime. Wonderful time. I've been impressed, as you said earlier, Cole, with Nolly. A minute ago, when you were talking about Catalysm, he was just flying around the pitch, looking so confident with the ball and just being able to recover in such pretty ways. I think to me shows that he doesn't feel clunky today. He doesn't feel like he's not being able to play at his best. And that's something that we've wanted to see from Nolly for a very long time.
Yeah, well, a player like the one on the ball right now, he is going to elevate everybody else around him on the pitch. CRR has brought so much, and now that's the confidence that it gives to Nolly. As he goes to another one of these double taps, it doesn't quite work out, but look at the pressure that it brings. Catalysm charging forward through the fire and the flame to try and get a touch on the ball. Has got almost no boost. 2 Guild players charge him down. Ivan can't connect. CRR's there. It's a little bit off, all the defense and the attack, but it's no goal.
There were opportunities, though. Guild want to have one final one they can put away, but Rizek's flicking high is going to shut down that phase of play halfway through the game. Chance for CRR to get the long clear. Instead, it falls to Devo after that whiff. You have to think in that situation, though, Guild, get the goal.
Yeah, it's not the first time I've thought that this series either. Catalysm going to try and do the opposite for Evil Geniuses. Ivan wants to challenge Devo, but leaves him to it. So what can Devo do? Does he have enough boost to play with the ball? Not really, but he can just about ping it to CRR, who is on a slight pre-jump and then wanted to do something with it. A little bit of back and forth right now. Things have slowed down a little bit. I think they're all trying to play solo, but nobody's quite connecting with their attempts.
Chance for Catalysm to play as a doubles team, and it works out. Ivan slotting that ball bottom right.
Devo's clearance was just towards Catalysm. We talked about his maturity, his ability to think things through, and he thought where Devo is putting this one was in that corner, and then he thought the perfect play would be the assist. Great play there from EG, who take the lead.
It's a great shout, though, to say about that they were going for those solo plays time and time again, just to lure a defender or two out, and in the end, it comes down to the doubles play actually being the difference maker. Ivan wants to try and connect as much as he can off that backboard as well, but look at this 3-man press from Guild. Devo, though, lets the ball roll a little bit too far, and so the pressure is relinquished.
Ivan puts it high. Nolly's there, the great touch to the ceiling. Devo's coming in, he can't quite get a read, but he puts it on a plate for CRR.
It's
so
open.
Catalysm reads it. Ivan, he tries to just dodge past the ball and then fake it out. A lot of thoughts going through that man's mind right there as he tried to manipulate himself a chance.
He had no boost, unfortunately, so couldn't quite wrap himself around it. But Guild leaving that back end open is a worrying look for the future. They can't keep doing it because EG, they're going to have boost one of those times.
This is how series can go when one team is slightly more experienced, slightly more highly regarded, where Guild can surprise their opponents. Maybe when their opponents have control of things, they can just see away these 1-0s. There was a 1-0 in the last game as well, don't forget.
No boost again for EG with about 50 between them. Guild were on about 300, and yet the press continuing from Evil Geniuses means that Guild weren't able to work their way out of their own half. Just brilliant movement.
Yeah, I mean, EG, they do not have boost control. That is one aspect of control that they do not have. This is a pure defensive performance, challenging Guild to keep coming onto them, saying, we'll just boom the ball away. It's fine by us. 30 seconds left. We can do this all day, lads. Question is, are they correct? CRR tries to fake out Ivan, and it falls to Nolly. How desperate will he be just to have one more chance in the last 20 seconds? This one may be going the way of EG, but that is a huge assist. CRR's coming in, but what a save from Catalysm! From the backboard, he falls on the ball, and Guild unbelievably remain 1-0 down.
10 seconds left. That was maybe their only chance, as EG want to keep it in the orange side of the pitch with Nolly to Devo. CRR can nearly tap it on. 0.1 of a second, though. The ball bounces. It stays up. It's centered. Rizek's, though, with a nose to it. Flies it to Catalysm. CRR, though, 30 boosts on this backboard. Is able to keep it high. Falls nicely to Nolly. Finds CRR. Now Devo, look at him just lurk, waiting for the ball to land in a nice position. Doesn't, however, as EG secure game number 3, and they go 2-1 up in the series.
They are so close to guaranteeing their place in the top 6. Evil Geniuses, just one more game away from surviving in this split and getting past the first hurdle they need to make it to that major. But I'll tell you what, Stumpy, they need to practice their drop shot, because there's been twice when they've been 1-0 up. Beautiful game management to take it to 0 seconds. And then instead of slamming the ball downwards or faking it, they've just hit it to where a lingering Guild player was waiting for it. So keep an eye out on those 0-second moments. But apart from that, it's beautiful game management from Evil Geniuses.
Oh, that save that came in, though, from Catalysm on the goal line, just to block it out with 15 seconds left, and just holding that line and picking the spot and throwing your car at it, meaning that that goal didn't find its way in, it's a brave move. It worked out incredibly well, and Catalysm, the savior of that game. Game number 3, though, over on Utopia, is going to have EG fighting to work their way into just further through this bracket and further through the position that may well secure them a major spot.
It's game number 4, mate. There's been 4 of them. It's going so quick. The Rocket League is so good. I know, it's crazy. Potentially in this best of 5 going all the way. If Guild can win this one, and they are coming out of here with fire and brimstone, going for the demos and trying to get some of that game 1 pace, which does seem to have slowed down a little bit in the last couple.
The aggression from Guild started to build up towards the middle and the end of that previous series, but EG were able to keep the goal out. If they do keep getting demoed, a CRR gets a bit of boost and flies straight at the net of Evil Geniuses, that's what they're going to be having to defend against nicely. And it's a really hard position to find yourself in too.
That is such a shame. CRR, his first touch, pinging it up for himself, then forcing a pinch off the ceiling. Such clever play, and as I'm talking about him, he gets demoed, and then Nolly avenges his teammate.
Oh my God, Nolly.
He's now flying in. Then there's a double commit from CRR and Devo. Everything's just gone a little bit scrappy for a second. Which one of these teams is going to be the first one to just really wrestle back this control? Is it going to be Nolly? He goes over the top. Rizix is there. Great clearance from him. Good pace as well from him.
The thing is, something about taking that boost control means that you can be a little bit more free with it. You can then use 50 to try and demo your opponent. If you have that control, it makes it so much harder for your opponents to get out of the way. And it means that they've got another threat to worry about. It's not just about the aerial game. It's about not feeling safe on the ground.
Someone's going to go high. Rizix up in the air early again. But Nolly, I feel like we've seen a few challenges between those two in the sky. Really an ego thing. Who's going to be the first to this ball? Either letting the other one win that particular race. But Evil Geniuses are winning the battle for positioning right now as Rizix goes to the backboard. Devo can't do anything with it. That would have been so risky had he got a touch. And in the end, a smart decision to leave it.
Ivan up in the midfield, though, with no players on the blue side committing. It leaves it to Rizix with 100 boost, though. Sends it far with CRR on the backboard. He's going to be able to save that one away. You're not going to be giving up too many of those backboard plays, but I like the fact that the attacking player just stayed low in case CRR on those rare times does miss. With Devo shooting high this time. Athleticism can clear it on the left-hand wing. Gets it past 2 players, though. CRR makes it fall dangerously midfield. And it seems to be the ball just flying around a little bit erratically in this pitch at the moment as Guild want to hold on to this series. Great demo from Ivan on Nolly. Opens up that backside.
Oh, Rizix is trying to beat CRR in the race, but CRR was there. Good play from Evil Genius is trying to turn this screw, trying to win this series, trying to sneak it in the net. And Ivan somehow manages it.
Unbelievable. The way that Ivan just slows down and lets, I think, Devo fly past that ball, making him look like a numpty. Brilliant play, squeezes it in bottom left corner. Ivan, the lead for Evil Geniuses and potentially a game-winning lead.
You have to be a pretty good player to numptify Devo. Not easily done. But Devo is going to try and keep coming. It was a shot from him there. But look at the save. Look at the clearance. Look how it sends Guild back. All their boost, all their territory was worth nothing. Good pinch there. Catalysm under. It's the backboard he goes and chases it well as well. Nolly's reading him. Nolly in the air is still, I'd say, Guild's best outlet. He's just looking for that clean touch.
Yeah. And tell you what I love about looking at Nolly in this is he's gone for that Cuxit pinch a few times, and that one was on target and was at speed. If EG have to be worried that Nolly's been practicing them and that he can get a Cuxit pinch on target, they're not going to be able to send any player as far up as they want to. It nullifies them on offense with the way that Nolly is able to shoot. I love that idea. It's so smart. It's so 400 IQ to go for them consistently and just threaten that could come at any moment.
We are on the cusp of 3 1-0 victories in a row for Evil Geniuses. Shogun, if you're out there watching, mate, it's such a shame for that first game that Guild won because it would have been your dream series happening in the RLCS, the 1-0-1-0-1-0, but that dream is dead. Guild hoping their chances in this series are not dead, but they have to equalize and get their first goal in 15 or so minutes of Rocket League as well. They have been completely made toothless by this Evil Genius's defense. One goal could change that though. CRR of the redirect, he tries to put it over the top of Ivan and Catalysm, but they just watch it go above.
Yeah, nice idea from CRR just to wait upfield a little bit. Ivan has to touch that one back to Catalysm, uses a lot of boost. Does manage to work around the side of Nolly, however. That pinch errantly flies towards the orange goal. Devo gets the post pinch away this time. 30 seconds remain. Evil Geniuses, they may well be the benefactors of some defensive errors.
Ollie is charging into Rizek's 25 seconds left until Evil Geniuses keep their major hopes alive. Can they put the cherry on top now? Catalysm versus CRR, it's saved to the side. Devo around the corner, desperate for a goal, but Rizex is coming in. Just look at the pressure the Evil Geniuses are putting on Guild. A double commit, though, could open things up, depending on this touch, though, from Rizex, but it's too good. Evil Geniuses see it away.
I like seeing that player cam as well, with the 3 players in the EG HQ hanging out together, leaning over, getting those fist bumps, and knowing that this series is done. Evil Geniuses, that is one pavement stone on the way to Golden Lands in LA. That is a really good move for them. They had a chance of making it in 7th to 8th. There was the opportunity that they wouldn't need to win this series necessarily, but working through into that top 8 and looking brilliant as well, that is going to give them confidence going through this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, credit to Guild, they played very well indeed. This is a team that is back, and I'm sure in the next split, which is when we'll never be seeing them, they will indeed be looking very good. But Evil Geniuses, they keep things alive. They're making sure that the major qualifiers are going right to the wire today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Endpoint fans, though. They wanted that Guild win, make it a little bit easier for them, but it's never easy being an Endpoint fan. That match is still obviously yet to come. Evil Geniuses working through to the lower quarterfinals, and it's those scenarios of having your major in your hands and knowing if we do well here, this may well be it. Some teams will crumble under that pressure. Evil Geniuses, though, they look far from it. Guild were a very, very worthy adversary. They looked like they were able to potentially take EG down, but not today. This was a time where EG reigned supreme.
Well, we've talked a lot about Endpoint, and their attempt is up next. They're facing Luminosity Gaming in the upper bracket. Who's going to come out on top?
You're making thoughts peering into the soft blue light. This unfamiliar glare, it blocks me out, I'm blinded. Inspired my efforts to keep you satisfied. I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up,
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. This is the Copa de Rocket League. I'm Leaf. Alongside me, we got Gregan, we got Corelli, and Mr. Isaac at Turtle down at the other end there. We got a few matches to recap here before we get into our next matches in the upper bracket. So let's get to business and start doing this. We have to start off with that first match we saw, Karmine Corp versus Team Queso. Turtle, it was pretty tight.
Ooh, it was tight. It was sloppy too. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty sloppy. It looked a bit weird on the field. It started out with a huge Team Queso lead, winning the first two games. A lot of times in the transitions, it felt like it was just superior with those big clears. Somebody was always downfield. But then slowly, and it started with this goal from Astral where he got the flip reset pass. It was lovely. Everybody liked seeing it. Okay, but where was the defense? It just started slipping up at the end. It seemed like K-Corp, they had all the momentum. They were going through, they were getting demos, fighting fire with fire, figured things out, and then game 5, everything crashed.
Yeah, went back and watched some of the goals going in, and honestly, if K-Corp just don't jump at things they just have no chance of getting, they would win so much more. They just throw themselves about at stuff they've got no hope of getting.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and say that I felt the same way. I felt like they were very eager to move down the field and maybe too eager at times, and you could see Queso really punish them for that. So it's a very close series though from K-Corp. They absolutely could have come out on top there.
As a result, they move onward and forward in their journey in the lower bracket there, Team Queso does. We have talked about that next match we just saw as Evil Geniuses managed to move on here, Corelli, as they take down Guild.
Yeah, and an interesting series because I think that Guild started off quite well. It was a hot start for Guild, and I think that people were starting to think about how Guild performed in the previous regional as well. They had a deep run for coming out of qualifiers and everything. So for Guild though, it really started to flatline, and EG, I think realistically, I think EG just started to wake up a little bit more. They were able to execute a lot more. You could see a lot of physical play coming out for them here in these replays, demos. And so for EG, this is a very well-earned win and a very crucial win for their major hopes.
Yeah, just watching in the last 3 games there, Guild didn't put a single goal on. And at the end of the day, it comes down to the execution, like you said. Whenever Guild were in a position where they could score or could break down a few extra players or could get that bump or whatever it was, they just were missing out on those opportunities. And that's the key for these guys. Playing in high-pressure situations in the top of RLCS, they need to get used to executing the things they can do in scrims, in practice, in high level. And we're finally seeing that out of Evil Geniuses consistently at the top level.
And Evil Geniuses move on. Let's take a look at that bracket just to get you guys visually caught up here. We'll be moving on to those best of 7s in the uppers in a moment here. But you're my Gibbs today here, Gregan. So I'm just wondering if you can update us on what it's looking like scenario-wise, because there's still some spots open here.
Yeah, so sometimes when we listen to Gibbs explaining scenarios, it goes over our head because he's too smart for us all. So I'm going to try and simplify it for you all. There are 3 teams we want to focus on here. Evil Geniuses, Luminosity, and Endpoint. They're the 3 teams who are going to try and take those final 2 spots. The only other team that can take it is 00 Nation. They are still in the tournament, but they need to win the whole event and have some results go in their favor. So the big game now to look at is going to be Luminosity versus Endpoint, because the winner of that puts themselves in a very favorable position, especially for Luminosity after gain a lot of points. And then down in that lower bracket, we've got Evil Geniuses, who if they make a solid run and make it to top 4, top 3, and either Endpoint or Luminosity go out straight away after dropping from the semifinals, the upper semifinals, then they're also in a very good spot. Dignitas and Queso, we don't need to worry about them, but they are the scary teams you're going to have to face throughout this bracket, because they're the ones who can beat everyone in this bracket and will be sending people home and taking away their chance to make the major.
And they're sandwiching it. Whether you're an upper or lower there, you got a hard team to face. But we'll get Dig and 00 Nation later. Right now, we have Luminosity versus Endpoint in a very, very important match for both of these teams. As we mentioned, those spots tightening up here. Turtle, Luminosity comes into this, though, off a pretty stellar group stage, even taking down BDS.
Yeah, and that's a huge win. It happened in a game 5. And I believe it was also a reverse sweep against BDS, which is incredible because to do that against BDS is, that just a win in general is already a big feat. But then to get the reverse sweep against them proves that these guys have the mental strength to keep fighting. So Endpoint, even if they go up the first 2 games, you've still got to be cautious here, Leaf.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be a lot of nerves on the line, too, mentally. Again, both teams knowing that only a few spots left, and this win is going to be huge in their chances for success in grabbing those spots. So we have to ask chat what they're feeling about this one. I'm curious which way they think it's going to go. Again, Luminosity coming off a good win there, but Endpoint, also one of those solid teams in the European region. Hashtag N or hashtag LG in the chat to let us know your thoughts. Who's going to take this one? And I want to grab the analyst thoughts on this one as well. Again, Luminosity coming in strong, but does that matter here on game day? I'm going to start off with Gregan on this one and go down the line here. Endpoint or Luminosity? Who do you think's taking this one, staying alive in the upper bracket?
So this is a tough one because when we talk about playing under pressure, this is the most pressure game they're going to have because they know that they basically make it. I think Endpoint guarantee make it to the major if they win this game. Luminosity are likely to make it, put themselves in a good spot to make it. So this is a lot of pressure on them. And I think in this high pressure moment, I think you've got to back the team like Endpoint who are on that boot camp, who've got the experience being here before. I've just got this feeling though, this whole event that Luminosity are going to just go on this wonderful run and make the major.
So?
And I've been thinking that the whole time. And so I've just got to go with my gut feeling. My brain's telling me Endpoint. My heart's going Luminosity are going to make the run of their lives. So I'm going Luminosity.
All right, Luminosity on the board. What's a smile for there, Corelli?
I thought he was going to go Endpoint, honestly.
Okay.
I'm going
Logically,
with Luminosity as well. I love they beat BDS twice in groups.
What?
I'm with Luminosity. I have the same feeling. I'm with Greg, and I'm glad that he said it so I don't look as crazy, but I have that same exact feeling. I'm going with Luminosity.
I'm all for believing in your heart, okay? But your heart lies to you sometimes, all right? It lies to you, and I know this, okay? So I'm going with the big brain play. I think Endpoint, you literally said it exactly the way I was going to, Gregan. They've got the cool, calm attitude under pressure. They're going to take a timeout. They're going to start stretching, and then they're going to come back, and it's going to be even better. So I believe in Endpoint. I'm going Endpoint.
I understand using the heart. Honestly, I really do. I feel the vibe on that Luminosity pick, but I can't go against Seiko right now. I really can't. It's one of the strongest players in the world, and I got to stick with Endpoint on this one. So, Turtle, I'm gonna be in agreement with you. This team has proven in the past to be solid, and I think when it comes down to it, they got that mental fortitude to hold strong. Chat, indecisive right now as we're almost 50% on the team. This is a big match for both of these. So let's head over where Shogun and Johnny Boy are waiting at the top 5 spots, start to narrow down for the Winter Major. Both Endpoint and Luminosity have an important match ahead of them. Let's find out who stays alive in the upper bracket and keeps that second life.
Absolutely huge is an apt way to describe this. Both these teams well in the running to try and get themselves one of those top spots. However, you need to get through the other one in order to do it. Johnny, Luminosity have finally found themselves in the upper bracket, but they've got themselves a tough task ahead.
Yeah, this is a great chance for them to prove that they are one of the top teams in EU. Everybody's been thinking that this team looks pretty good on paper, but the draw just wasn't that good for them in the first 2 events. They kept on losing to BDS. Well, they've had their revenge against BDS. Now they've got to go extremely deep in this event. Endpoint also having a much trickier split than they did the first time around. Who's going to show up on the day? The pressure is at climax here. Luminosity have to keep up their insane run of form that they've already got this event.
Reminder as well, winning this is guaranteed at least 3rd place. You put themselves into that upper bracket final. Means that the worst you can do is lose in the lower bracket final. There's a hefty chunk of points on the line. You're skipping the queue for an awful lot of lower bracket rounds. So who can take it? As always as well, best of 7 means that we have got our eventual timeouts. We know how good Endpoint are at using those. Luminosity, however, less so. More of an unknown as to how they will react. We do see Atomic Shot. Nothing really all that troubling for a lating wave. This is where Luminosity want to keep this game. Do not want that ball bouncing easily to Seiko either. Had a very good battle between Seiko and Archie yesterday, but Seiko just seems like when the pressure is on, it doesn't phase him. He plays game 1 the same way as he plays game 7.
Yeah, Seiko's been absolutely one of the best players in the world this season. That's Very nice bump by Ixo. He's going to take the ball off of Endpoint. And so far, it's been mostly Luminosity posturing aggressively, but you got to look out for the counterattacks with Endpoint. Seiko, one of the most dangerous players, at taking the ball one end of the field to the other with an air dribble. Always going to have a reset. Minimum one. Maybe we'll get another double from him. Here he is, Seiko. Double off the ceiling. Top corner shot. What an opening for the French Wonder Kid.
Well, no wonder why everyone's talking about him. There is no such thing as a one tournament wonder when it comes to Seiko. He made his mark, and he has continued to do the exact same thing over and over again, no matter who he is up against. It's just amazing play after amazing play. And a bit of a warning shot as well for Luminosity. They look to try and counter, get their own goal back nice and quick. For me here, though, the player to watch is going to be Metanaris over on Endpoint, because if there is somebody there that is going to be a little bit more static and a little bit more open to just being bumped and wiped off the play, Metza is that player. So if Luminosity can start to target him, that might be an option, as they've actually targeted Atomic. And there's been so much respect. That's just what you do. Leave Atomic downfield and let him being in the air just cause some chaos.
Yeah, Atomic's been phenomenal in this roster. I think having Tox backing him up has given him so much confidence to advance, whereas in other rosters we've seen this guy play in, he's having to be a bit more defensive. He's having to think twice about moving forward a lot of the time. Tox, such a solid third to have behind you. Rarely mispositioning. Atomic now with the double tap is saved on the goal line by Relay Wave. Don't think he knew much about that one, but great positioning by Wave. Keep this at 1-0.
Literally anywhere else, and that's it. And that is something that will definitely stick with you after you've taken the shot. But Luminosity doing very well at maintaining this sort of control, but Endpoint, they don't really make all that many mistakes here. Over off the backboard. Metza tries to find the clear, but Ixo's landing not helping him out too much. Endpoint still up against the pressure, but that's the sort of clear they want to get, and that's the player that they want doing it.
They was trying to get the ball towards Seiko, just offload in his direction. That wasn't far off from another double tap attempt. This time off the back wall from Seiko, got away from him slightly. Here he is again, always finding space, always finding an angle to lurk downfield, make himself a passing option. Endpoint really bring the absolute best out of him. Wave and Metza always able to supply him with the perfect passes. Ixo now letting Tox come through. Seiko shuts down that play on the back wall, transitions all the way himself. As we get towards the final minute now, LG have had the majority of the territory to work with. Endpoint keeping everybody except Atomic shots to a bare minimum. It's Atomic with 7 shots. Now make it 8. It's only 1 for Ixo, none for Tox. It's really just been Atomic who's getting the opportunities for LG this game.
And I still just want to remind everybody as well about that shot that we saw that Relating Wave was somehow just in the right position for. As we head into the final 50 seconds, that save becomes more and more relevant. Relating Wave being bullied by Atomic, who misses the shot. Couldn't quite juggle enough. And between Relating Wave and the shot itself, just was one step too far for him. But Luminosity look like they belong at this stage at the moment, just can't find the finish of the play.
Yeah, 9 shots now for Atomic. They're still pressing. Got 3 players ready to get into the attack here as Wave misses. That's left the middle wide open. Tox decides to go by himself. He does get a 50-50 in the play. Metza jumps over the attempted bump, clears the ball to halfway, sent back into the middle already, and Ixo trying to keep the attack alive. He's trying to keep this in the middle, but it's difficult for LG to get shots when the ball just keeps running across the box like this.
How comfortable have Endpoint been? 1 real chance, well 2, if we include the one that was off the post, across 5 minutes. That is not much. Endpoint have kept Luminosity very quiet. And it's just that little extra that Endpoint are warning Luminosity they're going to need. That as good as you might be in the neutral game, if you lose a goal to us, no matter where it is, no matter where it's from, you've now got to try and break us down. And you've also got to worry about Seiko loitering in the midfield. I want to discuss this a little bit, which is just the amount of trust that we've seen Seiko display in Relating Wave and Metza, because he just loiters. There is no rush to get back. But if you had 2 players that you are going to trust in that position, those are the 2.
Yeah, he knows that he can make those runs, and he's going to be receiving passes. Of course, it's so frustrating when you're playing Rocket League and you make a great run down the line and your teammate just clears the ball straight down the middle of the pitch, giving it away to the opposition defense. But you don't see that out of Endpoint. They're trying to pass the ball out of defense. They're trying to offload it to Seiko, who's finding space. He's hiding in the back corners. He's getting up on the side wall. you've really got to keep an eye on this guy. Because when he gets these opportunities, he's going to get one in eventually. And it's Seiko's solo play that was the difference in this game. And LG, they just couldn't get their shooting boots on. Atomic, mainly 9 shots, no goals.
Yeah, I'm more disappointed actually they didn't reach 10. It just seemed like it was inevitability by the end of that. But yeah, Luminosity, good possession. If they can get some way of opening up this field, and I can't just say it's as simple as, oh, go and bump this guy or get the infield. Like, that is a defense that Relating Wave and Metza are fully aware of how to deal with. But I would like to see a little bit of more of a mix-up. Maybe Atomic can just like slow down the shots. I mean, 9 is a lot. Obviously, you can take them to just sort of put a player out of position, waste a little bit of boost, but it's not quite working at the moment. As we do take a quick break here, also try and sort out some of the cams. But when you look over at Luminosity, is this a team right now that you're looking at, not just as a potential top 5, but as this team can challenge for championships?
Well, certainly. I think they've got the chance to do that. No team in Europe looks just head and shoulders above everybody else. Well, we've got that top 3 of Queso, BDS, and Dignitas, but Dignitas have lost plenty of group stage matchup this split. Queso this weekend with the same thing. BDS already out, so it's feasible. It's definitely something that we have to consider, the possibility of Luminosity just winning this entire event. But Endpoint, they're getting back to their best here. They started off slow this split, and they're definitely looking like the Endpoint that dominated the first split in Europe, with Seiko scoring so many unbelievable goals, and Metza and Relating Wave just not putting any feet wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Seiko is having a brilliant weekend for himself right now. The shots that we got yesterday on the stream, fantastic. I mean, the double flip reset. This is a player that, and this is something that has, frustrated me for the longest time. If we hear so many players of, this player's great in scrims, but we get them onto the RLCS stage and we don't know if that is the same player anymore. Seiko transitions whatever he does in scrims seamlessly into the highest level of play. And we've now got a player that is utilizing the name value. This may be something that was missing from him initially where, oh, he's doing great things, we didn't expect that. Now players are expecting it. And that is giving teams more reasons to pause. They're sitting further back. They're trying to get to him. And it's opening up options for Endpoint because everyone's got to stop Seiko. You've got to get somebody there. Don't leave him to do what he wants to do. So now that time has gone on and Seiko has just got that reputation to go along with his gameplay, Endpoint can start to cash in on that.
Yeah, everybody knows you've got to challenge Arlie. Any of these super mechanical aerial plays, but especially Seiko. And it speaks to Seiko's worth as a player that he's still, even though everybody's trying to challenge him all the time, he's still able to create space for himself. He's still able to get those opportunities. All about the positioning. And for him, it's all about just having as many options as possible whenever he is making a play. He doesn't just commit on one. He's always got a reset or something else. He's always got the mind game or something else. Either got the double tap or the direct shot.
Do you know what the play is that he's got for me? That really steps him up to that next level is he's got that ceiling double tap. If somebody tries to get there and outpace him, he is so happy to put that off the ceiling and hit it on its way back down. Yeah, you can't just get there first now. It's so much harder than that.
Yeah, it's because he's able to keep control while playing these exchanges. That's great defense by Seiko now. Do see him on the back end of the pitch making plays also. Just keep an eye on the options that he's got available to him at any given time. Ixo trying to catch Endpoint off the goal line. You've got to think that's not going to work against Endpoint of all teams. But at the same time, Ixo wants to keep them guessing, wants to make sure that if they were thinking about stepping everybody forward, moving up that defensive line, no longer the case. S9 misses. Relating Wave will have Atomic shot under control though. Here comes Seiko. Tox is already up, but look at Seiko getting such a high flip of the ball and still somehow almost getting back to it.
And just like that, the transition was going towards Endpoint. Now it becomes a bit more difficult, but we have reached 7 minutes of open play. No goals over for Luminosity, despite their best efforts. Only 1 over for Endpoint, but it was the most important one of this series, quite obviously. Relating Wave, once again, tries to clear. No misplays there from Luminosity. In fact, I was inviting for Ixo. Didn't want to quite go for it, however. Tox to himself. Zero boost means that there's no real follow-up at the moment, but again, Luminosity starting to press into that final third. Just need to make sure that those boost totals are very strong because they can't afford to be caught out on the counterattack. And here it comes yet again. Metza blasts it. Seiko realizes he's got a bit of space. Not a good shot by his own standards, but at least he put it low so Atomic couldn't clear all that solidly.
Yeah, it was definitely awkward for Atomic. He's done well there. He's rushing a little bit here. I'm not sure if that was really Atomic's ball to be going for. You know, it's more of an interesting stat than highlighting the real problem with LG, but 12 shots now for Atomic between these games, still no goals. You're not always supposed to be scoring with every shot. Of course, you can create bad saves, get pressure for your team, shoot, steal a boost. There's lots of reasons to be shooting without really any expectation of scoring. It's again, Atomic making the shot that leads to an Exo boost steal. They are benefiting from these shots, but still no goals, despite 13 now on the board for it.
Might as well just add another one after the fact anyway, as Atomic was trying to find Seiko. Seiko actually misses the in-and-out save. This is good pressure. Shot off the post. Atomic almost found the angle, and now we're on to the other side of the field. Metza off the backboard, but as you said, Johnny, it's going to take something special right now to get Atomic any sort of goal.
Oh no, he's going to shoot again. Okay. He's on 15 shots.
Oh,
no goals.
All right, good back pass.
That would be great if somehow it ended up going in and Atomic gets a credit without even shooting. How ironic. After all the attempted shots he's had. Here comes Seiko again. Atomic is flying right in front of him, just getting as big as possible midair. Try and stop Seiko's air dribble before he gets anywhere near the net. At the moment, kept Seiko a lot quieter than he was in game number 1.
Seiko downfield as always. He does have Metza in support, a 0 boost Metza, but Car was around nonetheless. Flying wave once again back in. Nice to already see that back boost was stolen. Pick up by Seiko. He's got time. Atomic up in the air. He's beat to it. Seiko leaves it for a leading wave. 1-0 and Endpoint are doing everything right.
Seiko is just completely undefendable. That first touch is pure perfection. And he air dribbles straight over the top of the challenge as well, making sure to guide that ball into the crossbar. Not as important to worry about getting a shot on target there for Seiko. It's all about the outplay. There's a goal in game 1, the assist in game 2. Seiko is the difference.
And when we see playstyles like this, where Seiko is out of the rotation quite a fair whack, he is really relying on Relating Wave and Metza to make sure they hold down the fort. But because of that and the amount of trust they've got, you only need the one chance. And when you've got a player like Seiko, he needs to deliver those chances and those opportunities. He's done exactly that yet again. 10 seconds left here. Off the backboard, Relating Wave would like to get there in time. Instead, it's up to Metza and Seiko just to hold back. And Metza will do exactly that. Took every second he could before he was forced to play it. Now looking to get the ball down to the floor. It will do exactly that. And Endpoint are 2-0. And Johnny, this is where I'd like to put the petition for it to be a best of 5, because I've got the 1-0. I've got the 1-0. And it just happens to be the best of 7. So I'm upset right now.
Have you ever tested a 1-0, 1-0, 1-0?
I've not. Why do you think I'm so desperate for it?
Never happened for yourself, of course. But
it's being 1-0 and then it goes 2-1 or something in game 4. I'm be so heartbroken.
Well, let's see. I can see it happening because the shooting boots are just not there for Atomic. He's done 15 shots, no goals. And, like I was saying, that's not the only problem that Luminosity have got. Far from it. They, they need Tox, they need Exo to be following up on these shots. That they are leading to pressure plays for Luminosity. But their main issue, Seiko. I mean, how do you defend this guy? They're not even playing him too badly. They did give the ball to him in that last game, but missed hits are going to happen. I feel like Seiko's going to get a chance to score on your net, or at least set up an undefendable shot eventually. The main issue is they just aren't getting enough clear-cut chances for themselves in now 10 minutes of gameplay.
So Endpoint know their play style, they know the objectives, and they've been executing on the Metza. Early goal from him, much to my dismay, but to Endpoint fans' absolute joy.
I love the little delay on the shot here from Metza Norris. Goalkeeper thinks he's going to shoot bottom left. They think that's the pre-jump to cover the closer corner. The last second, they realize to the horror that Metz is actually going to wait for that ball to come across the box and then shoot it. And already we get that 1-0 lead for Endpoint. Surely LG are going to make something happen. Surely now that they're down early on, it's not a late goal where they're sitting on a tie all game, that they're going to let the caution loose a little bit, see if they can make something happen in offense.
Relating wave again. Starting to flex some of his own mechanical muscle. So just daring somebody, but there has not been a threat. Game 1 was the better of them for Luminosity. That's where they had their best chances. Still, no goals for them. Let's stop there in the midfield. Relating wave backs down for Metsu, who's just going to shadow defend. Geeks already up, wins the race off the backboard. They need somebody there, and it was Atomic. But Metsu didn't even play the ball. He was just getting in the way.
Yeah, great stuff there from Ixo in the setup, but Metsunora stays in the middle of the box, gets the Pearly to challenge. Now it's Relating Wave, stopping Tox's advance. Atomic taking more of a defensive position here in this game. Wonder if that's going to continue, or if it just happens to be how the game has gone so far. Not always a conscious decision to play more defense. That sometimes just happens as a result of the fluid nature of Rocket League 3s.
It can also happen to you once you're very aware that Seiko is playing like Seiko today. And you probably do need to step back a little bit and run onto the save. The result status currently is Endpoint will not be qualified just yet, but they will guarantee a tiebreaker at worst. And that is if a lot of results go against them, including 00 Nation winning the event.
That would be something. 00 Nation clinching by winning the event, and then EG Endpoint tiebreaker. If EG end up in that scenario later on today. But you've got to think if Endpoint win here, it is surely in the bag for them. Although I know they're not going to think like that. They'll wait and see 00 Nation losing before being fully confident.
Mets tries to play out. This is where Luminosity had Endpoint in the first sit game. Didn't get anything there, haven't got anything here. So that miss from Atomic might break down this offense. The demo on the back line, but there's still options. Didn't matter if you demoed one, there was another one back around off the backboard yet again. Third man still trying to get into rotation. Atomic tried to get it back to himself. Just a lack of ideas at this point for Luminosity. They've tried so many different things. None of them will work. That one's off the backboard, second touch. Not available for Tox. And Seiko will dance out of his side of the field.
Oh, it's such a good pass again, but the shot is lacking. And that's the main clear issue for Luminosity. But I think fundamentally coming into this matchup, they might have been a bit too passive against Endpoint. We're just not making any mistakes. They're getting goal side of every single ball. Well, now here's another chance. The bump on Seiko lands a bit too late. Metsunora scoops the ball off the goal line and to safety. Tox is forced to scramble back the offense. Once again, fruitless for Luminosity.
Just doesn't look like anything's going to work out for them at this point. Relating wave back out, looking for Seiko. As Atomic gets the save, a save that he doesn't want really to be forced to make. Time running out here. Still the timeout available, but is it going to be too late? Do they need to get something going here?
Surely.
Right here, right now, as Atomic tries to go underneath. And Relating Wave just charges him down. They're looking for the demos. They're looking for the infields. Nothing will get past Endpoint.
Oh, this is perfect play again from Relating Wave. He's in a 1v2, but manages to get a challenge in without really leaving the net open for any moment of his approach and avoiding a demo while doing so, like you mentioned. Pure frustration for Luminosity. This is a game they've been trailing almost the entirety, and they have watched chance after chance disappear before their very eyes, despite their creativity in the setups. Now Atomic pre-jumping. They're trying anything here, but nothing working against this Endpoint defense.
Booming clear. Seiko goes up, wants to find it. He gets set up for Metsunoris. And another save, a crucial one from Atomic. 25 seconds, no goals scored in almost 15 minutes of gameplay for Luminosity. And it is getting away from them. They've got one final chance here before they have to reverse sweep. As Tox back to the corner. He's not going to play that ball any further. Metsa just tries to make it awkward. He's done exactly that. Atomic back out into the midfield. Relating Wave, as always, holds the midfield strong. Buys more time. The ball will drop to the floor. And Endpoint are 3-0 up.
Well, Shogun, there you go. There's your 3 1-0s in a row.
Don't do this to me. Right,
no sweep yet. No perfect sweep yet. Luminosity have called a timeout. I really feel that they probably should have been calling after the last game just to try and stop that Seiko momentum. Although it wasn't a Seiko wonder play that got the goal here. It was just some sharp shooting by Metsunoris at the very start of the game, followed up by some great defense from Endpoint for the entirety of the game. Namely, that save from Metsinoris on the goal line. You haven't had to chip it over an attempted dunk from Luminosity. Not just save the shot that was coming his way, but also clear the ball to safety. Also, Relating Waves, confident challenges. They're all showing up here. Endpoint, looking like they're back at their best, and that's a terrifying sight for any team in Europe.
Johnny, I appreciate you talking for all of that, but I'm going to speak to you right now as Shogun the person, not Shogun the caster. Please be 1-0. Please, come on. Look, I know it's a big, important game with lots of implications. But what have we ever had a 1-0? Where's our stats? 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. Have we had it? Is this a scorigami?
Just look at Seiko. He is chilling to the max.
In the zone.
They are so calm. I mean, if the Luminosity timeout here was to try and get Endpoint to overthink this one, I don't think it's worked at all. These guys are just relaxing. If we do see LG win at the next game, I would love to see another Endpoint timeout just like this one, just fully relaxed. They're just walking about, probably ordering. They're probably like choosing what they're going to get for lunch later on today, or dinner, I guess. It is getting to that time. Although for gamers, it could definitely be lunch still. You can't really rattle these guys.
For all we know.
Yeah, it could very well be breakfast, midnight snack for
brunch. 10 p.m. brunch.
Later on. You can let us know what you think Endpoint are most likely to be ordering if it is food decisions being made right now.
I want everybody right now, if you are at home, hashtag RLCS and just tell us how much you want the 1-0 series to happen, all right? You're watching history at the moment. It's never happened, according to Direct. Please? Pretty please? Not, am I asking too much? Yes.
No.
Do I want it to happen? Yeah, I mean, it's one more game. Come on.
I don't think you're asking too
with only
much.
4 goals.
I don't think you're asking too much. I feel like this is absolutely possible.
This is why I'm glad I've got you as my casting partner here, Johnny, because if I was with Cole or Stumpy, they would be against me right now. They'd be like, oh, come on, Luminosity, get the goal. You've got my back. I appreciate this.
Oh, of course. I just want you to be happy, Shogun, as I'm sure everybody else does as well.
I'll find a different reason to be miserable in that hour.
Endpoint could really do it here. I think they're defending brilliantly. They're really playing for each other in defense. They're never leaving a ball undefended, never leaving a ball unchallenged, and they're not rushing. They're taking their time. A lot of teams today have made mistakes by just rushing positions, jumping for no reason, and taking risks that they don't have to. Endpoint playing just a flawless game at the moment, which is working brilliantly against Luminosity, who often do try to play off the mistakes of their opponents. And you can't do that against Endpoint. You're not going to get any mistakes to work with. So it's either mechanics or outplays. What's it going to be for Luminosity? Are they going to try and just bully Endpoint into submission, keep them in the back corner, steal all the boosts away, bump them around, or will it be those huge outplays? We know that they've got both those options at their disposal, but they have got to do it now or suffer a sweeping loss to Endpoint.
And we'll see what they can do, but this series has been a brilliant display of what makes Endpoint so good. Seiko's always going to get... Whoa! Oh!
I'm sorry to say, I feel like there might have already been a goal, so we don't even get to see the hope of your 1-0.
One time I get the 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, and it doesn't count.
Oh, no, it's off an Endpoint mistake as well. The double commit, nobody defending the net. Who would have thought that 3 perfect games for Endpoint would lead into an immediate mistake in Game 4? Couldn't be me. But there you have it. The perfect 1-0 sweep in a best-of-7 is already over. Luminosity's chances looking significantly better. They've scored infinitely more goals in this game than they have in the other 3 combined.
Who got it as well? It was Atomic. Right? At least it was Atomic. If anyone was going to get it, I'm happy Atomic got it.
I think that was his 17th shot of the series, but I wouldn't take my word on that. Definitely go fact check me on this one.
Well, now that they are on the board, we'll see how long it lasts. At this point, we've got to commit the opposite direction.
Yeah.
First sweep with only 1-0s.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm with you.
No one claims bias casting. I'm biased for a scoreline, not for a team.
We're biased towards drama and entertainment.
That would be drama and entertainment.
So
especially if Luminosity are the team to move on. They do currently trail Endpoint by, I believe, 60 points. So it's about a round and a bit in that lower bracket.
Yeah, they do need to finish further, more than one round ahead of Endpoint, more than one position ahead of Endpoint here. in the bracket to make up that point gap.
Atomic up yet again. Goes for the backboard. He's got no more boost available, but the defender didn't quite know that. Had to make sure they were on their toes. And according to Direct, that was the 17th shot from Atomic.
Aha!
That has to be a record, surely.
What, you mean me being right about a stat like that for the first time? Oh!
I wasn't going to go there.
Oh!
No, not quite. Seiko will get rid of it. 3 minutes left here. And Endpoint for the first time, trying to chase down the game. No, I would never imply that you are not right, all right? You had my back, I've got yours.
Thank you. Still 1-0. That's all that matters. For now. Not anymore, though.
Johnny! Johnny! Why?
Oh, well, play.
Use your powers for good next time.
That's a great play, though. Mind game on the flip reset. Chips it over the challenge. This time it's Seiko propping up a huge play from one of his teammates. They're still looking for that sweep on LG to all but secure their spot for the major. Endpoint couldn't care less about your fancy 1-0 scenarios. They just want to go to LA.
They do. You know what? I can respect it. I don't like it, but I can respect it. Anyway, Unbiased Gun is now returned to the casting booth as we do look down at this 1-0. 1-1. 2 minutes left here. Metza looks to change exactly that.
Whoa.
Top bins.
What a snipe by Metsonoris. Ixo getting massively denied by Seiko. He's looking to clear the ball down the line. Seiko deflects it into the middle without even jumping. That's just a great knowledge of the 50-50 by Seiko. Metsonoris with perfect positioning. First on the scene. No one from LG ready to attack that infield pass. It's tough to see that infield pass coming, so you can understand why. But hey, Metso was ready, Endpoint were ready, LG weren't.
Oh, relating wave now looking to cause a little bit more chaos. Minute 50 on the clock. Metso still sticking around. He even fakes challenging it. It gets Atomic to move. Endpoint have been at just another level throughout this series. And despite the fact that the timeout has worked somewhat for Luminosity, they've only got one goal. It's nearly 20 minutes. Relating wave looked to delay it, and Metza actually got caught out.
Oh,
lucky to see that shot not on target.
That's a nice center ball. Oh my goodness, what save by Metza.
For it.
Diving save, blocking the only part of the goal that was in danger. Such a good pass by Luminosity. They've had some brilliant setups today. Some of these attempted assists have been top drawer. And honestly would have worked against the majority of teams in this competition. Endpoint are not one of them. Now, Luminosity are just 1 minute away from the lower bracket. I need to remind you, this is not the exit of their competition should they lose here. Then it becomes a whole lot harder.
Yeah, absolutely does. And that lower bracket does not look fun for anybody, especially when you're a team like Luminosity that needs all the points they can get. Instead of win here puts Endpoint, as previously mentioned, into tiebreaker to go to LA at minimum. And that's if results go against them. It is as close to being secured without actually being secured. 30 seconds now. Seiko waits. I mean, him and Metza goes early. Seiko just guides the ball over to the corner. Ends up losing the 100 boost, but it's got his team a bit of time, and it's the player that he wanted. Relating wave, who doesn't get there, actually. Toxic shot.
Oh, no.
Straight at Seiko, and there has been the difference maker. Great way of creating opportunities. No shooting to go along with it.
They've still got one more chance, though. It falls to Tox. Seiko reads the fake and blocks the dangerous shot. Now we're on to 0 seconds. LG still not done, though. Tox is going to jump at this. Decent pop into the middle, but Metsonoris is first on the scene. He's used all of his boost to get to this ball, though. There might still be something here for Luminosity. Relating Wave not in a comfortable position. Drops it down. That's happy chance for Relating Wave with a recovery save. Well dealt with, and honestly quite an awkward position. That was about as good as Luminosity could have hoped for on 0 seconds. Endpoint complete the sweep, not the perfect 1-0 sweep they were hoping for, but still just as effective. They have confirmed that the worst case scenario for them is a tie breaker for LAN, and that would need 0-0 Nation to win this entire event. So I think Endpoint fans, you could be absolutely thrilled with the team. They've stepped it up in Regional 3, where other teams have been falling and losing their chance at the major. Endpoint taking theirs.
Seiko looks no different right now compared to when we even went into this series. He has been He's been in a very, very specific mindset, and it's a mindset they'll want to try and keep him in because Endpoint, defensively rock solid. And there was only one goal that went in for Luminosity across 20 minutes in the tournament that Luminosity have looked at their very best, and now they are well up against it. That lower bracket is waiting for them, and some tough matches if they want to get themselves into that top 5.
Yeah, Luminosity have got to get at least second. That removes the chance of them qualifying for the major with a 3rd place or better finish. Now they need second minimum. And, you know, we have to wait and see, first of all, later on today, if they can take down EG. That's a must for Luminosity to stay in the running. 0-0 Nation going to be coming up next. They have to win the whole event to even have a small chance. So it really is starting to look likely that Endpoint and EG are going to be those 2 teams to take it home. But yeah, who knows? Luminosity, I feel like the 4-0 it didn't do justice to them. I think that they're better than that. I think they can still make a run here.
Yeah, it was definitely a series with not many goals. I could have done with maybe 2 less. I think that would have been my sweet spot, but we are going to have to move on. When we come back from break, it is our second upper bracket match.
Into the night, city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak of wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light, we're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light, we're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
bleep, 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 bleep. New Stumpy.
Hello, Endpoint have officially clinched the major.
Booyah.
They've done it. They are in the major. They're snuck into that 4th spot right now. Points obviously still very mobile, still got a lot of competition left. But Endpoint are our 4th team that have wormed their way in alongside Dignitas, alongside BDS.
Why have they
alongside
wormed?
Queso.
Why
I don't know,
have
because I
Endpoint
saw their COO Pete, a good friend of ours, a very good friend of ours, Pete, who owns Endpoint. And behind the players, he was there going, come on! And it's a very wormy action. So, Pete, well done. You all have done it. So happy for the boys. They're going to have a great time in LA. Otherwise, that previous series we looked at was nearly the perfect series, Cole, for lots of reasons. The 1-0-1-0-1-0-1-0 dream didn't quite come through.
No, poor old Shogun. I mean, I'm going to be honest. In the green room, I said, it was for the third one went 1-0. I said, guys, it would be funny if it was 1-0 to Endpoint to about 3 seconds left, and then Endpoint got a point in the second goal. That would be funny, wouldn't it?
It would have been.
Anyway, we do laugh in the background, but there's not a laughing matter going on right now because it's all very serious. Because we have got 00 Nation and Dignitas, two teams with different hopes going into these last couple of days of the online portion of this split, Stumpy. One wants to make it, the other one wants to confirm themselves as the best.
Yes, absolutely. And Dignitas, they still have their chances to, they've already made the major, not to let their foot off the gas, because that is ultimately what we saw BDS potentially do when now they're out of the competition. Queso made sure to keep their foot fully planted to the floor, and Dignitas want to take down 00 Nation, a team that is one that may well trip Dignitas up, though historically, they've not really been able to. Back to Singularity days, the last 4 matchups between them have always gone the way of Dignitas. But what do you think at home? Do you think #Dig take this one, or do you think #00? Guys, they are zeros. Don't type the letter OO.
No.
#0. Okay, so do that if you want to vote for 00. If not, #Dig. Cole, where are you falling?
I mean, I was going to say that if you guys in chat want to do some oohs because of all the excitement going on, then feel free to do that. Where am I falling? I'd love to say 00 Nation going to come up against Dignitas, going to shock and awe them. It's going to be a massive surprise, a big upset, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think that Dignitas are going to take this one. They went 3-0 yesterday in their groups. They look absolutely flawless, frankly. They're really coming into form, and they still haven't won an event in this split. So for me, it's Dig, and for me, cheeky little bit of knowledge here, I think they win this tournament. How about you, Stumpy?
I think the Dignitas are the strongest team. I think the 00 Nation will push them further than basically to the point where Luminosity should have pushed Endpoint from what we were looking at. I want this to be a closer series, but Dignitas to me have got it. Chat, where are you falling? What are you thinking when it comes down to it? 85-15. I think on the pre-show, I said it's really 85-15 for Dig 00 Nation. So thank you, chat. I appreciate it.
Are you claiming that as a predicty godlin?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that I'm just clever in of my own right, personally speaking.
Well,
so they're really falling on the way of Dignitas. They're statistically the better team out of the two, but we have seen a lot of upsets happen. This would certainly be one of them. Yellow versus black and white, but this issue is all kinds of grey.
00 Nation have continually made it to this point, at least qualifying for these events through those horrible closed qualifiers. Never easy in the Swiss. Now they've made it here, and against Dignitas, they are not favourites. It is fair to say that, but my goodness, will they be a stern challenge for a team in yellow that has been playing so well over the last 24 hours.
Dignitas, I think, they're going to relish in the competition of being able to not only continue their awesome streak of going 9-1. They lost a single game yesterday. One of the best records that we've seen throughout the entirety of the RLCS. Not only that, but they've got their chance to work their way up and past Queso. Even still, there is the opportunity, as far as I know, where Dignitas are able to secure that first seed. A very, very important place to be. Even if you get second seed, third seed, whatever it ends up being, the higher up you go, the better chance you've got. And Scrub Killer racing to the skies as high as he can go, opening the scoring.
Can you remember when Scrub Killer's pickup was questioned? We were like, is he good enough to play with Joris and ApparentlyJack? And the answer has been resounding yes after resounding yes. He has made this team look so comfortable. After we go for a cheeky pause, just sorting out some communications issues on the technical side of things. But a good start for Dignitas.
Talking of comfortability as well, looking at these guys in the pre-game chat, they are very friendly. Frequently, you'll see in ApparentlyJack's videos these guys talking literally before he's recording, and he's laughing coming into his 1v1 match that he's playing, whatever it ends up being. In chat right now, Hibbs confirmed they had a communications DC, and Scrub said, "Bro, I peaked. I need that goal," and then 2 little kisses. So very friendly. I always love those little rivalries that these players have. And you know that they're going to be talking so much about this. No matter who wins, it's something to hold against the other team.
It seems that they are sorted, so hopefully we're going back into our game in no time at all. Not quite sure whether Scrub Killer's goal will stand. Clearly he wants it to. Not just a bit of team 1-0 up, but also, oh my goodness, what a double tap from good old Scrubby K. We have to talk more, Stumpy, about how well 00 Nation played yesterday as well. We say Dignitas went through unbeaten. So did 00 Nation. They had a couple of game 5s, and then at the end, 3-1 versus Guild. So not comfortable, so a hard-fought day for them as we return, and it does seem like that first goal will count.
Yeah, thankfully Scrub Killer peaking wants that to be remembered in the history books, but it was also Jack's assist on that, and the teamwork that Dignitas are able to put forwards is huge. Jorias with a dunk lands on the backboard and a dish straight back in the game.
Oh, look at that, Jorias. Oh, beautiful, the dish from heaven right there, Doomsy dish coming out for Jorias. I mean, he's a player that is capable of so much as well. And in this long old best of 7, this is not what 00 Nation wanted at the start. Dignitas look like they are feeling just as comfortable as yesterday. In you go, please. No! Hibbs, mate, lad.
We spoke earlier about how threatening they can be, though, and just knowing that your opposition has got the ability to shoot in a cook their pinch whenever they need to is going to be something that will hold a player back in defense, and it won't let you attack at full capacity.
I'm so upset that didn't go in. Hibbs, I will forgive you if you give us a banger of your own throughout the rest of the series. Otherwise, you've just got to watch that one fly by you and go in, But there is some serious stakes on the line for 00 Nation as well. They do still have that outside chance of making this major. If they can beat Dignitas to survive in this upper bracket, that will do them no harm at all.
00 Nation at this point, though, they need to win. That's the problem. They need to win, and they need Evil Geniuses to finish 5th to 6th or worse. Right now, it's looking like a distant pipe dream after how decent Evil Geniuses did end up looking. So a win for 00 Nation is needed all across, but being in the upside of the bracket, it gives you just that level of security that you don't if you even fall one place lower. So winning their group was such a huge step for them.
Yeah, a massive chance to guarantee top 3 if they can do that with flicks like that from Breezy. It wasn't the Breezy flick, but it was a good flick from Breezy to get his team involved in the play. Flame can try and put this one on target. Can he go to the backboard instead? Scrub Killer's there shepherding, and Scrub Killer just brings that balance to Dignitas. So solid defensively to allow his teammates to come forward and have all the fun in the world.
We always talk about respect on these teams, and Scrub Killer and Jack, and ultimately Jorias, they have undying respect for each other. They are clearly friends, and it's so important when stuff starts to go wrong, or even when it goes right, you can look to your friends to be the players that you want to play with. Jorias kissing the post on the ball's way in.
I feel like Jorias could be anybody's friend. We're finishing like this. He is just anybody's pal. I think that just about graced the ceiling. He read it all the way and then slotting it in that top right corner. That is just the goals the man is capable of. By his standards, it's not even that impressive, but it's still so pretty.
That doesn't make it into a top 20 montage of his goals, and yet it was lovely to watch. 3 for Dignitas, 2 of them coming from Jorias, 1 from Scrub. 00 Nation do get one of their own, though. Hibbs on the blue side.
It was important that they stopped the rot. It was turning a little bit into a Dignitas freestyle competition, and that follow-up from Hibbs is exactly what 00 Nation needed. A really good challenge as well in the air. Scrub Killer was up for it early, but charging him down that quickly put the question marks on Dignitas. And then, Hibbs was there to put it away. It's now 3-1 to Dignitas after their rip-roaring start. 00 Nation maybe going to show themselves able to come straight back into it as Hibbs and ApparentlyJack meet in the air. Good challenge from Breezy, just upping the pace there for 00 Nation. It could be 2-3. Calling Jorias into action, then another demo. So it's looking like they've detected a slight weakness in Dignitas, looking a little bit stagnant in defense, a little bit slow, and not able to do too much about this 0-0 attack right now. ApparentlyJack 50-50s with Flame, a man who has all the experience in the world. But ApparentlyJack has been teed up, and this is when Dignitas can suddenly put the style back on you. You can have all the pressure, but all they need is one chance, one half chance, one pass, one ApparentlyJack finish, and it could be a fourth goal. Not quite. Breezy there at the near post to save.
It was also crossbar down, so pixels from it going just about in the net, but Joris finding Scrub in the midfield. Yet again, Joris has no one to rely on, and so just goes for a shot himself. I was looking midfield from his perspective, and yet he had his eyes daggered on the goal.
You weren't the only one, pal. I think the person in goal as well. It was Hibbs there on that goal line. He was thinking, right, I do not have to cover this near post. There is no way this is a shot. And it's over my shoulder and it's in. Oh my goodness. Joris is very good at Rocket League.
Unbelievable angle, but does manage to sink it in one of the most British matchups we've had for a long time as well. The last one being 0-0 Nation versus Dignitas. 5 out of 6 players from the UK. All English, apart from Scrub, who is then from Scotland. And then Jory is from... oh my god, why am I forgetting where Jory is from?
He's from the Netherlands.
Netherlands, that's the one. I was going to say Dutchland, but that's just not right at all. It's barely a word. ApparentlyJack also securing the Seiko flip reset that he calls it by landing his wheels flat against the ball, but from tilting his nose up to land and then going under and mustying it in. That was a spectacular goal while I tried to remember a nationality. I apologise, Jack.
Up to land. Is that next to Dutchland or is that, on the opposite side of Europe? Scrub Killer puts that one into the corner. There's Breezy trying to turn this one into something of a game, but apart from that little burst of 0-0 Nation pressure, it has seemed like Dignitas just... Look at ApparentlyJack go. Oh my goodness, Scrub Killer's there for the pass. Oh my goodness, what a pass that is. What a goal. This could be no flame again. 0-0 Nation have made 2 saves in this game that I just have not wanted to see.
The thing is, getting those saves is confidence inspiring as well. And there's no way to uninspire confidence than just to demo the keeper. Scrub getting a demo of Breezy as well, shutting down the players at the back and trying to get that retribution on yourself of like, no, you saved 2 spectacular goals. Stop it.
0-0 Nation, I mean, you can see Breezy there. They're trying to beat Dignitas for pace. I fear that the way Dignitas are playing right now, 0-0 Nation just do not have that much pace in the tank. The only way they can hope to fashion a win in this series, based on this first game, obviously things change massively from one game to the next, is to just defend with their lives, is what I would say. Try and frustrate them, try and steal a goal, try and keep the goals against tally as low as you possibly can, and hope you get a demo play or something, because you can't match Dignitas playing their game.
They may all be mates, but that game was nothing but friendly fire. 6-1, Dignitas looking unbeatable in that form. 4 goals falling in for Jories, with one amazing Cuxia punch not quite finding its way in either. 0-0 Nation, though, their saves were good. For some of those shots that to me looked unsavable, they got in the way and they did manage to block them out. They just couldn't keep out as many that came towards them.
I mean, they only made 2 saves, one from Hibbs and one from Flame, and both of them broke my heart actively. So, the 2 they made were quite painful. But, I mean, it's going to be so important, their defense. Can they stifle this? Can anyone stifle this Dignitas attack? I mean, the version of Dignitas that we're seeing, it is reminding me of the regional that they won back in full, where they just looked unstoppable. The solo plays, Jories and ApparentlyJack were taking turns, and then Scrub Killer was doing everything that was needed from him. It seems that team dynamic is totally back right now.
Yeah, I think the Dignitas, they're feeling comfortable after their Friday matches where they ended up going 9-1, as we've said. They feel very happy with how their series have gone. And ultimately, when Dignitas feel like that, it's hard to work them out of that good funk. And 0-0 Nation, they've got a very hard challenge. I do think that it is possible for them to do it. They've got a lot to fight for, but they need to do a lot more than they showed us in that first game.
Well, game 2, 0-0 Nation, can you step up? A team that beat Guild and Queso and Vitality yesterday. This is a squad that can do some, I'll say it, they can do some damage. But right now, can they do so to Dignitas? The Scrub Killer just waits and Breezy charges in. Maybe it's time that 0-0 Nation are trying to up the pace, which is what I suggested against, but hey, maybe it's the play.
Trying to shut down Dignitas at the source is either going to have you being beaten to every ball and therefore it's open at the back, or as Breezy just proved, it means that you just shut down one player at a time.
That's a good challenge there from Hibbs. It takes all his boost, but it does at least manage to slow Dignitas down for a second. But again, a pinch-perfect pass. ApparentlyJack puts it past the goalkeeper.
Great idea from Scrub there to go central. Hibs has to cover the shot. Don't blame him at all. Flame has to pre-jump. Is just so close to being able to save it away. But Jack sends the ball above him in 40 seconds. That's Dignitas yet again with the lead.
Dignitas not just fighting for their first win in this split, their first regional victory, also for that first seed up against Queso, who we've seen, survive earlier on today, just about. Can they, it's going to be a really good battle between those two to see who ends up being EU's #1, which is definitely a position that you want. So there are stakes on Dignitas right now. They are not playing without pressure. They're not just having a laugh because, who cares if we lose? There's still so much that matters for them, but this is how they avoid losing.
An open net falling to Jack as he heads to the ceiling. He can work it around Flame. Then Breeze comes in for a jolly as well. Instead, Jack can just continue with the ball. The second goal, 0-0 Nation. As you said, Cole, ultimately, they are in the upper side of this bracket. I feel like they're already looking as if they've not given up clearly, but they don't look like the same team that did manage to take down Vitality. They took down Guild and Queso, let's bear in mind. Queso were pipped to be the top team in their group, and 0-0 Nation stole that honor away from them. They have got more than what they're showing here, and Dignitas, they're taking full advantage of it.
And it will be a rematch with Queso, the team that are battling Dignitas for that first seed, were 0-0 Nation to lose this series, which, based on what we've seen so far, is not hugely unlikely. So, permutations all over the place from what 0-0 Nation can offer in this tournament. But right now, Stumpy, it is the Dignitas story.
0-0 Nation look lost. They look forlorn. They don't know where they need to be. Hibs there doing a couple of turns on the corner of the goal, just not knowing where he should be positioning himself. And Dignitas are just so happy to take advantage of that. If you're playing your mates, as I said, these guys are close. They are all good friends. If you play your mates in the RLCS and you 4-0 them, imagine those bragging rights. Like, that is something that in the UK, you're going to take the mick out of your mates. You're like, yeah, do you remember when I 4-0'd you in literally the RLCS? And they can never get over that.
Well, I have to get over something right now because Dignitas are just coming forward again and again. Scrub Killer's trying to bully Hibs out the way. And he's having a chunk of Breezy as well. But Breezy does well to get himself out of a sticky situation. And then Jorius with just a massive fake. It's all getting a little bit silly there on the pitch. But it's Dignitas. This is just playing into their hands completely. It's rare that you see any team play with this much freedom against a team that's this good at this stage of a tournament that they still have to win to guarantee their first seed. This has got to be terrifying, not just for the EU teams right now, but also any, North Americans, anybody from anywhere else watching going into the major.
They're continuing that attack, and you're completely right, Cole, where you've got South American teams and anybody from APAC, North America, OCE, etc., who are going to be trying to look past what they're doing, and Flame has just lit that torch of hope. The light at the end of the tunnel is there now, and Flame, as he works round behind ApparentlyJack, it starts. Maybe 0-0 Nation, they're not out just yet.
Hopefully not. Hopefully 0-0 Nation really do step up from this point, because the first thing happened in the first game, 3-0 Dignitas, then 3-1, and that turned into a 6-1 finish overall. So still plenty of work to do. Maybe this is where it starts. Breezy, the flip reset. The demo comes in, but it's ApparentlyJack on Hibs. I heard that demo and I looked into the corner thinking, who's just taken out whom? Sadly, as far as people want to come back go, it was the wrong way round, and Scrubclair now can barge his way forward until Flame clears it into the corner. It's defending from 0-0 Nation at least. They've managed to just stem the flow of Dignitas attacks, which I still maintain is the first thing they have to do. If they can slow them down for a second, then maybe they can steal a couple of goals and make this one competitive.
Jack lofting high onto that left wall, but Hibs is waiting. Jack can work it around the side, however. Great pass in. Breezy shooting so brilliantly, but Jorius can dive for the top left corner and keep it out.
That's got to be frustrating when you get the perfect finish and still Jorius is able to get there. But it's still another good look for the 0-0 Nation. Now Hibs comes forward. That's a good read from Flame onto the crossbar, and he couldn't quite land and force it in. Breeze is going to try and keep the attack going, but instead it just falls to ApparentlyJack, and Hibs is going to have to launch yet another attack over towards Dignitas. A great flick there from Flame. He's getting so involved. Hibs tries to finish the job, but gets it wide, and Flame can't challenge Jorius.
Such a nice attack. Unfortunately, it does not work its way in. The Scrub lofting that high in front of the net. Jorius has to force the doink away. 40 seconds remaining. Opportunities, though, really open themselves up for 0-0 Nation, where they do have ideas. They have got the mechanical ability to get them off. It's just been spectacular saves on the side of Dig so far that is keeping 0-0 Nation at bay. Breezy over the top. Jorius pinches it high and can then get the clear on the open net. From the savior to the scorer, Jorius does it all.
He absolutely does do it all. Look at this, from his own backboard, and then just simple. It just makes it look so simple, but the reason it's not simple is that he does it so fast. Drawing the 0-0 Nation players in, making them think just for a second, teasing them. Going, I bet you think you can beat me to this ball, don't you? No, you cannot beat me to this ball. I'm going to beat you to it all day long. And make it 4-1 and make it comfortable and make it another massive Dignitas win.
I do like the aggression, though, that we're seeing come out from Scrub Killer generally in his gameplay, where he was going for even early series when it was a lot closer. He was going for those aggressive plays, trying to knock out any player that he could on the back line for 0-0 Nation. But Dignitas, they need that, and they needed that second win. And of course, they secure it 2-0 them. 0-0 Nation, I think they have got good chances. I think they have got good ideas. But I don't think they have got enough to just get it past Dignitas. And I don't know if they get a game here, realistically.
Yeah, this is looking every bit like a 4-0. It would be a massive 0-0 Nation change to do anything about that. And they have done the first step to making that the case. They have taken a timeout. Now, there is a lot... It is a good idea, but there's so much to digest so far from the first two games. Because you're up against an opponent that is actively styling on you. That is able to dance through your defense. You can't do too much against them. So I'm trying to wrap my head around thinking, what am I thinking in this situation if I'm 0-0 Nation? How on earth do they force themselves into one of these games and make it so they're close?
I think that it's on the coach. It's on coach. I believe it's pronounced Ethan. It's ETHZN, so I want to go with Ethan. So it's a good guess as any.
Respect.
To talk them back into how they play in this series, where they can't just keep sitting back and letting Dignitas shoot, which is what they're doing. They're playing a bit scared. If they go out, I want them to go out on fire, screaming as they jump off a bridge. I don't want them to just do nothing in that situation. They need to be as aggressive as they were yesterday. They need to be the table-topping version of 0-0 Nation. They can't be under that table and let Dignitas stomp all over them.
Dignitas, who finished second in the first regional and then 5th, 6th in the second regional. Both times have gone out to Team Queso as well. So they will be really keen to have a bit of a cheeky rematch against Team Queso, not just for the bragging rights, for that first seed as well. They'll be absolutely desperate to face them. 0-0 Nation, I mean, you're saying that you want to see them come out here from the blocks. I still maintain that offensive tactic is going to be a little bit better here against Dignitas. I don't think you can match Dignitas in that regard, but clearly something has to change. You know, maybe
just
this
do
is
something different, right?
Go for bumps, go for demos, ball chase, whatever you're doing right now, do something actively different, because they can't just rotate their way out of this one. You know, the games aren't going to go 50-50 each way. Oh, we didn't quite win it. You're up against a team that's peaking, genuinely, in every sense of the word.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a hell of a place to start it off. Getting a win here would be big for 0-0 Nation, as they need to begin setting down those bricks on their journey towards that major qualification. They need to win the entire thing to have a chance at the major. Even if they don't do it, they can get a couple of opportunities just to earn a bit more money along the way, and ultimately some points for them going through as well. So can they wrestle this victory essentially out of the jaws of Dignitas that have already clamped down?
Flame is going to try and get this one as far away from his own goal as he can, but Scrub Killer just takes control of the situation in the corner and finds ApparentlyJack. Dignitas yet again just queuing up, getting such clean touches on the ball. We have seen a couple of times 0-0 Nation have countered, and that man Breezy, his mechanics seem capable of breaking through Dignitas. And Flame, you know, he was getting so involved in that second game, and he almost got himself a couple of goals.
Flame's somebody that either I identified them as, or I heard somebody else say it as, a very underrated player, has been at the top for a long time. But Jorius on the end of that pass from ApparentlyJack, who just slows it down, realizes he can't shoot, and Jorius moving up so quickly, he widens the goal for Jorius to shoot at.
He was already in the air.
Yeah.
Jorius, I'm pretty sure, was already up. It was a filthy pre-jump. Dignitas' just decision-making is constantly evolving. They very rarely make the wrong choice, especially in an attacking sense. You know, they have lost some series in their time. Just goal after goal, mate.
From every angle, Jorius is a threat. He came out so wide on that dish and yet manages to whip round and score it past 3. None of them believed he was going for that shot. Everyone thought that was going to be a pass out central, hence their movement. And yet Jorius pulls the bait and switch. The second goal looking just, it's more of the same. Jorius with 2. Scrub's got 47 points. He's barely blinked in this game.
He's just having a laugh. He's just like, oh, nice goal, lads. Yeah, well played, lads. Here we go, get involved, Scrub Killer. Find ApparentlyJack, almost 3-0 there. This is absolute... I'm running out of superlatives for how good Dignitas are. I just can't put into words the utter dominance they're showing, but Breezy, for the 3rd time in a row, gets 0-0 Nation back in the game.
That's a really nice touch as well. To keep the ball close to him so he can instantly go for the shot off it. I like that. He wasn't playing scared. He knew he had time. He looked at his surroundings. He assessed the situation, and he made the correct decision. I want to see more of that.
Scrub Killer pops this one up. Is there somebody there pre-jumping on the other side? No, the ball is going to bounce, and then Hibbs wins the race against it as well. They're trying to close Dignitas down as quickly as they can, our 0-0 Nation, and they're hoping the 50-50 game will work in their favor. They definitely seem to be charging it down just that little bit quicker up to this point, but do they have the mechanics to surprise Dignitas in defense the same way Dignitas are shocking them? It's another mix-up of pace there from Flame, just putting it to the backboard instead of taking control of it. But when ApparentlyJack can take that second touch and just completely take your attackers out of the game, it's so difficult to keep any sort of momentum up against Dignitas.
Hibbs, though, with 100 boost, tries to fake out Jorius. He does still get the touch, but solo in the air. Both him and Flame commit for the ball. Jack with the pinch onto the challenge. Can Jorius win that race? He will be able to. Breezy can get a touch to it, but it's already heading towards the net. That's 3 goals for Jorius, and Scrub's still on double digits.
Why did you have to add that?
I don't know. I thought it was funny.
cared.
I thought it was funny. But no, all of them are doing a fantastic job in this game, obviously. I'm punching up to get to Scrub because he is on this incredible team.
Well, 6'9" is Scrub Killer, so, you know, in a very literal sense, Stumpy. It's crazy.
Yeah,
you guys
I'm
would not,
5'9" flat.
You guys wouldn't believe it, how big that man is. That's 4 goals now for Jorius. He's getting his 4th. He's already in the air. Look, when Scrub Killer's going for that one. Hibbs tries to clear it, but Scrub Killer just closed it down, yeah. Like, it's the speed of communication. another avenue for praising Dignitas. The speed of communication that they have, right? Even at 50-50, the goal they got, their 3rd one, which Jorius rolled in off the back of ApparentlyJack's 50-50. Remember that goal? I mean, I'm starting to lose track of all of them myself. Already, Jorius was on his bike when ApparentlyJack put in the challenge. Jorius was already there. ApparentlyJack, his vision of the game is so good that he knew he was winning that challenge 100%. There was no, oh, careful, I might concede here, you know, I might get beaten. He's like, go forward, I got this. And then obviously it turned out to be correct. So that's trust as well. The speed of comms that Jack shows as he's doing it, just everything in fluid perfection right now from Dig.
It's the near prophetic ability that they all seem to have together. And that is what is undoing 0-0 Nation, where they'll be getting a touch or 2, then the others will be resetting into a standard position to then move from. But then there's a double commit. Breezy gets the hit, and then Flame is suddenly left having to grab that mid boost. Has to then rotate all the way back round. Good demo, though, from Breezy to open up that back. But the 50 does go in the advantage of Dignitas. Still 3 goals separating these 2 teams, and Jorius, he's got all 4 of the ones on Dignitas' side. It's hard to play against a team that is so happy to wrap around each other and to play in every single avenue. Jack with a gorgeous no-jump doink.
Yeah, we like our doinks to Stumpy and me. Oh, they make us happy, but that redirect from Hibbs could have made us happy too. Not quite hitting the crossbar. I mean, there have been a couple of occasions where 0-0 Nation have been a tad unfortunate. Shots that could have gone in and maybe would have opened up the game a little bit. Not quite working, but the passes from Dignitas, their ability to manipulate the angle, to always find each other, just keep that ball coming forward. It is a relentless attack. Look at these little touches from Scrub there. He's rotating out, and the ball just falls for him so nicely. 0-0 Nation are trying to come in, but, you know, maybe somewhere in the back of their mind, like, they're just thinking, I can't wait to look at these replays and learn from it, because it's that sort of day for Dignitas.
Jack, does want to get involved with one goal. Unfortunately, though, this time it goes in his own net. Breezy starts the air dribble, and Jack fancies a contribution to it. He'll then catch it off the end, and then it's touched in by Hibbs. So it was a two-man passing play air dribble across both teams, finished off with a single touch. 2 goals for 0-0 Nation, though. It's not really enough, is it?
Well, maybe. 25 seconds left. If they can score from this,
Don't do that.
things get intriguing.
Don't
I will
do
do that,
that.
mate. I will do that when there's 2 goals needed with 30 seconds. Objectively, that is very doable. Less so now. You know, as
They
each
need to
second
get
passes
as many
by.
goals as they have done in the games 1 and 2 combined.
Let me introduce you to a game called Rocket League, Stumpy, a game where weird things happen and suddenly goals are scored and players that haven't done anything will pop off with 4 treble flip resets in 16 seconds, all right? It can be done. And just because it wasn't in that occasion and you ultimately ended up being right, doesn't mean that you were right to call me out for trying to make the cast interesting, all right, buddy?
That does end up being 14 goals scored for Dignitas and 4 on the side of 0-0 Nation in total. That is one hell of a discrepancy. Dignitas looking to go through just 4-0 in this upper side, and then they'll find themselves on the upper side of the bracket alongside Endpoint, who are going to be fellow major qualification E's, which is exciting. That's a nice matchup that we're going to be able to see. Otherwise, that lower bracket looking hard. Whoever loses this, whoever it may be, is going to be facing off against Team Queso.
Yeah, Team Queso are just waiting, potentially quaking in their boots right now, thinking, oh my goodness, how are we going to get further in this tournament than Dignitas, who are playing like this? But, you know, I'm sure they'll cross that bridge when they come to it. But Dig, like, you can write as many 10 out of 10 reviews as you possibly want, and it will not be enough. This is a perfect Rocket League performance. Even apparently Jack's own goal, it wasn't an own goal in the end, Hibbs got the last touch, but even what could have been an own goal looked great. We go to game 4, Stumpy, all right? 0-0 Nation, their last chance to get themselves involved. Even the musty flick got read by Scrub.
Right, 0-0 Nation, I've got an idea for them. I want them to score an incredible goal that gets into the top 3 plays, and at least we'll be seeing them tomorrow.
No, I mean, to be fair, we will see their nameplates in the background of the top 3 plays based on what we've seen from Jorias so far. So I wouldn't worry about that. 0-0 Nation fans, you will see your boys on Sunday's broadcast. But it is 0-0 in this game. 0-0 Nation have made a pretty decent start. They're getting some pressure. Sending Dignitas back, big clearances. That's an important part of it. Can they take a lead here with Hibbs? Not quite. The much better start to game 4.
Now, speed is something that they need as well. It's something that I want to be seeing from them, where they really did look better when they were just beating the opposition to the ball. When Dignitas weren't quite as confident that, yeah, you know what, we're going to beat them to it every single time. And Flame, the top left corner, he says is his as the ball pinches out awkwardly between Jack and Scrub. The complacency can't be there, boys. We've seen how well 0-0 Nation can shoot when they get the chance.
And it was a brilliant finish as well. That ball was rolling along the floor. It is so difficult to force the arc of the shot that Flame got in that instance. Let's put 0-0 Nation into, I would say, a deserved lead, and now Flame is busting out the tricks. The flip reset coming in. Hibbs is trying to slow down ApparentlyJack, who gets past him. 0 boost. Now he picks up 12. Scrub Killer's arriving. He sets him up, but it's well saved again from 0-0 Nation, who are starting to close down these Dignitas passes.
Jorius finds the ball central, though. Breezy, I love that pre-jump. It's just wide, but the speed is now there. Flame to shoot. Jack has to be forced to save it away. Dignitas suddenly looking awkward.
Well, it's the first time in this series they've actually gone behind. 0-0 Nation taking that first goal. And Breezy's going to come around as well and ask a few more questions of Dignitas. They're trying these infield passes, and it's because 0-0 Nation are just defending that little bit more deeply. They're letting Dignitas pass and making sure they're there for the follow-up, but they have to do the basics. That had to be saved, but it's 1-1.
That's a really rough attempt at a save from Flame. He gets the touch, but he just slows it down with no other intervention. Hibbs is there to save it away, but to have it fall so softly and just to stop it in midair means that Jorius, no matter what he does, he has the forward momentum and he will be able to allow that ball to cross the line. Rough. That's a really, really rough save, unfortunately. And I do feel bad for him for it, but tries to go for the pass on that with 0 boost, though. He does send it behind Hibbs with 40 boost. He has a chance.
Oh, he's got the musty going as well. ApparentlyJack will just wait patiently and save that one. But 0-0 Nation really are delving deeply now into their box of tricks just to try to shock Dignitas. They seem to be doing them some good work. Lovely touches coming in. A few mechanics flying in. Here they come now. Breezy into the top corner. ApparentlyJack saves. And look how much distance he gets on that save. not just getting a block, sending the ball all the way to the halfway line, making 0-0 Nation start again.
And that is what they do, building from the ground up. They're rooted, and now they can continue up and see just if they can secure another goal to take the lead. Flame with a long shot. I love those ideas. Forcing a Dignitas player to hang back. If they know those long shots are an opportunity for them to just try and get a cheeky goal or two, they count just as much as the double flip reset.
By my count, by the way, Joris has now got 10 goals in this series. Might be slightly off. I'm sure I'll be shouted at if I am, but it's just incredible the amount of attacking input he has had. But 0-0 Nation are managing to hold him for now. Flames coming in. This could be 2-1. There's a bump as well. It must
Great
be, and
bump.
it is.
Outstanding bump. Look at Scrub get sent into the sky where he waits. Breezy sees a target and he knocks him away. Actually stops and waits because Scrub has to go high on that side wall to then come in and defend. Flame knows where to send it to make it as safe as possible, and he does so. 0-0 Nation, yet another lead.
Will they be able to grind this one out and just make things a little bit nervy for Dignitas in this upper bracket? Joris fakes out Breezy, but Flames coming in. This is all about survival now for 0-0 Nation. Get this ball away while still somehow not panicking, as Dignitas continue to steal all the boost and have all the plays. But here they come. Flames shooting against Joris. He wants to get this one away, and the demo's coming in as well now, Stumpy. They are disrupting this Dignitas attack.
No, that demo was a trade that unfortunately 0-0 Nation did not win. It removes that final player as Joris sacrifices himself, and Hibbs just about spawns in time to see it go below the crossbar. It was a trade, did not work out that time, but to be fair, the fact they removed Joris from the attack, I think was only a good thing. So again, good in theory, it's just that Dig were too good and they worked around it.
They work around things. They adapt to everything, this team. When they have control, like ApparentlyJack does, they normally make you ask a few questions of yourself. Joris, does he shoot? Does he take a touch? Instead, he takes a touch. Good demo as well from Flame on ApparentlyJack. And they're just opening themselves up some more of the pitch right now, 0-0 Nation, with this aggression play. If this was game one, we'd be saying, wow, this is a really intriguing series. 0-0 Nation have massively stepped up, might take the lead again, but ApparentlyJack stays against Hibbs.
It's just a little bit too late, I think. I mean, obviously, we still have this game, which is looking so much better for 0-0 Nation. But you're right, if this was game one, it'd be much more enthralling. But if this is how 0-0 Nation were their way back into it, I am completely here for it. Final 40 seconds. Has Joris go for the triple?
No way, Joris! Just when you're thinking 0-0 Nation have figured him out. Oh, wow. From the side to the wall, into the goal. On my screen as well, I don't know what the people saw, but he just came out of the corner on somebody else's camera. Like, of course he was following up, as if we doubted it for a second.
He's just there, and he tries to destroy the dreams of 0-0 Nation. 3-2 with 30 seconds left. Joris, yet another goal. And that may well be the top three plays we were talking about earlier, where we see 0-0 Nation. Final 15. 0-0 Nation, they need something.
Come on. Here we go. Here's Flame. He's up, racing ApparentlyJack, and actually gets the ball cleanly. Scrubkill is beaten by Breezy. They're getting good touches, 0-0 Nation, but not really going too many places. Hibbs catches it in the air, gets into the top corner. Flame follows up, it's the crossbar. Here's Breezy up against Scrub. Scrubkiller's 50-50 game, though, is strong enough. Dignitas finish in the top three at least.
Unbelievable how close that was. And yet, 0-0 Nation, the closest game they have had through the entire series. It's a 3-2 and beaten out by quite clearly a top three play by Joris, scoring, I believe, was that 11 goals in total?
Apparently it's 12 overall.
12 goals in total and 17 for Dignitas. Just ridiculous. An awesome performance by Dig. They go through to face off versus Endpoint in the upper bracket final, and that will be 0-0 Nation heading down to the lower quarters to face off against Team Queso.
I'll tell you what, mate, I've got a pre-show topic for tomorrow, and that is Joris versus ApparentlyJack. Because I swear these two just take turns being incredible. Joris hasn't always been this good in the events that Dignitas have had. Yesterday, I was chatting with Gregan on broadcast, and he was saying to me, ApparentlyJack is starting to, not long-term, but in the current form, overtake Joris. And then you see a match like that, and Joris was stupendous. He was terrific. He was magnificent. He was enthralling to watch. There aren't enough words to describe him. I'm fanboying here, mate. You see a game like that, you don't know what to do about it.
It's everything Dignitas had to do, and they did it decisively. Double 4-0 up in the upper semi-finals. That means that the upper side of the finals is going to be huge. That is going to be on tomorrow. But until then, we have our lower bracket match. It will be a 0-0 Nation versus Team Queso after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. This is day 2 now of the Copa Rocket League. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Greg and Shogun and Johnny Boy, to break down those last 2 matches we saw and talk about the ones that will be seen very soon here to wrap up the day. Let's talk first about that one we saw a little while ago, Luminosity Endpoint. We had a nice quick series there. Johnny Boy, Endpoint taking that one 4-0 over Luminosity.
Yeah, they look impressive, and we were wondering when we're going to see this Endpoint show up again. They've kind of been missing for the rest of the split and being bested by the new top 3 in the region, but they look back at their best now. Endpoint looking scary, Seiko looking phenomenal as always. Really, with Metza backing him up with just hardly any mistakes between them. I don't think we really saw any mistakes until that last game. Double commit, resulting in the only goal for Luminosity in the entire series.
Why do we ever doubt him? Why do we ever doubt Endpoint on boot camp? I mean, the only thing we can doubt, Shogun, is the lack of 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, eh? Like
any other series? Why did it have to be best of 7? Who decided, let's put a best of 7 there? I'm upset, okay? I'm upset, but I know a team that won't be upset. Dignitas. Yeah. They were pretty good. They kind of smashed that last one, didn't they?
Yeah, Shogun 4-0. That was another quick one. I mean, what did we expect,
very quick over in the upper bracket, wasn't it? I mean, it's the teams that we sent over to the major last time, kind of proving that when we get into these sort of scenarios, they know how to just step it up a whole other gear. And Dignitas proving exactly that. We saw some brilliant goals out of them. We saw why their offense is so deadly and just so scary to be up against all the time, because they are just throwing cars at you and wait to see if you can figure them out. And then even when you do, you get that from Jorius.
That was
good luck stopping that.
Honestly, as soon as that game ended, I went straight to find the replay to go watch what happened there, because that goal was unbelievable. The way he came off the wall at the same time as touching the ball and was stable enough to then follow up to get the ceiling into the backboard. Honestly, the way Dignitas play when they're playing their best is mesmerizing, because both their offense is one of the scariest in RLCS, but they also make it near impossible to score on them, which is that dream combination that so many teams like Karmine, Corp, FaZe, that we talk about having this scary offense, just haven't found that formula to make it so they can score whilst not conceding. So massive fans of the way Dignitas are playing today.
Well, you're going to have a chance to fanboy a little more as we're bringing ApparentlyJack onto the show. Ask some questions about it. Congratulations on the dub, Jack.
Thank you.
I had a chance yesterday on the Dig broadcast to talk to Scrub about this and just the team mentality and how you guys work together. The players are taking the initiative themselves to work through anything they need to. And he says it's good. You guys are great at talking to each other when things need to be fixed and telling each other those things. What have you found has been the most recent adjustments to find more consistency with the team? What have you guys been working on and talking to each other about?
Yeah, so Scrub's right. Obviously, like you said, we've been discussing our issues and our mistakes. I feel like in this split, we got a bit complacent, a bit comfortable, and we weren't. In scrims, you started seeing a bit of a drop off, as in we weren't like. We would always try hard in scrims, but it was like the energy wasn't there. Whereas coming into this last regional, we really focused up on goal setting and setting some goals for us to target in scrims and making sure that we're actually working on those right things. So I think we cleaned up a lot going into this tournament, and it's showing.
Okay, so there's going to be a lot of people looking at the top players in the scene and knowing that hard work is the key to success for a lot of people. And I think you embody that more than any other pro. And I think one of the questions I've got is, how do you balance 2 YouTube channels, Dignitas' YouTube content, streaming most days, practicing, scrimming, competing, and also you're at college still, right?
Yeah. It's
that's madness.
It's tough. I mean, sometimes it gets too much, and I tweet out like, "Oh, this week's crazy." I think I did it this week. It gets a little bit crazy, but it's because I enjoy it. So if you enjoy something as much as you do, and if you want something that bad, you're gonna find time. There's weeks where I don't really sleep that much, and that could go into it a little bit. It gives me a bit more time, but you know what? If I enjoy it, then it's worth it, isn't it? I'm happy.
So obviously you've already been through the whole major experience once before, but this one will have the fans involved. What are you looking forward to probably the most about LA when you get your chance to go over there? What is the thing that you're like, oh, you know what? I can't wait to do that.
I think obviously outside the tournament, I just want to explore a little bit. I want to see what's out in LA. I want to spend time with my team, spend time with the people at Dig, because it's going to be the first time that we meet them at their office and stuff. That'll be really nice, meeting our psychologist for the first time. But at the tournament, the crowd, I mean, I just think that's going to be crazy. You know, everyone, you know, that's watching the stream right now that's going to be there, they've been waiting for, what, 2.5 years or something stupid like that? They've been waiting for a long time, and I think hopefully they're going to show how long they've been waiting and really give it their all in supporting all the teams. So that's going to be crazy, and I think just the amount of support and hype that's going to be there, it'll be a great event.
Are there any teams in particular that you're looking forward to playing against? You got a chance to play against some of them in Sweden, of course. Are there any others that you want to take on?
Rails actually sent me a message for our match today. He said, I think he thinks that we'll play them if we get second seed.
Ooh.
You know, there's some speculation about formats of groups and stuff. Some fans are giving their input, and perhaps we play Space Station and hopefully FaZe. I think FaZe match would be great. I think a lot of people want to see that, like a lot of ones players on one team, a lot of talent on one team. Quite similar in that regard, so that'd be good.
Well, for day number 2 here, that's it for you guys. So, Jack, thank you for joining us, and go sleep, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Go get some rest. Okay.
Thanks
for joining, man.
Yeah, thank you.
And there's apparently Jack from Dignitas. You know what, Gregan? I feel like he's my Garrett G of EU. I just enjoy talking to him so much.
Yeah, I mean, I got asked not too long ago who's my favorite player in all of esports, and that's quite a prestigious name because I do follow other esports, and there's a lot of players who've been in the scene for a long time that I absolutely love. And instantly, the first thing came to my mind was ApparentlyJack, just because the way he does everything, whilst also being at the age he is and as professional as he is unbelievable. So huge props to him. Obviously, we'll see him for many years to come, so we'll get to know him and see him grow and develop as a person for many more years. But keep up the good work, Jack. And Dignitas, as they're now in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, taking a quick glance at it before we talk about our next matches here as we start to narrow things down. It's getting spicy when it comes to those spots and what's available, what's left. Luminosity and Evil Geniuses will be playing later. But right now, we got to talk about 00 Nation and Team Queso. Because for 00 Nation, one of those spots is still technically reachable, but it's not going to be an easy journey for them, Johnny.
Yeah, this is tough. They got to make it all the way, and they didn't have a great start to the day, so to bounce back from that loss to Dig, it's going to be extremely tough for these guys.
Yeah, not going to be an easy one, but I'm very curious what chat is thinking about this one. We just saw how 00 Nation played against Dignitas, but they had to play against Dignitas. So don't hold against them too much here. Hashtag 00 in the chat or hashtag TQ in the chat. Do you think Queso's going to move forward, or if you're going to think 00 Nation's moving forward? Let's throw our predictions on the board. I'll start us off this time because I have a pretty straightforward answer. I really think it's hard for me to bet. As much as you'd love to see the storyline and keep things spicy for 00, I feel like I have to go Queso on this one. This is just such a strong team in the European region that, in my opinion, would be absurd to go against Gregan.
I mean, this is becoming a common theme now, which is exciting for Queso, but I feel like we're going to be seeing another 4 cheeses because they are unbelievable right now. Queso is going to be my bet here. Not only are they one of the best teams in the region, but they're going up against the 00 Nation who've just come off of a really tough loss against Dignitas, who were playing a style similar to what we might see from Queso, very flare-based, lots of mechanics. And it just didn't look like 00 Nation were able to compete with that high-level mechanical ceiling that Queso and Dignitas are able to show.
It's difficult for 00 Nation. They've come off one game against one of the top 3 teams in Europe, and they're in another one against another one of the top 3 teams in Europe, and a Queso that still has stuff that they want to prove. So I've got to go Team Queso here. I mean, this is just a step too far, but 00 Nation, the fact that they are still in this conversation, what a split they have had.
Sure.
Yeah, they've impressed, but not enough. I think this is an easy one. Team Queso, just across the board.
Yeah, as I said, I think it would be absurd to go against them. 00 Nation, show us up for sure. If you wanna keep it spicy, go for it. But I think right now the odds are against you, 80% as well for chat. not unexpected. I think this match is about ready, so let's check it out. Stacks and Daz are standing by. 0-0 Nation needs a miracle to get a spot for land, but at least they can control this match. Let's see how they fare against Team Queso.
0-0 Nation contending for, let's face it, a miracle. They need the comeback of a lifetime, having been outscored 17-6 just a while ago, going up against a Team Queso squad who simply needs to win to claim the #1 seed at the the Winter Major in Los Angeles. Daz, does 0-0 have it in them to continue this Cinderella run through the Copa de Rocket League?
That's going to be the question they answer here on the field. They're going up against a Team Queso roster who came out the gate not necessarily looking as strong as many people would have liked, almost losing in groups. And now they're making that lower bracket run. We'll see exactly how things look. I mean, we saw Queso earlier, going 5 games against Karmine and showing that this rising talent in Europe still has some signs of weakness. It's going to be up to 0-0 to exploit those weaknesses.
I'm glad they mentioned it on the desk as well, the resilience of 0-0 Nation. They need to call on that here. Again, after they were just battered and bruised by Dignitas. And it's got to be the toughest thing to do, to play back-to-back following a loss. By design, by the way. Everybody knew that this was going to happen with this particular matchup, as Flame shot is sent away by Vatira. Another one played just a little bit wide on the near side. And now Flame up top. Denied by Joyo. Vatira to center for Rise. They just can't get there because Breezy's in the way and Rise can't get back in time. So Flame gets the first strike for 0-0 Nation.
Oh, look at the counterattack. Flame all the way downfield. What is he doing there? He's redirecting the top right corner. Great start there for Flame, picking the pockets of Queso.
Just over a minute gone by. 0-0 got what they need. A lead, which they seldom had a moment ago. Joyo will stop here, but everybody's going to get back as Breezy trying to go around Flame. He's there, and Rise is there to make the save. 0-0 Nation keeping the pressure on Team Queso.
You got to think about, these teams played each other in that group stage. Stacks went all 5 games.
Yep.
0-0 was the team that came out with that victory. So they know they've done this before and recently too. It's going to be tough to shake off that loss that they had to Dignitas earlier to get back into things. But the first goal of the series to start it off puts them in a favorable position.
That 10 minutes in between series, it can be a godsend though. It's been a fresh start for 0-0 Nation, and Breezy adds to it. Moving downfield off the outlet from Flame.
Look at this. Breezy gets the flip. You can see Vatira didn't really think he had it, and he activated it at the perfect time, also pushing Vatira out the way. Beautiful work there by Breezy.
So Breezy sets up Flame. Flame returns the favor. 2-0 to 0-0. Now it's Breezy against Joyo. Good stop there, but it kicks right back out to Hibbs. Looking to set up anybody out of the corner, but everybody else is too far back, so Flame will come up. They do keep the ball on Queso's half of the field. It's Team Queso just coming out very sluggish here against 0-0. And maybe that last series, Daz, kind of a wake-up call, because they are not missing anything now.
Look at this. Beautiful read from Flame. Up. Perfect placement on the shot. The confidence in 0-0 Nation in the opener of game 1. I mean, you make it feels like they didn't lose the last series the way they're playing.
It's a team that if you do take out that previous series, Daz, 0-0 Nation wasn't conceding very many goals. You're looking at maybe 1.8 per game for the tournament. Not a bad number at all. It was still more than they were scoring, which is kind of an oddity. Of course, then you add in that Dignitas series and their goals allowed shoot up to almost 2.4 per game. Again, that's just more of a statement of how on point Dignitas has been today. As Joyo will throw one downfield, a rare trip under the offensive end for Team Queso. Rise for Vatira, cannot break the shutout as Joyo is stuffed by Breezy, and Hib should have this all day. No, Flame comes in, and Breezy will kind of take a back seat watching Hibs play that to the back wall.
Chance here. You see Rise looking for the bump. So it's Vatira. Hibs goal line save and gets another follow-up. And that's not the first time Hibs has done something like that this game. He's good at dodging the demos, but also a transition play about to happen. You see 0-0 so quick to get on top of the ball and push it to the other end. They are not giving Queso that much room to breathe.
Joyo stopped by Breezy as well. And again, Team Queso struggled to get the ball across the center line. Joyo hanging around at the back, lands on the backboard and will get downfield, and Rise took out Flame. That will help a little bit, but Breezy's into the play. Flame's back in. He gets taken out again, and maybe a chance for Queso to at least get one on the board, though Rise got hung up on the wall with Breezy, so he couldn't continue on. Now Vatira looking to add one to the highlight reel, and Flame's not interested in that in the slightest. Now Rise will try again, and he's just gone completely by this. And again, 0-0 Nation doing just about everything right, while Team Queso can't get off the ground in game one.
They're still struggling. And time is gone at this point. 20 seconds left. And 0-0 Nation, my goodness, what an opener here. Queso, yeah, they may have had a bit of a break, but now they really got to wake up here soon. Not able to get any offense going. Despite having 4 shots on, the pressure hasn't looked solid. 0-0 Nation, though, here to play. As no matter what happens, this is going to hit the ground. They're going to take the W in a very impressive display of skills, especially when you look at players like Breezy and Hibs. Even Flame and some of the shooting. He got 2 goals that game, Stacks. Everybody kind of clicking right now for 0-0.
They hold a squad in Team Queso that had averaged just over 2 goals a game to absolutely nothing. And there really weren't many opportunities. We saw a couple looks that Queso got at the 0-0 Nation net where you think, okay, if they scored every good chance they got, they at least make it a close game, but they still don't beat 0-0 Nation here. You can tell the sense of urgency is there, right, Dazarin? I mean, this is a team that knows they need, first of all, to win this whole tournament, and they still need a little bit of help. They'll need Evil Geniuses to lose the next series for anything to matter at all for 0-0 Nation. So they're trying to control what they can control, and they did control Team Queso in that game.
I mean, you talk about control, everybody, again, stepping up. Hibs on that defense, getting some of those goal line saves, especially some of the assists that we saw. And then you take a look at Flame, putting on some really good quality shots. But also, the battle comes into the midfield. You see plays like this where Joyo brings up the ball, and normally it doesn't work out for Queso. Finally, Vatira is able to get a follow-up, but those have been usually cut out. The big number going into this series is 1.86 per game, as Vatira will get the first goal for Queso, putting that one in.
Yeah, they were in the top 8 of stingiest defenses, but now they get scored on here. And of course, again, that all changed with what Dignitas just did to them. Team Queso's got to channel a little bit of that dig energy to solve the puzzle that is 0-0 Nation's defense, because that's how they've gotten by in this tournament. They haven't just outscored their opponents through sheer force of will. No, they've done one of the toughest things to do in all of Rocket League, play lockdown defense for a sustained period of time. Breezy's going to bank one out here. He's got Flame waiting way, way back. Everybody kind of at the back line, looking a little bit like Team Queso was in that first game. And maybe we will see a reversal of roles here, as Flame will kind of flip around and call Breezy off. This goes right to Breezy, and Hibs cut in front, and Rise will interfere with him. So that may work out greatly for Team Queso, and the communication at the back, Daz, has to be a little bit better for 0-0 Nation if they're going to hold off Queso for a long time.
Queso mechanics are really solid. So when you see someone like Rise going for those demo plays, look at Vatira as well, trying to just get a bump off Hibbs. They know he's last back. They want to make the defense that is so strong than 0-0 uncomfortable, but also set up the solo plays, because that's really what works out for Queso. They're able to break apart defenses, and that's going to be tested in this series.
Rise was up for one, but Hibbs got in the way. He'll grab that midfield boost and then still get obliterated by Vatira. I don't know how Hibbs doesn't get the demo there. Looked like he had plenty of speed, but was not supersonic, so them's the brakes. It's Joyo over towards Flame. Problem is they're not teammates. Hibbs got a shot off, and Rise right there in his grill for the save, and here comes Team Queso again. Vatira's just worm burns one right along, and it's 2-0.
And that's the man you don't want to give space to. Look at Vatira. Great follow-up to get the pinch off the ground, and Breezy rotating back, no chance making that save.
Oh, would have kicked up some rubber pelts if this were a turf field. 2-0 now. Joyo gets Breezy out of the way and then gets bumped in midair, so his play is over. But Vatira now for Rise, and boy, a rare whiff by Breezy, and that even caught Rise by surprise.
Yeah. He was not expecting that miss at all. In position, but definitely thought there was going to be a touch there. You got to think these guys so used to playing against each other, and they've just been playing this tournament for so long. Some of the whiffs could lead to goals, and still more pressure from Queso. They're trying to build upon this lead.
Rise goes right at Flame. It comes right back to Joyo. Now Breeze out of the corner. He needed one more touch. Doesn't have it, so Vatira has all the time in the world to play with this ball, and he threw off Flame. Oh, you gotta feel bad for Flame. Just don't watch this from his perspective. It is painful.
What I say? I said one of those whiffs would lead to a goal, Stacks, and there it is. Oh man, at this point, 0-0, the script has flipped on them as they end up in the same position they put Queso in, but much earlier. Queso's starting to figure things out on how to make 0-0 uncomfortable. Again, you saw that aggressive style that they came out with in the early opener, where just constantly someone who's, once they're done with the play, they're looking for those bumps and demos. They're going for a lot of aggressive challenges because they know 0-0, they can play a decent game of Rocket League, especially when Breezy's shooting like that.
Well, following the natural hat trick from Vatira, Breezy gets them going. Well, that's great placement to get around Joyo. And with 1:45, there's still plenty of life for 0-0 Nation in game 2. I mean, you go back to Karmine Corp, who was down 3 goals right around this point. This is where they came alive and certainly made a game of it in game 5 of their series earlier. Breezy hanging around the backboard, and hey, you kind of do have to throw caution to the wind. They got another demolition. Hibbs going underneath, and Vatira ranges over for the save, and that will significantly slow down 0-0 as Joyo will collect, play along the ceiling, and Flame could only slow it down temporarily.
And this is going to be a big challenge, just getting the ball upfield, let alone, you know, you're making all these defensive stops. The counterattacks are going to have to be perfect for 0-0 in the final minute. Queso, they're willing to play that 50 game out and then waste so much time in the air. Look at him now.
Well, Breezy lands on this, push it away from Flame, so he's got to play it himself. Now Hibbs playing one all the way across. Little too much east to west movement here for 0-0 Nation. Down 2 goals in the final minute. Rise goes right through the ball, and Breezy there to stop it. Now Hibbs launched to the backboard, got to be cleared by Joyo, and it is. That forces everybody back to where Breezy is. Another win by Rise. And Team Queso continues to slam the door shut in the faces of 0-0 Nation. Joyo now looking for the knockout blow. Couldn't get there by Flame. Rise lobs one in. And boy, that's just about got to do it unless they can get downfield right now and give themselves a shot at a kickoff goal.
Pass the field. And still, we get into the final minute of this game. 0-0 Nation have not registered a single shot. And now, that one will go to midfield, and Queso will tie up the series. Again, it gets to those final minute stacks, and teams know how to lock down on defense. 0-0 Nation did great in terms of shooting up to that point, but they let the game slip away from them.
This is how 0-0 Nation plays. Not a ton of scoring opportunities. The problem is they fell behind early, and a team that has to win the way 0-0 does, keeping their opponent in check. If they let things get out of hand in the first couple of minutes, as they did, Team Queso scoring those 3 goals all by Vatira, all I think right around the halfway mark when all was said and done. That's just almost impossible to come back from. So 0-0 Nation has to put a massive emphasis, I think, Daz, on the first 2 minutes now going into game 3.
That was a big proponent for them because they got most of their scoring in game 1 off those first 2 minutes. So it just comes out on how you can open up, because if they do fall and they drop multiple goals, then it's going to be just such a tough challenge getting past Team Queso, setting up offense just to get a single shot attempt, let alone consistent offensive pressure. We haven't seen that from 0-0 all series. So what we can expect from them is, okay, work that counterattack, but you got to make sure you're not giving up goals at the same time.
Vatira beats Hibbs, and that has been the theme from game 2 up to now this point. Early on in game 3, Team Queso has just moved a little bit faster than 0-0 Nation. Took them a game to get accustomed to how 0-0 plays. Now here's Flame denied by Joyo. Followed now, though, from Hibbs. 0-0 coming alive at the start of game 3. And again, this is where they have to have that urgency. They have to dominate the first couple of minutes and at least not fall behind. They get down a goal at the halfway mark. That's as much a win as being up a goal at that point. At least they're around, because they've shown in those close games they certainly do have the ice. They just can't let it get out of hand too early.
I like what I'm seeing for Breezy so far. He's been really good in terms of cutting out passes and going for aggressive challenges in the air, just disrupting Queso. They're going to need some of that moving forward, as Hibbs was looking for a pass, and you can see Queso immediately sending that one away.
Yeah, Breezy was way, way back, so that pass just to an open space. Vatira coming through now. He has all the scoring so far for Team Queso. Almost added a 4th in the series. Now Flame trying to throw off Joyo. So he goes for that corner boost. Hibbs is right there on the doorstep, and he threads the needle right through the heart of the goal.
I like this from Hibbs, sneaking up. He went to go pick up the mid boost and let me hang around here for a little bit. Awkward shot, but he angles the car perfectly enough to get enough power in. And 0-0, they set the tone in game 3.
I mean, when all 3 cars look like they're connected by a short leash, even the most awkward shots, as long as they're placed right, they'll beat everybody at the same time. That's what happened there. 0-0 Nation in front. And we're coming up on that halfway mark, Daz. Up a goal as Breezy looks to add more to it. Flame is beaten underneath, though, and that means Hibbs all alone at the back. But he handled himself well. Rise now coming through. One more touch, and well read by Breezy.
Oh, good win off the touch from Flame. Flame and Hibbs have been really placing some of their opportunities with shots well. And again, seeing the way Breezy's been able to move with the ball, you can understand how 0-0 got this far. Just a mix of things working perfectly is, Joyo in a tough spot. Breezy trying to connect with it, but Joyo still managed to get the save. Unreal stuff on defense from Queso, but they got to get this ball out.
Well, 0-0 Nation have done incredibly well over these last 2.5 minutes as they've created rebound opportunities and they've read them well. They're making Queso make big clears out of the zone. This is near the net, and Hibbs will pop it away. Joyo's got to get there, and he had to worry about Vatira maybe being in the way. And then, of course, demolished for his efforts as Vatira runs up the wall. He's got Joyo across.
Yes.
There's no Breezy. Hibbs is up. Can't make the stop.
No!
It's still loose on the goal line and cleared away by Breezy at the last moment. Joyo now trying to pull the thread on him, and we're tied up.
He was scoring the goal at some point. You can see it. He missed the double. He said, give me this. Push it right through Flame. And he just forces the tie goal for Queso.
It's amazing how well he handled his momentum in the air coming in, slowed himself down to give himself a shot, and Joyo ties things up. 100 seconds separate us from overtime. Rise has other plans. Leave it back for Vatira for the lead.
Wow, it really comes down to Breezy on this back wall here. Rise with that touch over, going high against Hibbs. Breezy with the misread. It's an open net for Vatira. Just like that, Queso scored 2 back-to-back.
He went to stop the double, and nobody else was there to stop Vatira. Team Queso got it figured out. Rise down in front, but nobody diving in. Now Joyo just plays this right back across into the heart of the defense. Hibbs now, little bouncer, easily sent away by Rise. So 0-0 Nation has to get a little creative now with just over a minute to go. I don't think they can rely on Queso making many more mistakes or misreads. They have to generate something here. Hibbs trying to do exactly that, but he lost control on the flip reset effort. And now Breezy has Flame to the left. Flame's got to come in, though, and try to play this. He couldn't get the shot off, and that made Breezy running forward a moot point. Oh, another fake by Rise, trying to set up Vatira, and Flame was having none of it.
They just need one good drive. You can see they're sending 2 up for demos at points, but also rotation has to be clean here for 0-0. They can't afford to just have a wasted effort of sending somebody out in front. Not with 30 seconds left on the clock as a good shot comes in, and a great save for Vatira.
Joyo will send one the length of the field. Breezy's there to intercept in the direction of Flame, and that one's kind of been given away by Rise. A bit of a lazy touch, and it may cost them. Oh, Vatira avoided Flame and avoided conceding a goal in the process. Down to 13 seconds. Hibbs lobs one, and Flame wasn't quite ready for it. Rise will clear away. Down to 5 seconds left. Hibbs did avoid the demo, though. There's life for 0-0 Nation, but they got to get back in a hurry. Flame will gather this and at least keep them alive, but man, it is a tall, tall order. Breezy to the side, Hibbs can't get there, and Queso is ahead in the series.
It comes down to Vatira. When we see that heads-up play, someone's going for a demo, expecting Vatira to jump. He sits cool, calm, and collected, and saves Queso from overtime. Wow. The ability to be able to turn that around, because 0-0, they started off strong in the early part of the game, but Queso 2 back-to-back and held things down, completely locked up on defense. You saw, though, this one a little bit more faster paced from 0-0 Nation, as they wanted that equalizer, Stacks.
I'm usually a fan of teams in this spot taking the timeout after they lose their second game in the series. I'm not against 0-0 Nation not taking it here and kind of saving it, because they don't look like they're lost by any means. I mean, you could see the ideas were there, the execution not so much at times, but they had plans in mind to try and get by this Queso defense, and without just a stellar defensive effort out of Rise and Vatira especially, maybe 0-0 Nation finds a way to get back into that game and take it in OT. Certainly have to think about it if they drop this game, though, with their life in this split on the line, and Vatira adds to their problems 18 seconds in.
I mean, look at that. You got to stop Joyo, and Joyo's not even done with the play. Gets a bump on Hibbs and net, while Vatira just gets to solo style. Queso moving 100% right now.
5 goals in the series out of Vatira. Remember, he scored the first 3, all 3 in game 2. Joyo now. Of course, he got a flip reset off of that. Vatira, shot denied at point blank range by Hibbs, who slips that by. Flame leave it back for Breezy, and intercepted as Rise and Joyo were back there defensively for Team Queso. Again, Queso can clinch the #1 seed in the major if they come out on top in this series, as Breezy will play this out, and Joyo right back into the zone, and that will slow down 0-0 significantly.
Ooh, good read. Flame pre-jumped the shot from Rise. Breezy trying to get a chance to work with that. We'll leave that for Hibbs. And that's going to be tough for Flame to reach. Drop down to Hibbs. Joyo read it. More pressure as 0-0, finally getting something going on offense. Man, these teams, so much fun to watch. Look at Joyo just get it around, and that's going to be a 2-goal lead for Queso.
There's officially no assist on this play, but there's Rise getting one. And while he didn't get the second demo, he forced the defender Hibbs well out of the way. 2-0. This is one of those games getting away from 0-0 Nation that they just can't afford to let happen. They have to score the next goal or they are in serious, serious trouble. Hibbs got one in front, but Flame was way too close. And then Rise got in Breezy's way, so that forces him all the way back. That leaves Joyo with a lot of time and space, and they cannot allow that to happen. This is just left for grabs at the middle of the field, and Hibbs was too far back. 0-0 Nation just playing a little too hesitantly right now. As Joyo throws one downfield, maybe this is why they're playing defensively. What a catch by Rise, and Breezy still stopped him.
I like that play. Rise, instead of going for the demo, opts to control the ball. But still, Hibbs looking for the top left. Won't be able to get there. Just off target. And like you said, 0-0, they need one here. Especially if they can get one before that clock really starts to tick down, just to get things back going on offense. Maybe a chance here. Flame goes for the lower left corner, but the shot's off target.
This is not a team in 0-0 Nation that lights up the scoreboard by any means. Even 2 goals is asking a lot to try and chase down in 2.5 minutes. Rise was trying to find a way to get that ball to Joyo. He could not. Now it's Flame for Hibbs. It's a basic pass, but it almost worked out. The shot pushed a little bit wide. Now Breezy with Hibbs coming on behind him. Joyo's up. This is still dangerous.
Oh.
It may go in. No, it does not. I think Joyo got a touch to push it away.
Oh man, Hibbs struggling to control that one in the midfield. Again, so close. 0-0 in terms of making this one at least just looking like they have a chance of hope. But the defense from Queso's been holding strong just as much as they have been for the majority of this series. It's going to take a little bit more effort. And they've been putting in a lot of effort, Stats. It's not to say that they haven't, but it just hasn't been enough. They got to start taking some members of Queso out the field.
Sometimes your best is not good enough. Team Queso has been on point. This is lobbed up. Just a lot of clever touches that 0-0 Nation has to contend with. Team Queso closing in on the #1 seed. 1 game and the remaining minute 10 here away from securing exactly that. Flame against Joyo, and just a futile effort as Joyo had him beat by a mile. Vatira stuffs this right back into the 0-0 Nation end, and that's a good touch by Breezy to collect and not run into the demolition. But again, as they stall, they burn more time off the clock, and time is not their friend at the moment. It's a precious commodity. Vatira gonna collect this and force Breezy to start from his own back line. Easily deflected away by Rise. Joyo will gather here. Hibbs at least lobs one back in, but who else is forward right now for 0-0 Nation? Flame had to come in from midfield, I think is where he jumped from. Now nobody's back, and Vatira scores to put the game away.
Yeah, you could just see all of that effort pushed in from 0-0 Nation. But even then, Queso more than comfortable with double committing. The trust in this team is just super solid, and it works out. You see Vatira with that big challenge to pretty much lock this game away. And for 0-0 Nation, from the start that they got into this series, they haven't been able to replicate that. And they've been on a downwards trend. They got to be able to pick things back up. Again, looking for a chance to go to the Los Angeles Winter Major. That door is shutting as Vatira puts in another one to make it 4-0 Queso.
Just stop it, Vatira. They're dead. All right? They're dead in this game. Just go next. You don't need to score 7 goals in the series now. You know what he's doing? He's chasing Jorias, who had, I think, 12 in the previous series for Dig. Rise might even add another. Vatira is lurking, and oh boy, he may just add another. Oh, Joyo took it instead. Make it 5 for Team Queso as they run away with Game 4.
Lighten up the scoreboard. I mean, why not? The whole squad up for that one.
I can hear the timeout already happening, I'm sure.
I think so.
Hey, you can't take it with you.
That's right. There is indeed a timeout for 0-0 Nation. We have that confirmed. So coming at the right moment. The way I see it, got to be able to slow down this Queso squad any way you can, because I mean they're moving just on a different speed, a different pace. You see Joyo in the air. The level of control that he has is just breaking apart 0-0 Nation's defense, which was really good. You know, we talked about it a little bit earlier. You know, 1.86 goals allowed per game this entire tournament until today. And Queso are blowing that wide open. You got to take a break here.
And you know what? As sad as it is, and I hate to pile on to 0-0 Nation's issues, but this 2 minutes now, this timeout, will probably be the longest period that Queso has gone without scoring a goal since the end of Game 2. The Queso offense has been just rapid fire. They've been on 0-0 Nation's half of the field the vast majority of this series. Again, only starting at Game 2. Game 1, 0-0 Nation came out looking like, all right, we've got some life here. There's seriously a chance that 0-0 Nation can continue this kind of underdog miracle run through the lower bracket, and maybe they can steal that 5th spot in the major if all the stars align. And then all the stars got way out of alignment, and Team Queso just ran the show offensively.
Yeah. I mean, you're calling on the money there, Stacks. It just seems like, you know, even with how some of the offenses looked for 0-0 Nation, they seem to go all in, and then Queso just brings it back downfield. I mean, you look at these highlights that we're watching now, most of it is someone from Queso in the air constantly, except for that one. We don't talk about that last one. Okay, that was an anomaly. But the way that offense works, you know, Joyo, anyone from Queso is capable of it. They go into the air, they get a really solid solo play. Like, these are things that force a defender to go up to challenge, and then next thing you know, defenses start to kind of fall apart there because they don't necessarily have a good read on the ball. Now we get into this situation where 0-0 Nation, who were able to kind of set the tone on a couple of games that they had the leads in, now they're stuck managing Team Queso, and with their backs against the wall, there's so much pressure on them.
When we have all the players in and ready to go, we will continue this series. It could be the conclusion of this series with 0-0 Nation on the brink right now. Their backs are against the wall. Their winter major hopes are on the line right now. They need to win the next 3 and still get some help to make Sunday meaningful for them. Wasteland, here we go. Joyo's going to have the first look at it, as has been the case actually a lot in this series. Team Queso has had control off the opening kickoff, I think, every single game. There's Vatira looking for yet another goal. By the way, came in the leading scorer by far in this series with 24 goals before this point. Remember, they'd played more games than anybody else. They played 25 before this particular series because they just decided to go to Game 5 against darn near everybody.
Boy.
There's Rise, 30 seconds in. Rise will score, and 0-0 Nation have got to be wondering, what do we got to do to get on offense at the start of a game?
Well, maybe get out of your own net. Everybody's stuck back. Rise has freedom in the air, gets a nice flip reset to start things off. Team Queso are just having their way with the field. So much real estate's been given to them, and they love it. They love to use it, and you see Rise utilizing it there just to get them back warmed up after taking that short 2-minute timeout.
Hopped away as Hibbs will intercept. Starting to compare some numbers here, and we're not too far off from Vatira outscoring 0-0 Nation in this tournament. He's close. He's not quite there yet. Breezy, flip reset, got that one way up off the backboard and still denied by Rise. There's Vatira adding another.
Look at this. Even just when you think, okay, finally some consistent offense, a demo comes out, pass, Vatira knows where Hibbs is off the respawn and just rips one straight to the middle of the net.
That's 32 in the tournament now for Vatira. against the, let's do quick caster math here, maybe 36 that 0-0 Nation has scored as a team. Rise will deflect this off to the side, and now Hibbs will get a chance to add to that tally. He's certainly going to need to. Breezy with a drive, denied by Vatira.
I like that. Being able to connect with those passes, really good for 0-0 Nation. Now Queso, again, moving upfield with ease almost. You see Joyo being able to get that flick. He's up again. Him and Rise, a little bit of miscommunication. And thankfully 0-0 were waiting at the right moment to be able to get a challenge on that ball, but they still got a lot of work to do. A lot of time left in game though.
Vatira to the backboard looking for a double, and he had a defender in the way. Flame now gets knocked aside by Joyo. Rise on the doorstep. Oh, he got the bump as well, and Rise scores the open net.
Oh man, this one, look at Joyo to the setup there, and then two to Hibbs. Rise able to get that one in. And 3-0 in the first 2 minutes. Queso are saying, we are done playing around. It's time to move on to the tournament.
There's this guy, iDazzarin on Twitter, who I think said it best one time. Toodaloo! Out of the corner, Joyo has this right out to midfield. Flame now bouncing one in, trying to follow that up as well, trying to dive bomb onto Vatira's challenge. Now Hibbs, oh, got the ground pinch off the flip reset, and still Joyo stopped that. And hey, look, the creativity's there. I mean, they're going deep into the bag of tricks and still cannot break through this Team Queso defense.
Yeah, it just seems like for them, they get things good. They push again, a lot of resources forward on offense, but the counterattacks just force them to use most of it just to get back. They're spending a lot of time getting back, trying to, slow down Queso, and it just doesn't feel like 0-0 Nation are playing their game. Vatira, I mean, he's been putting on numbers offensively. This time, Rise is the leading scorer for Queso this game. That isn't going to stop Vatira from trying to get a few more as he's on the ball now.
He'd be looking for his 9th goal of the series. It's just been an absolute menace. And it started with Vatira, this kind of turnaround for Team Queso after they were stifled in game 1, shut out, in fact, by 0-0 Nation. Vatira had all 3 goals as part of a 3-1 victory, and he just has not stopped since then. Rise will gather here, just take more time off the clock, make Flame come out and get him, and still this ball gets through, and Breezy plays around Joyo, but not around Vatira. Joyo got the demo on Hibbs on his way back, so that leaves Queso in charge even more. There's no way. Does not score there, but again, look how much time has come off the clock. It's been about 20 or 30 seconds, it seems, since 0-0 Nation was on Team Queso's half of the field. Flame kept that one out, but to what end? There's just a relentless barrage as Rise will stop this from even reaching the center line. Vatira thought about it. He'll just stay back. There's no real threat. Now Breezy up ahead, intercepted by Rise. That has been the story of this series from game 2 onward.
It just feels like Queso know everything 0-0 Nation are going to do. It's like they have them downloaded. And there's nothing 0-0 Nation can do. They have a 2v1. Rise gets bumped. They'll score the open net. But now we got to see some crazy kickoff plays if they want to have any chance of tying this up.
I've seen stranger things happen. Not necessarily at this level. 18 seconds. Winter split on the line for 0-0 Nation. You got the kickoff going the right way. They cannot let Vatira do this though. 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds off the clock. Vatira adds his 9th, and that is the knockout blow for Team Queso.
Oh man, Vatira, pick up, goes low. Disgusting. Man, you smell that? It smells like a whole bunch of cheese. Team Queso dominating so far in this game 5. They look good. They look like the #1 seed in Europe right now.
Funny you should mention that. That's exactly what Team Queso has locked up as part of just a dominant effort from game 2 onward. It never felt like 0-0 Nation recovered from that Vatira hat trick in game 2. He duplicated the feat in game 4 as well, by the way, and he almost did it again in game 5. He stopped just 1 goal short, so Vatira decided to show just a smidge of mercy, but only a little.
I mean, the way Queso are able to like operate and make plays, even like this one for Vatira to end the series. I mean, they were doing that the entire series, Stacks. There was nothing 0-0 Nation could do to get behind it. And this is a team, like we said, 0-0 Nation beat them in groups. It went game 5 overtime. And you could tell Queso, once they figured out the play style, none of that shenanigans was happening again. It was all Queso all the way. And that's what you come to expect from one of the best teams in Europe.
So Vatira leads Team Queso to the number 1 seed. Still got to figure out who's going to get number 5. Who's going to secure that last spot in the major? It could be Evil Geniuses. They've got Luminosity. Our last match of the evening coming your way right after this.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the RLCS Achieves alongside my good friend Subi Smash. It's a pleasure to be with you all here. And before we get into our final match of the day, Subi, brief recap of what just happened there. I would say Vatira dunked them in to put it in as succinctly as possible.
I think that's a great breakdown, and you don't really need to say much more. It was definitely a cheesy match, and unfortunately, 0-0 Nation just didn't have what it took to take them down.
Certainly. Well, we'll let the desk break that down in a little more detail later. So let's go ahead and get set up for our final match of the day. Evil Geniuses versus Luminosity, and not quite winning in, but Luminosity needing to win this one and make the continued trek towards the grand finals to have a shot at making the major. Evil Geniuses a little more simple. If they come out on front here, then they will be in the major. So what are we thinking here, Subi, off your initial inspection of these guys?
Oh, just right out of the rip, you know, my gut is telling me to go Luminosity, and I think my brain is also saying Luminosity. I feel like Evil Geniuses has, yes, obviously done well, and if they win, they're in, but I just feel like Luminosity, at least for the Copa de Rocket League, has been playing a little better. When you've got a team that can take down Team BDS not once, but twice, that's going to pique my interest a little bit.
Yeah, I'm with you there. They definitely are on a strong show. I mean, Gregan definitely on a good line of thought earlier, thinking that they were playing well against BDS. Didn't really pan out in their series against Endpoint. All 1-goal games, came up 0-4, so it's a deceptive 4-0. They really did play a tight series, but Evil Geniuses, on the other hand, starting from the lower bracket, their group stage is a little tougher, 2-1. But how about you guys at home? Let us know what you guys think. Give us your hashtags in the chat. Hashtag LG for Luminosity, hashtag EG for Evil Geniuses. The best part, only a difference of one keystroke, so you have no excuse not to vote. I think for me personally as well, I'm almost leaning a little bit more towards EG, but that's just because I really like what Ivan has been showing us. I obviously think Luminosity are amazing. You know, Exotoxin Atomic really dialed it in here for the third regional. I think that you're not in the wrong camp. I just feel it in my bones, so to speak. I think Ivan's got the ice today, and it's kind of where I'm leaning for Evil Geniuses. But one way or the other, it's certainly no sure thing.
You know, and to be honest, I've always kind of fanboyed just slightly, just a little bit in favor of EXO. I've just always been a fan ever since he made that massive climb to the rival series. It took him so long to get there, and he was always just that close, and he finally made it. So ever since he did that, he gained a lot of my respect. He just never gave up, never stopped grinding, and, you know, he's put himself in contention to go to a major. So I guess I'm rooting for him. I will definitely separate myself from that personal feeling when this match goes underway, but I think this one is going to be pretty close when it comes to the fan vote.
Yeah, I think, Catalysm as well has kind of been surprising me a little bit over the past couple of regionals as well. He's kind of flown under the radar for, I think, a lot of people because, you think Europe for so long, it's been BDS, it's been Dignitas, it's been, Vitality when they were playing well. That's kind of taken a nosedive for them in recent history. But Catalysm, I think, over the past couple of regionals has really started to come into his own here. And as you're seeing some more and more shakeups in that upper echelon of the European side of things, people like that really can take you for a ride if you don't see him coming. So we'll see who comes out on front. It seems like chat thinks EG2. I'm surprised it's as not quite one-sided as 60-40 may sound in my head, but that feels pretty reasonable. But let's go ahead, hop right in to our final match of the day. Luminosity need to continue on towards the grand finals if they want to have a shot at the major, and Evil Geniuses looking to clinch right here, one way or the other. No more excuses for anybody. You got to go out there, play a solid 5 minutes each game.
You can't ask for a better way to end the day. Essentially win and you're in. Obviously, like we've discussed, a little more work from Luminosity, but man, it makes it so fun. Puts you right on the edge of your seat.
And waste no time. Evil Geniuses starting to pressure on the goal line as well. And a good press from Rizek's off the wall, but a very empty midfield for Evil Geniuses early on. Could be a product of everyone just needing some boost after the kickoff, and both teams are really trying to get settled here as we start game one.
Evil Genius is kind of spreading their wings there in the first 30 seconds, covering the entire width of the field, not worried about the length there. As you see Atomic just trying to get that clear, and very interested to see what that midfield control is going to be like during this match. Who is going to get their hands all over those big boost pads, and heads up. Eek, so hard shot denied by Catalysm. Great defense so far in the early moments of game number 1.
Oh boy, both teams making some big saves. Ixo in the one-on-one versus Catalysm, and that an absolute rocket to the top left, cleared away by, I believe it was Tox. Rizex has found a demo, pop it in the middle for Ivan. It will indeed be Evil Geniuses on the board first, but had to get physical to get it done.
Yeah, and Tox needed that touch there. Awkward place. You saw him roll. He was directly perpendicular with the ground, and sometimes when you push up or down, it goes the opposite way that you're thinking. So great defense, or great demo on the defense there from Evil Geniuses. And another demo is, you saw Tox going for an aerial bump. Didn't quite pan out.
Got real scared there for Ivan, kind of seeing him give up on that challenge and be willing to take that one-on-one with an air dribble. So many different ways you can get beat right there. As the hard pinch off the floor, Rizex able to make the read off the crossbar and find a clear all the way back into the blue half. Scary shot from Luminosity. Almost certainly nothing you could have done if it was in. But Evil Genius is holding on to that one goal lead with the demo. Gonna convert a second one. And you said creative. I'm gonna steal it for you and say well done, Rizex.
Absolutely. Both goals so far from Evil Geniuses, direct result of a demo, and they are coming out, getting physical, getting aggressive. And Chiefs, you think they want to go to LA?
I'm pretty sure they're dead set on that being the goal. And they're starting off strong here, but it's certainly not been a cakewalk. It has been very close a couple of times now for Luminosity. It doesn't really feel like they need to make any big changes, but that one you can't afford to miss. Thankfully, he's got Ixo right behind him, and Ivan playing solid midfield defense, going to keep possession here for EG.
Possible bit of nerves for Luminosity. We've seen a couple misplays as far as mechanics go, and see if they can get that kind of under control here as Atomic goes up. Nice ish, but unfortunately Ixo looked like he had to go back for boost, and far post shot denied by Tox.
Really great structure from Luminosity there on defense as well. Had both sides of the net covered. Ixo comes up empty. Catalysm one-on-one. Atomic can't recover. You really can't fault Atomic there. It's surprising to see Ixo just come up dead empty on that. Oh, he got picked by Catalysm.
Yep. Oh, gross fake by Catalysm, and Ixo fully took that bait, hook, line, and sinker. And Evil Genius is starting to run away with game number 1.
Initially think Ixo just comes up empty, and sometimes you just need a second look at it. You're not kidding. Absolutely bid on Catalysm going in for a hard shot there. Way undercut it. And now a commanding 3-0 lead for Evil Geniuses in game 1. It's kind of a real tough ask for Luminosity to find something. But granted, they've got a lot of great tools on offense. It's just a matter if they can consistently keep a hold of the ball, which Ixo is trying to do just that.
And Evil Genius is still kind of going with that wide-angled approach as far as their offense and defense goes, where they're covering, hold the phone as Ixo turns that away. They're just covering perpendicular. They're not really worried about the heads up as Atomic goes up, denied by Rizex, and nobody gets the touch there as Chaos in the orange half, and Atomic can't quite get the bump there, and it's going to lead to an Evil Geniuses push.
I don't think they have boost. This is scary. Oh my gosh, it's still going to pinball everywhere right into Catalysm's nose. Evil Geniuses 4-0. They really get caught on rotation here with just nothing in the tank, and, well, unfortunately couldn't handle it.
Ixo and Tox had plenty there, and I'm kind of unsure. I think it was just a mental breakdown, communication error on the transition back to defense, and like you said, nobody went. Just enough time for Evil Geniuses to strike.
That would make a lot more sense if they had boost. It was comms, because I was kind of with you. I was like, the only reason they don't go for that is if they have no boost, but always forget comms. Can't underestimate how important they are. So easy when it comes down to those tough situations to just not quite be able to commit one way or the other. They allow Evil Geniuses, I mean, pretty much, this is a Sunday stroll at this point. For a minute and 10 seconds. They're going to get one back. Atomic with a nice challenge. They say nothing for free. And, you know, I'd say that's fair. They deserve one. They have played some pretty good offensive looks, just haven't got any of them to drop.
Well, and it does a lot for your morale as well, not getting shut out, at least saying, okay, we got one on the board, that's good. And, you know, that's funny, it was Atomic. I was just thinking, man, he hasn't even gotten a shot, and he just got his first shot and first goal. And we'd love to see him get a little more involved in Luminosity's offense. But so far, it's been few and far between the amount of times that they've had that ball in the orange half. It has just been all Evil Geniuses outside of the first 30 seconds in game number 1.
Oh. Well, they might be able to get 2 here if Ixo can find his way around Catalysm. Unfortunately, the pop not quite enough. So that's a great bit of defense coming out from Luminosity just to get this clock down a little bit faster. Very patient waiting game for them here at the end of game 1. Doesn't really feel like they want to necessarily push and try and get another one. They're kind of just thinking about, all right, how do we manage game 2? And really does start with I really do think that Evil Genius is kind of, and I won't say commanding the midfield, but they did come up with a couple of big blocks, and
I'll definitely say that. Oh yeah, they commanded the entire field. This game was all them, and Luminosity was left scrambling. And I think a lot of it boils down to communication. There were a lot of spacing errors that I was noticing on the side of Luminosity, where it's like, okay, who's going for this ball, and why are you over there? They've got to figure things out, and they need to do it soon because they're starting to get pushed back and starting to get pushed around.
Well, you can't certainly afford that going forward. Thankfully, it is best of 7, so you do have a little bit of a buffer here early on in the series. So one loss definitely not going to set you back too much, but you know, looking at the stats a little bit closer, that is 14-6. So yeah, okay, I'll bite. Yeah, they
a lot to a little. A lot to a little. And then when you saw the scoreboard after the match that came up on the screen, that nice graphic, it was all orange, other than saves, which, surprise, surprise, hey, if you're getting shot against, you got to make some saves. So, you know, Luminosity just need to figure out how to break out of their own half. And I think it's just, honestly, and I know it sounds silly, it's the communication. We saw so many times where there was a ball just kind of sitting there dangling in the defensive half. Nobody goes, and Evil Genius is able to maintain ball control.
We'll see if Luminosity in game 2 moving forward, see if they can find a way to show you how they had such a commanding win over some tough opponents in the group stage. You know, there is definitely a lot of credit to be given for having some rough comms. You saw it give away a goal in Tox, having to recover awkwardly along his own back wall there with a missed touch. And Ivan, so focused on just keep possession. And now you kind of play this awkward game if you're Luminosity, where you really have to make a big play like Ixo does right there. Give yourself a little bit of room to at least reset and approach a challenge from a much better position to try and get it back. And that's a huge bump. Ivan, one-on-one is taken away by Atomic. He was going for the top right corner, and he got denied.
With the Musty as well, pulling out the mechanics. But for Luminosity, they've got to do something, Achieves, to garner the respect from Evil Geniuses, because right now, Evil Geniuses, look at how far forward they are in the offensive half. All 3 members past midfield line, and almost all 3 members were at the top of the box right there, just saying, okay, you guys have done nothing, not even a deep, long clear to make us, you know, even slightly worried that it's going on target.
They're definitely doing a nice job managing those challenges in the corner, at least. Finally, Ixo able to get a little bit of breathing room over on the blue half. We'll see if they can string a couple of those challenges together. It's all going to start with Atomic. He'll force Catalysm into the net to give Tox an opportunity to build a little more pressure. And Ixo, quick recovery to try and keep this on the orange half, but dished out to Ivan on transition here for Evil Geniuses. And that shot well wide of the mark up towards Tox. And we may get some strong touches back and forth. And then it becomes the game of who's positioned better and who can win a big challenge in the corner.
It's just, they're playing around the world right now. This ball is just wrapping around the field, just the entire circumference. And still, not many shots to be had, as I thought that one might have been on target, but very tough angle there. And so far, we're nearing halftime. Only 2 shots for Evil Geniuses, 1 for Luminosity. Very defensive-heavy game here as, we haven't seen even really any passing plays come out from either side.
Yeah, it's really kind of been stuck in the corners here and there, and there's that miscommunication you were talking a little bit about with Luminosity. They both get in each other's way. Neither of them really hits the ball, and now they end up giving up possession. And Atomic to Ixo on the backboard, and Again, that's why there's not been too many shots. They go out and get them quite nicely, but this is where it's spent a lot of its time, jammed against this corner here. And nobody from Evil Geniuses really been able to dig one out into the middle, away from the defense to give themselves a shooting opportunity, despite holding a lot of pressure on the blue half.
Yeah, after game number 1 and here, I would be so interested in watching this one back, but kind of seeing like a heat map of where that ball is placed, because I feel like more times than not, it's just sitting in this blue half, and touches like that from Tox where he just kind of gives it away. That's a play where you got to slow that one down, try and dribble it up the wall. Sure, you might get met, but at least you'd have a better opportunity at creating a 50-50 and that ball squirting out in your favor.
Well, some more long clears. Again, EXO able to at least get them a little bit of space. It's just, can you win the subsequent challenges? Right down to EXO. Couldn't ask for a better setup, and Catalysm all over it off the goal line. Timed it perfectly to take that approach away. Rizex to Catalysm denied by Atomic, and 90 seconds remaining. Dead draw here in game 2.
Oh, and EXO going for that demo on Rizex. Narrowly avoids the contact as Atomic pops that one up. He's got plenty of time, plenty of space. Catalysm late to the ball, but able to get that touch. And EXO, he's got some space here. Looking infield, and Ivan cut that one out and bumped Atomic off the ball.
A little too far up for EXO. A real tough ask, and decides to play it a little safer. Doesn't want to try and go for something and be out of position and potentially strand Rizex in a 2-on-1. So they'll fall back on what's really been the fort to hold down for him, this blue corner, as Tox a little bit of extra time here. Indeed, trying to force that 50 right down to Ivan, and EXO all over it. Understood the passing lane, got right in the middle of it, and stopped another shot.
Well read, and Catalysm gets it over 1. Atomic smartly puts it back into the corner, and EXO, he looked around, realized Catalysm was kind of bailing off, not looking for demo, and Atomic smartly gets that second touch to keep it right above Catalysm, and here we go, looking for Luminosity to goal in the last 30 seconds, and we're starting to get into golden goal territory.
And Luminosity kind of running into each other there at the midfield. That leaves only one option. It's going to be Tox, and how can he set this one back up for EXO? High bump, he just misses Rizex. Had he come down with it, you felt like almost a sure thing for Luminosity. Unfortunately, they may be the ones caught out on transition here. And thankfully, EXO the first one to it. Catalysm considering, and will choose not to let it go. Ivan escort this ball into the safety of the grass, and 0-0 overtime in game 2. Great recovery here from Luminosity, despite continuing not to have a lot of pressure, really not allowing anywhere near as many opportunities on goal.
Yeah, they've definitely spaced out a little bit, not allowing Evil Geniuses to get any individual plays, and really cutting out passing lanes as well, as EXO takes that one off the backboard and carries it over. But look at the patience from Ivan, just sitting, waiting, realizing, okay, my teammate's up in the air, challenging. And that is a big win, as 2 went from Evil Geniuses. Atomic passed over to EXO and tucks it in. Lower right-hand corner, and Luminosity take game number 2.
You felt like it had to be with Tox winning that big of a challenge. Again, Ivan not really in a position to try and turn on that challenge. He's really just trying to follow that ball out across into the middle. They're able to scoop it away just far enough, and then a beautifully placed ball to close out the game in the lower right-hand corner. You're thinking pretty much everything except there. And he's still going to tie the defenders in knots. They will hold off the Storm in game 2 and just edge out an equal series. But that was really a fight for just don't mess up. It felt like to me.
Well, and for Luminosity, way to capitalize on the opportunities, because they did not have a lot of them. Only 3 shots in this match, and overtime comes, and 30 seconds later, they get that goal. But for me, still a little questionable on the defensive half. Yes, they did deny a lot of the plays, but one thing that didn't happen that was happening a lot in game number 1 were the demos from Evil Geniuses.
Yeah.
Evil Geniuses had 0 there in game number 2, and you feel like if they get 1 or 2, it's going to translate into a goal, and they just did a better job at avoiding the demos, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely not a particularly physical game in game 2, and as well, it feels like if Luminosity start to iron out their own coordination at the midfield line, they might find themselves spending more time over on the orange half than they have in the first 10 minutes of this series. And we'll see if they can start off with just that. Atomic. Ooh, nice job staying with it. We'll take it away from Catalysm as well. Ivan is just able to win the race against EXO, though, and felt like that could have been something if they came out with that one.
Yeah, and Ivan's been doing a great job at cutting out passing lanes as Rizex goes up high off of the backboard. Atomic already there, and fast break opportunity for Luminosity. Ball bounces unfavorably up into the corner, giving Evil Geniuses plenty of time to rotate back to defense.
A nice safe pass over to Rizex as well. They just want the space to be cleared on defense so they can see Luminosity coming. Really don't want to get caught off guard by anything. It's Ivan on a nice safe dribble, and that's a great pinch off the sidewall. Really puts a lot of pressure on Luminosity rotating back here. They need to win something, and that kind of helps, but Ivan's got such a great position. He got bumped way too high. I was thinking if he could get back to that one, I was going to lose my mind. And it's going to stick here in the orange, or in the blue corner, excuse me.
I was thinking the same thing. I thought, oh, if he gets his wheels up to that ceiling, he might be able to jump down in time, but didn't come. And here we go. Nice break up there from Tox. Puts it right into the corner. Good challenge onto Rizex, and Catalysm just bombs it downfield. Says, all right, let's try and reset just a little bit. We need a little bit of boost.
Ooh, I love the speed here from Atomic as well to stick this one in the midfield. Unfortunately, very favorable bounce for Rizex. Tox just out of reach. And Ixo continuously getting bullied off the ball. That's also been another big factor. There's a little bit of physicality to force Tox to punt. So free ball here for Evil Geniuses.
It's amazing how games 2 and 3 have just been played so much on the side walls and corners. So little amount of time spent in that center lane going right down the field. And right as I say that, almost goes right between the dotted lines. Doesn't count as a shot. And we're nearing halftime achieves and still yet to register a shot for both sides.
Oh, wow. Huge challenge there from Tox. Oh, and Atomic is already all the way back on the goal line to stop a free breakaway goal for Evil Geniuses. Ivan trying to press Tox as well. And you gotta give Luminosity credit, despite coming from generally, I would say, a further distance away from a lot of these challenges. They're making some really great approaches on the ball and not letting Evil Geniuses set it up in a very favorable way for them.
Oh,
They're
boy.
having to fight for every inch, as that's going to be smashed towards the wall, and Ixo, no problem, already on the backboard to take it away.
Yeah, just to go back to your point, I agree. Luminosity doing a much better job at taking away the shooting lanes of Evil Geniuses. Just kind of saying, okay, he's taking the approach this way to the ball. The shot can only come out here, and they just completely neutralize it as Atomic neutralizes Rizex in the corner there. Ixo beats out Ivan, and Catalysm nice and patient on that back wall. Going to go ahead and deny that, but Tox puts a shot on target, and Rizex easily turns that one away.
That's something else Evil Geniuses have also been doing an excellent job of. Luminosity trying to keep this ball tight, like here you see with Ixo. It's a lot of that air dribble out, and Evil Geniuses consistently been finding a bump on that first person to try and take it on an air dribble. They prevent the ability for follow-up to beat multiple defenders, and it's given a lot of time for the support players in the back to come away with a nice, easy clear on the ball. And Evil Geniuses, they keep that up. It's going to be real tough for Luminosity to really find a consistent avenue to try and set stuff up, at least from a mechanical standpoint. They're going to have to just rely on the product of positioning, and Evil Geniuses maybe needing to be out of position with some boost somewhere along the line and maybe scoop one out of the sidewall or in the corners out into the middle, because other than that, really haven't had much, go 1v1 them approach that's really been able to break open multiple people. Did he bump him?
I am almost certain that he bumped him midair here. Tox goes up, gets that touch, and let's see. Bye-bye, Atomic. Got the touch on the defender, just clears the lane, and a nice slow roller into the back of the net. Luminosity up 1-0, less than a minute to go here in game number 3.
Great takeaway for Luminosity. Now you can play keep away all you want. Aggression, certainly going to suit them just fine. Evil Genius is going to try everything, and that's quite a read. Rizex getting physical, and thankfully he's got Tox behind him.
Numbers.
Atomic, though, well defended up on the backboard.
Oh, perfect clear. I mean, look at that placement. Read the field, read exactly where Evil Geniuses was, and placed it in the empty spot on the field.
Ooh, Rizex. I think he wanted that midfield boost before he wanted that ball. Ivan towards the wall. Easy ball for Tox to handle. No sweat. And Evil Genius is trying to get set up, and Tox wins a big challenge along the sidewall, and he is just trying to waste as much time as possible. Rizex, not the cleanest dismount from the corner. Still able to get it out to Ivan, 10 seconds. And they find one more go. Actually, that's a great dish. Catalysm is going to get bumped off the ball. That's a great takeaway, and that will close it out. Great understanding there from Luminosity. understanding the fake challenge and hang on, we just got to take him away so he can't make the push out into the middle. And they're going to squeeze out another 1-0 win.
Wow. That is impressive. 2 shutouts in a row. Luminosity completely changing the way Evil Geniuses is approaching this game. And, you know, they started doing what I kind of brought up in game number 1, being creative. We're seeing a lot of creativity out of Luminosity. And sure, they only have 1 goal, but that's all it takes. And you saw that cheeky little bump in the middle of the box right up high and takes him out. And that's sometimes all it takes. Defender's not really expecting that, thinks he's going to get an easy touch to put it back corner, and you remove him out of the play. And his teammates are, you know, already pushing forward, expecting a hit, and just so smart from Luminosity.
Yeah, great way to close out game 2 if you're Luminosity. Now you take the lead in the series. Evil Geniuses as well. You start to kind of get a little bit frustrated, and you feel like you can't just keep taking all these challenges, you know, around towards the middle of or along the sidewall and out into the corner. You need to get that out into the middle as Ivan pokes one towards that top right-hand corner, and it's denied. But chance generation, you know, you really have kind of beat your head against the wall for 15 minutes straight of like, okay, the corners and the back wall and the side wall, it's a no-go zone. They've got it all sealed up over there. You got to do something else.
You know what a great way to take out aggression is, Achieves, if you don't have a little stress ball?
Yeah, what's that?
You demo your opponents. It's so satisfying to see that explosion across your screen. And, you know, for Evil Geniuses, relieve some stress right now. Demo your opponents.
Scary, though. It's a very tough ask when a lot of these clears have been so strong and covering so much space. You really run a big risk of finding yourself out of position if you go for those demos, and then you get a long clear over your head. You might be facing a 2-on-1 out of nowhere. So
yeah,
it's always fun, and it works wonders when it works. But if it doesn't, it's very quickly going to be a bad look for your defense. And that was an absolutely stunning clear from Tox off of his backboard.
I mean, I agree with you, Chiefs, but when Evil Geniuses is playing their offense so heavy into these corners, they're already putting 1 player in, and if they lose that 50, they're already out of position. So just rotate through the zone and try and take a player out. I don't think it's going to put them that much more out of position than they're already putting themselves out.
Either way, you do have to make some adjustments. And what risks are you willing to incur if you're Evil Geniuses to be successful? As out into the middle, Ivan comes up empty, actually sets up Catalysm beautifully, and thankfully Atomic in position coming across from the opposite corner of the net. Favorable bounce for Ivan. Back to Rizix. He's going to look for Catalysm here. Floater into the middle. Atomic. It's a little too close to him. He'll take that one away. Evil Genius is close to creating something.
Yeah, that pass just a little too slow. Had it have been faster, I don't think Atomic gets up in time, but nonetheless, here comes Evil Geniuses yet again as Rizix denied by Tox. Not going to give him too much time to clean up that ball on his hood, and Ivan can't quite find the mechanics to get the touch there. And Evil Geniuses doing a good job in the first half of maintaining ball control, but the demo from Atomic going to open things up for Luminosity.
Evil Geniuses as well. Thinking about that last shot attempt, certainly not the first time that they've had what would be the primary option, so to speak, in terms of who should be touching the ball, kind of just come up empty and set up a person coming in behind them as, hang on, the net's just open?
What happened? What happened to Ixo here at midfield?
Okay.
Oh, he just misplayed it. He accidentally jumped when he should have not jumped. As simple as that. Open things up, and Ivan, all he had to do was roll it between the dotted lines, and Evil Geniuses get a freebie.
That's the thing about timing at the highest levels of Rocket League. All it takes is one little miscue, and you think Tox rotating back on defense, he's thinking, yeah, I literally just need a quarter of a second, and I'll be in position to save that. But Ivan gets one dished right into him in the middle of the pitch, and he will drill in a second one for EG.
Ivan, and Catalysm again hooking up on that one. And what are you going to do there as Tox? You see him just jump up, hoping he can kind of pre-read that, but I don't think Ivan is going to shoot it right at your face there, kid, as that one goes in. And Evil Genius is up 2-0. No sweep here, at least not for Luminosity.
Ooh, almost. This is a very favorable. They get a bump, and Catalysm recovers. Oh my goodness. You thought for sure they were maybe going to get one back right there.
Did Ivan get up? Oh, okay. Ixo gets back in time, and that's a bomb downfield. Holy smokes.
Fast.
That had to pinch off something.
Hang on. There's Atomic, rotates back. Yeah. No, just a clean power shot.
How?
What a bomb from Atomic from his own goal line, pretty much. Nobody from Evil Geniuses saw it coming.
Well, and that's kind of what you were talking about, Achieves, right? Hey, why aren't they demoing? Why aren't they demoing? Well, they're going for those long clears. What just happened? They pushed forward a little too far, and Atomic just says, all right, let me show you where the power comes from. And he might get two, gets the challenge, but Rizek's up in time to put it into the corner.
Ooh, and Tox, he wants to take his time here. That's definitely the right move. Neither of his teammates necessarily ready to really play offense, so waste a few seconds, make sure they're in a much better position, and so to his teammate here, and it's going to look a lot better. Rizek's oh so close to being one step too far forward and allowing that second equalizer goal, as Ivan also just off the goal line, really having to stretch to keep these ones away from danger. Atomic cutting back in. He's just going to miss out on the challenge from Catalysm. And time, definitely a factor here, under a minute now. Atomic sets up Ixo. He's got the speed, but he gets too far in front of the ball. And I don't know if he would have been able to beat Ivan on the goal line, but it felt like there could have been something there.
Well, they've got limited amount of time. You see Ixo up, flip, reset, yes, and gets the 50, but Rizek's coming out victorious there, and Tox is going up as well, looking for the demo, but Rizek saw it coming, decided to just throw it in reverse, and Evil Geniuses pushes it back down into the orange half, and Luminosity have to march the full length of the field.
It really was great understanding from Catalysm as well, recognizing what the offense is giving him. Says, yeah, he's just going to push Rizek's off the ball, so I need to be the one to come across. And it's not really something you communicate. It's just you intuitively understand that's the situation.
Oh, boy.
Tox and Atomic smash into each other. They have to try and reset it up one more time. They were trying to weave around each other to poke it out towards the middle of the pitch, and unfortunately just collide. And unlikely that they actually put one into the net there, but you definitely hate to see them not even have the opportunity via team bump.
Absolutely. Unfortunate situation, but ultimately Evil Geniuses tied this series up, and it has just been back and forth every single game. And even, you know, you could throw it underneath a microscope, and it seems like every minute each team has their turn at who's controlling the pitch. It doesn't seem like it's just one team the entire time, even games 2 and 3 where it was a shutout. But this game, it was just all Ivan all the time. He did such a great job of, kind of like I was saying earlier in the series, where he's just positioning himself and reading those passing plays and breaking them up beautifully.
And he really did, especially on his second goal, where he really just positioned himself masterfully to capitalize on kind of a weak clear from Luminosity. That first one as well, catch him off guard. Yeah, you know, no one sees the hard power shot from their own goal line, being able to go the whole length of the field.
That was crazy.
And just get through all three people. And Catalysm as well, over 500 score in game, 4 as well? Because, yeah, we're going into game 5. And so Evil Genius is going to fight back. But again, it really does not feel like either team has a particular edge. It's just a matter of execution at this point.
Well, let's see if Luminosity can score more than one goal in a game this series. So far, all 4 games, they've only gotten 1. So, I mean, their game plan has to be, we've got to shut out Evil Geniuses or we lose. That's basically what it boils down to.
Ooh, great takeaway from Rizek. And Ivan, he wants the second touch off the wall as well. He will at least stick it in the same spot. Really focused on ball control for Evil Geniuses at the start of game 5. Really don't want to give anything away for free. And look at Rizek. He's saying, what are you going to do, Atomic? You got to make a move. I'm not just going to blindly challenge you and let you get out for free. And a more controlled approach may be favorable. But how about it just pinches? And look at that. Everyone here at the midfield line thinking, yeah, we're cool. Just kidding.
You're not cool. Because that one just all the way full length of the field, just how Tox drew it up. And hey, sometimes it's better to be lucky rather than good. But for him right there, he was both. As see him wave dash to get up to that ball and immediately put back on their heels. His Tox going to relieve a little bit of that pressure, send Rizek all the way back to the
might be
orange
able to
half.
score that with a bump. Ooh, 2 defenders, unfortunately, for Ivan. Catalysm not able to catch the ball cleanly. He's going to be looking here for Rizek. Gently caresses around one. Atomic following Rizek the whole way. But a big boost deal from Ivan. Really going to hamstring Luminosity here a little bit. And that is a much-needed clear from Evil Geniuses. to fight off the demo and the boost starve to make sure that you have some time to recover there.
Well, unfortunately for Evil Geniuses, this is exactly how Luminosity want to play this game. I mean, they are a team of all defense. So far this tournament, it's been just shy of 50% of their games that they've played in. They've scored 1 goal. 12 of 26 games, 1 goal. And Rizek's going to get the goal with a little help from Ivan on that goal line, getting a nice little bump.
I mean, Ivan, great ball control here. Forces Atomic up early, focuses on the challenge, isn't thinking I need to power it through them. I just need to make sure it sticks here, because Rizek's was really, like, sitting pretty much right on top of that play. Any challenge that goes out sideways over his shoulder, it's a 2-on-1 back the other way. And Ivan really focusing on keeping that one there. Was beautiful. Ixo just off the outside corner. Tough shot to try and convert with a defender right in your face.
I was impressed at how long he kept that ball and was able to hold that flick in his back pocket as Rizek's holding that 50. And Ivan just narrowly missing as well. Him and Ixo just narrowly missing that bottom right corner.
Ooh, nice little flick from Tox. Catalyst
we got
all over an Atomic. Almost didn't see him in time. Ivan with a shot towards the net as well. Big boost steals again from Evil Geniuses here. Really trying to hamstring Luminosity's opportunities to transition. Atomic really going to make sure that they at least have some ball control. Rizek wants to drill one, and it's going to pinball around. Catalysm can't drop the hammer either. Ixo going to make the second stop, and Luminosity going to escape.
Oh, that bottom right corner is the Achilles heel right now as Ixo just launching it downfield, just doing whatever they can so they can boost up, because I swear Tox has had less than 20 boosts for, it seems like an eternity now. And Ixo just getting a challenge there. Nice little back pass to Atomic. And let's see if Atomic can make anything of this. No, but does get that boost steal. Looking towards net, looking to get a bump. And doesn't. But what a creative play there. And doesn't result in a goal, but I love seeing those team plays.
It really was quite clever. He stopped himself from going for the demo on the goal line. Ixo really trying to continue and press there for Luminosity. And you like to see the mix-ups in the approach. Atomic really almost throwing Ivan for a loop on the goal line as well. There's some terrifying stuff to handle on defense. Ixo is unfortunately too far under the ball.
Oh my goodness.
To Ivan, they're going to combine to get that out to Catalysm and eventually the safety of the midfield line. But what a scary sequence for the EG defense.
So many opportunities, and they just couldn't convert, and it just seemed like so many were just almost there as Tox can't find the bottom right corner again. Both teams plagued by that post as Rizek keeps that ball alive, and Catalysm gonna throw that one right-hand side, and the post denies yet again.
Rizek's won a great dribble, had an uncontested drive of the field. They got the perfect setup, and no, it's just wide. Rizek's to Catalysm now. Evil Geniuses want to try and convert here in regulation, put a ton of pressure on LG going into game 6. And Tox trying to do the same thing, really stretching there to set it up for Atomic, who overcooked his approach a little too close, and a big pinch over Ixo's shoulder. Rizek's just trying to knock it down, and unfortunately goes backwards his own half, sets it up for Tox. Hard flick, Ivan can't reach it, and the mishandle from EG at the midfield line gonna cost him.
Tough play for Ivan, rotating back, no boost, and missed the big one, and gets caught. Beautiful flick there from Tox.
I mean, looking at Catalysm's perspective, he's a couple pixels angled up too high from hitting that cleanly back to Ivan. And that goes off the corner and into the net. Oh, it's devastating for EG.
Great kickoff there, but better 50-50. And just a little bit of English on that one to roll it inside the upper 90. And Luminosity extend the lead just enough to possibly take game number 5.
Tough show for EG in game 5. And Tox looking for one more to really seal the deal, but 15 seconds, pretty much got a score on this transition, and he almost
just might.
Almost with the flip reset. Rizek's just out of time to get there and beat the defense, and that'll seal game 5. Luminosity gonna put 2 in just under the wire and keep Evil Geniuses at arm's length here with 2 games to go.
My goodness, and this one a shootout by how the series has gone. Lots of shots to be had on both sides of the pitch, but Evil Geniuses only getting 1 to fall out of the 13 that they had. And Evil Geniuses going to take a timeout, reflect on what went wrong there because their backs are against the wall and the dreams of going to a major as well are starting to dissipate.
But you like a lot of the looks. I mean, whenever you're getting, 13 shots on target, you're definitely doing something right.
All right.
It's just unfortunate that, you look over at that Luminosity defense and they made 9 saves out of the 13 shots, and one of them found their way into the net, which only leaves 3 unaccounted for Evil Geniuses. And Luminosity, you really do have to give credit where it's due. They've been playing defense pretty much all series long. Evil Genius is kind of starting to give a little bit of ground here as this series has progressed in terms of letting Luminosity back on offense. But across the board, it's been 5 games now, and Luminosity's been playing defense for a lot of those 5 games, and they've not cracked very often. And you got to give that credit.
That's their game style. That's just how they approach all of these series is if we can hold teams off, eventually we're going to break through. And a lot of their goals are those goals that just go the full length of the pitch. How many have we had this series so far? I can think of 3 off the top of my head, but the transitions is where they catch a lot of their opponents kind of slipping up, and they can just hold down that back line for long enough. Eventually, their opponents are going to crack and just get a little over antsy and just push forward just a little too far. And, that's exactly what's been going on.
Oh, great couple of goals for Evil Geniuses, but, that one hurts. Thinking just a miscue, and then right on the next kickoff, you give up a second one. Yeah,
that's a bummer.
I just think Catalysm was that close to getting a nice, well-controlled back pass to his teammate, maybe overtime in a couple seconds. No, you're done. You're now under the threat of not making the major and not an enviable spot to be, but I've liked a lot of EG's approaches. I really think it takes one play, if that makes any sense. Because when they've got through that first defender, they've been able to set up a dangerous approach, and it's taken some great challenging and some great defense from LG to consistently stop EG's approach. So
for sure,
gotta love that challenge game as well.
Well, they've just got to do something to kind of shake up Luminosity, because when we saw them win in game number 1 in dominant fashion, 4-1, it was them, kind of creating chaos in that back half for Luminosity to where we were saying, okay, this is communication problems. And yeah, it's tough when you don't know what's going on. And we see a slight double commit there from Atomic and Tox as a Catalysm. Can't quite find it, but a follow-up shot might be there. And no, turn away from Tox.
And there's a timing issue there for Evil Geniuses. That pass for Catalysm was beautiful, but he was twisted backwards and could not immediately go and blast that one on target. And those couple extra moments that LG had there to reset themselves really made a difference in stopping that first opener. But Evil Geniuses, no signs of letting up. Early pressure, ball stuck in the corner against the side wall, and Rizex is again just wide of the marks. How many of those in the past couple games have been just wide? As Rizex finally able to get out in front of the defense. I've been working a little magic in the corner to go straight through Ixo and Atomic, and they're going to convert.
Yeah, Rizex, great job of not rotating out of the zone, realizing that Evil Geniuses still had ball control and the pressure, decides to just keep himself there, and he was waiting top of the box. Great read there as Tox going to go up, and Rizex going to get the touch, and Catalysm bombs it all the way downfield, and Evil Geniuses forcing Luminosity into an uncomfortable situation because now they're going to have to push out of their own half and try and get this ball game all tied up.
I really like that approach from Ixo. Unfortunately, Tox didn't quite have a good line on the ball, ended up kind of just chucking it into the corner, but Ivan misses as well. They get the bump, and I think everyone's kind of confused here about who's about to have possession. Very well could have a fight for it.
I don't know who bumped who there. They both went flying opposite directions, and I think that's what messed everyone up. And hello? No one there. Tox taking the long scenic route back to defense and leaves the net wide open.
Yeah, he wanted that midfield side boost. And, looking at his rotation back, yeah. Why do you take the midfield side boost and then not instantly cut towards net? He actually cut towards net and then cut back out towards the corner. And it's like, Does he make that if he just goes straight back to the net? You have to feel like, yeah.
Well, you give himself a better opportunity, right? I mean, that one, yeah, you can't fill up to 200% there. You only get 100, and once you pick up that midfield boost, you need to take a direct beeline to that back post or even center a net, and you're taking that long route. You see what can happen.
Nice insurance for Evil Geniuses as well, especially in a series where goals really have come at a premium. Shots, not so much, but actually scoring has been incredibly difficult for both teams, and 2-goal lead with half the game left. It's really got to give a measure of confidence here for Evil Geniuses to try and force Game 7, but that miss from Catalysm definitely going to let Luminosity back into the mix here.
And you got to feel so good after
what?
Yeah, tough one there on the backboard. Atomic going to keep it alive, and Ixo, great read, great follow-up, puts one on the board for Luminosity.
He's going to fight through it. I thought that first approach was going to be good, and it just took a whack skip off, I think it was Catalysm, and he's recovering in the net from his initial save, and unfortunately for him, Ixo didn't feel like leaving just yet. Makes a great read, understands the situation well, and knows boost necessarily not important. Position is powerful. He's going to get him right back into the game.
Well, Tux, nice slowdown, and trying to get that dump-off pass over to Ixo and get the bump on the back line, but right now Evil Genius is starting to be pushed around a little bit on the back line, and Ixo, great read. He saw exactly where the defender was coming from, knew the ball could only go towards that far post, and just covers it up perfectly.
What a race. Great timing, and like you said, perfect understanding from Ixo there of the situation. Again, able to get outside, only one direction to clear it, sit on it, and if it pinballs out, so be it, but he was in a perfect spot to have that go his way.
Wow, 2-goal lead, absolutely dissolved within 20 seconds. Great job from Luminosity.
And Ixo looking for 3. Unfortunately, goes right towards Catalysm. Combine that with a demo, though. There's definitely an opportunity for an extended stay on offense here for Evil Geniuses. Tox, huge challenge, and the boost steal, and a float across. Atomic was thinking about leaving, though. Catalysm with not a lot of boost can't really continue on his way out of the orange half, and that's a great control catch from Ivan. Kind of stick that one on the nose and stop them from being able to just press. Catalysm again fighting off Ixo. Midfield line, favorable skip for Rizex. Nobody to contest him, as that's a floater and well high, but keeps Evil Geniuses in control of the offense, and Tox gonna clear his own goal line out for Atomic, and it's kind of dump and chase a little bit here for Luminosity Gaming.
Oh boy.
They're through everybody. Catalysm is one step too far behind Atomic, so close.
Dude, just got there. That net was wide open, and nobody was going to rotate in time as this one goes up, and Tox can't read it. Rizek's going to drop it down. Great pass over to Catalysm, and just like that, EG takes the lead.
Love the selfless touch here from Rizex. I mean, everyone should be thinking Rizex is going to shoot this, and in fact, that's what the first guy who went by, Atomic, was thinking. I'm going to take away a shot opportunity. Rizex just lets the ball travel an extra millisecond and dumps it out middle, and no one knew how to stop the shot from Catalysm. 3-2 Evil Geniuses with 25 left. But Luminosity pressing here. Decent position as well. Out in front for Ixo. Tox really got to get all the way around this one. He's going to scoop it high. Ixo denied by Ivan. Composed on the goal line. And Atomic, maybe 1 or 2 more looks here.
Great demo.
Really going to blunt the sword of Luminosity.
Great demo to stop that aggressive approach as Ixo keeps it alive. This ball going up, gonna roll back down, and just like that, Evil Geniuses utilize that timeout to its full potential, take game number 6, and thrust us into game number 7.
It had to be. How could it not be? It's been.
Yes. I mean,
it's been too tight the entire series.
You have to.
You couldn't just have Luminosity knock it off here. But you did love to see that 2-goal comeback. I mean, you're thinking 2-0 up early for Evil Geniuses, half the game left, and then boom, boom, Ixo puts in 2 massive goals to get him right back in it. And from then on, all bets were off. Anything could have happened, but it took one beautiful assist from Rizex. I mean, just an inspired pass in a tight spot.
It was. And great job as well as not getting down mentally, emotionally, because they had a drought of almost 2.5 minutes without a goal, and then they got scored on twice in 20 seconds. And that's something that easily you could hang your head to and just say, man, all right, well, guess we lost. Guess we're not going to the major. Bummer. But they keep the dream alive. Champions Field, here we come.
Not willing to concede just yet. Favorable opportunity for Catalysm. Atomic's got it sized up nicely, though. He will stall out Evil Genius's push off the kickoff.
Oh, bye-bye.
Bye-bye is right. Ixo trying to just drill one through Rizex. Atomic, great recovery effort, but nice approach on the challenge from Rizex. Getting outside the line of where the ball can head out and on top of it. Really make sure you can get a solid challenge on it. Ivan forcing Atomic to give up his own corner boost as well. Evil Genius is trying to create via starvation as Rizex. That might have pushed out that triple tap from ApparentlyJack earlier. That would have been quite the angle.
That would have been 89.5 degrees for sure. That would have been pretty sweet if it went in, but doesn't happen. And first minute have come and gone, neither getting a shot on target, even though that one was close, made me definitely jump out of my seat a little bit, but still, Luminosity, Evil Geniuses, just as the whole series is gone, so tight-knit.
Ooh, big clear there from Luminosity, but not a lot of control. Thankfully, Rizex doesn't quite have the best command of the ball either in his situation, and everybody caught a little far forward there for Evil Geniuses. Gonna stick here around the box. Ixo, big whiff. I think he ran out of boost. That's why he couldn't get all the way up to it.
Oh, I hate when that happens. You go up thinking, oh, this is gonna be sweet. And Ixo covering up the back line just in the nick of time for Luminosity.
Great rotate back. Remember, he was just on the other side of the pitch with no boost, so the long rotate back, and he's just in the nick of time. Floats one for Atomic. Everyone comes up empty. Ball stuck here in the orange corner, talks across, and Rizex kind of forced into a dribble here. He needs to buy a few seconds for his teammates, and indeed actually managed to set up Catalysm. Lets it bounce for Ivan, and takes it on the dribble. Really didn't feel comfortable trying to rip one, and now Rizex in a 1-on-2. Atomic right down the middle, and it's got the pace. He's had the momentum coming into the net, and he just couldn't stop.
Well, you saw him. Okay, I got to go back. Nice little half flip, but then Atomic just launches it right over his left shoulder, and his momentum was going directly towards the net. So hard to stop on a dime and just turn immediately to get a save. And Luminosity doing a great job of capitalizing on that over-aggression from Evil Geniuses.
Luminosity putting the pressure. I believe the team that scored first every game in this series has won so far. So if that holds, thankfully Ixo not thrown off by his teammate coming up empty there. Luminosity.
And that was their first shot as well.
Was it really?
Really, yeah. It almost took entire 2 minutes, and yeah, they capitalized beautifully as Evil Geniuses have 5 on target. Nothing to show for it just yet, but they are getting closer and closer.
Just off the mark on the demo. A little too late. Had it happened, almost certainly a goal for Evil Geniuses. 2 minutes left. Someone's got to find some type of way to break down this incredibly stingy Luminosity defense. It is not going to be Rizex there at the midfield. They're going to dish this one up to Atomic. It's going to be a real awkward skip, and Ivan has to fight off Ixo, who's a double tap machine, and thankfully he's able to kiss it back into the top of Ixo's car.
Yeah, and he knew who was coming down on him. He knew it was Ixo, who is that double tap king, and respected the fact that, okay, he is going to get a touch. It is going to be on target, so I'm just going to position myself underneath this ball so that when he does touch it, it's going to bounce right off of my hood, and I'm going to save my team a goal as Ivan, last man back. You see Rizex Catalysm in net, and this is a big opportunity here for Luminosity. They've got to get it, but Rizex able to get back in time and keep EG alive.
Could have been a massive insurance goal, especially coming up on the 60-second mark. Catalysm able to muscle one through, but Ivan again on the back line here. He's got to control this ball and make sure Atomic doesn't steal his boost. He's going to float one through Tox as well. Ixo again going to bail everybody out. Tox not able to catch it. Atomic coming in way too hot. He can't score a second goal again. as Ixo almost commits a cardinal sin, sets it up for his teammates as Atomic over the head of Catalysm. It's a stretch. He's gonna poke it off the wall. Ativan's through everybody. Rizex, can you get there? Tox is gonna bail him out.
Oh, mama. Oh, Luminosity keeping EG on edge and making sure that they respect every single shot as Catalysm bombs it forward to Ivan. Ivan just lets that go by his head. Smart play, and this surely is going to be one of the last pushes for EG, and they make it count. Oh, no! He misses it just a little too far inside.
Rizex so tough, but Catalysm gonna come back through, not giving up, not getting frustrated with what almost seemed a surefire goal. Ivan gonna fight back for a second chance. Rizex gonna stick it on the box. And Catalysm, the real three-man effort to get the job done.
EG pushed all in on that play. They knew it was their last chance to get a game-tying goal, and they make it count. Can they get the game here? Great dump-off pass, and Rizex seemingly gonna steal game number 7 for EG.
Who could have seen it coming? Tox beat by 1, and that's what I was talking about. Evil Geniuses, when they've won one challenge, just broken that challenge game one time, it's created a great opportunity. Ivan able to beat everybody on Evil Geniuses and set up Rizex for an easy goal. Do you have one more in the tank? Luminosity. Ball to Atomic, to himself, needs a little help from Tox. It's low and flat, it's scary. Ixo needs to keep this one in line. Atomic doesn't have a lot of boost. This is a lot to ask. That hard bounce for Tox. Way too hard for him as they are fighting to stay with this one. Low boost, wave dashing, it's gonna hit the lip and stay alive. Catalysm though, he's got all the boost in the world. Evil Geniuses gonna buck the trend.
Look at him go, baby.
Luminosity.
Look at him go. Hugs all around. Oh, I can't wait. Game number 7, down late, and 15 seconds left. Get the game-tying goal, and then bang, send themselves to LA. And guess what? We'll see you there, Evil Geniuses.
Elation for one team, devastation for another, unfortunately. Luminosity on the other end of the spectrum needed that win, had to go all the way to the grand final if they wanted to think about arriving, and unfortunately their road will come to a close here. And gotta love the smiles all around for Evil Geniuses. Yes, fall on the floor. You've survived. It was a harrowing experience, but you've made it. Go ahead, send out your tweets saying we'll see you in LA. Woo woo, we just made land. It was awesome.
It was awesome. It was awesome. And if you weren't here, I feel sorry for you, because what a way to end the day, and what a way to get our last team to the Winter Major. You couldn't have asked for a better series of Chiefs. I mean, it was just back and forth the entire time. When you look at it macroly, microly, doesn't really matter. Both teams fought till the very end. 8 seconds left, and that's what sent us there. Yeah, I can't even do this anymore. This is insane.
Game is hard sometimes, but the best part is we get to sit here and watch all the awesome Rocket League. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope everyone at home is looking forward to Evil Geniuses in Los Angeles. I know everyone here on the broadcast team is, and let our compatriots over at the desk break that one down in a bit more detail. We'll send you back there.
Thank you, Chiefs. Yeah, what a way to end it. I think Shogun's face there says it just right. That it's heartbreak for Luminosity, though, Shogun. It definitely is heartbreak that in the last seconds that happens. But there's celebration on the other side.
I mean, if you're Luminosity, you've been struggling with this part for the longest time, where your games that you're winning are so low scoring that you are always open to it just being turned the other way on you at any moment. But I cannot believe this is the same Evil Geniuses. They were clutch.
They were very
Evil
clutch.
Geniuses, the team that had every opportunity to go to the last major, that had it all in their hands and didn't even look like they were willing to be a part of any part of the difficulties, were happy to go ahead from down in the game 7 and take over in the final few moments and clutched up. We want to see this. We want to see teams start to develop, and we got to see it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's break that down a little bit more in a second here. We had 2 matches that have passed us by before it hit the desk. taking just a look back at what happened before that too, 00 Nation was in the running as well, just if they could make a run. But unfortunately, Johnny, they do fall to Team Queso in that lower bracket, and that's what allowed Luminosity to even have those chances. But 00 Nation, they put up a good fight.
Well, we were wondering at the start of the day how many of these chaotic circumstances would arise, and it turns out none of them, as the 4 favorites to make the major have just gone and won all of their series today and finished off all of those scenarios for us. So it's pretty simple from here on. We're just playing for seeding and seeing who's going to get that all-important seeding going into that major group stage. And I can't stress enough just how important that's going to be. You know, if you can get that 4th seed ahead of 5th seed, then that puts you just such a better position compared to your fellow teams from your region. So yeah, very interested to see what those groups are going to look like, but also what the seeds from EU are going to look like.
Of course, then we do jump back to what we just saw there. Get a couple more recaps on the screen. Is Luminosity now going up, knowing that 00 Nation was out. There was a spot potential. They had to make the run, had to go up against Evil Geniuses. And Greg, and it looked like it was so close for them right into those final moments when Evil Geniuses powered through and clutched it out.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge for Luminosity was quite a hard one today, to have to make it all the way into the final after this match, but they fell just short against Evil Geniuses. And as Shogun mentioned earlier on, they need to find a way to score more than 1 goal a game, because it just leaves too much down to those individual moments that could lead to a goal conceding and so on. Where Evil Geniuses, when they won, they looked like a much stronger team, scoring several goals in their winning matches. And it was, in the end, Evil Geniuses coming in clutch, not only in the final game, but the penultimate game there as well. We saw them clutch up. So really good signs for Evil Geniuses. And it's something we've seen more and more from these teams who developed through this season. Queso in the full split weren't particularly clutch. They've come into this split and they look like one of the most clutch teams in Europe. Evil Geniuses are getting more and more clutch the more they get used to this. Now we just got to ask Misfits, can you do the same? Can Luminosity go into the next split and overcome some of these higher seeding teams? And the same applies to all of these teams who are looking to make majors. You need to be clutch in those final moments.
Yeah, Shogun, do you have anything to add? You looked like, I don't know, your hand was in your head.
I agree. For them, Luminosity need to score more than a goal per game. Okay. For me, personally, I love them just the way they are, all right? The current state of Luminosity is perfection, in my opinion.
You love a 1-0.
I will get it one day. I need to sleep on how angry I am still about this.
Well, you get to sleep soon. We're not done yet with the show. And moving forward, we got an interview coming your way. It's Catalyst joining us from Evil Geniuses. Looks like a team there as well. Catalyst, congratulations.
Thank you so much, man. I'm lost for words, man. I can't believe it, honestly.
Yeah, we saw you guys celebrate, falling on the floor and everything. Tell me what those moments were like. How you had to have got excited when you guys tied it up that close to the end. There had to have been so many nerves. How did you guys keep it calm, knowing that you still had to get another goal after that?
Honestly, I wasn't calm at all. I was so nervous, and I mean, everything just clicked. Like the last second goal there was so important. I can't believe it.
Mm-hmm. And you're on boot camp with your team, and it means so much more in these moments when you're around your teammates. Also, the opposite is true. When you're around your teammates, when it goes wrong, it stings a lot more, because you can see the people who you might remember mistakes from, or you let them down, or whatever it is. Talk us through what the emotions are like on boot camp compared to when you're at home.
I think it's just more hype. Everyone wants to win, and we are next to each other, so we hype each other up. And we're really excited all the time, and we scream a lot, and that's way different than from home.
Well, now you've actually, I'm sure the whole time up to here has been worried about how you're going to get to LA. Now that it is confirmed, now that we know that you are going, now you can look forward. What are you most looking forward to? Because you're going to this land, you got the fans there, and they're going to be there to watch you.
Yeah, I'm looking most forward to meeting everyone, like every pro and obviously the fans, and playing my first LAN ever, for sure.
What teams are you hoping to get in your group once the group draw happens? Have you got anyone from the other regions that you'd really like to see in the group with you?
Honestly, not really, but maybe FaZe, because I just want to play against them one time.
Get that experience, see what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, just get straight to the top. Let's see what they got for us. Well, hey, man, you guys have made it. You said it. You're first. It's so exciting. I want to let you guys go celebrate, but first, you made it to LAN. You won this. It's. I want to give you the stage here, just because usually we'll do that for the tournament winners here, but this is still a big moment for you guys. So, you want to shout out anybody that supported you along the way? It's all yours.
I want to shout out to all the people that support us. E.g., everyone that wants us to win so much. I can see it on Twitter all the time. All the people that want us to win so much, and I'm glad that we made that happen for them. Yeah.
We still, of course, have the rest of the tournament to go through this weekend, but you made it to LAN. You secured the spot, and that's extremely exciting. So once again, congratulations, and thanks for joining us, Catalysm.
Thank you, Leaf.
Catalysm from EG again, super exciting. I mean, I think we have to take a moment back, Regan, and think like, yeah, for some of these players, maybe the first time going and being able to meet the other players that they've played against online or haven't had that chance to meet in person. So just even as someone that loves Rocket League, they're excited to go to an event like this.
Yeah, well, you got to remember, for a lot of these pros where this is their first experience making a LAN, they're going to be meeting their heroes, right? Like, I don't know how much EG idolize any of their fellow competitors at the tournaments, but, they've grown up watching and trying to qualify for tournaments to play against all the people that they're going to be seeing. Like if I was an up and coming player, I would dream of playing against someone like Garrett G. You've seen him at every single event over the years, Squishy Muffins, all these kind of players. Like one day I just want to go and see them in person, play against them and say, I've done that, tick it off the list.
No, absolutely. Exciting moment it is. But as I mentioned, we still have the rest of the weekend to get through. The Copa Rocket League Regional 3 for EU still plays on for Championship Sunday tomorrow. Let's take a look at where we ended up with the bracket by the end of today. A lot of teams vying for those extra spots. It was a tough, hard-fought battle. Well, except for the top. Those were pretty quick, Shogun. We had 2 4-0s in the upper there, but it came down to those lower bracket matches as people were fighting for those spots.
Yeah, I think those 2 upper matches sort of proved who are the real threats from Europe that have managed to maintain that momentum from the previous major. Dignitas and Endpoint. What a match that's going to be in the upper bracket final. Very difficult to call who's going to be coming out on top there. In the lower bracket, Team Queso and EG. I mean, this is now just getting as many points as you possibly can. All 4 of the teams that we've got here are the teams we're sending to the major. The only team that we're not sending is BDS. And I think, Greg, and you were the coach of us. Maybe it's part of like a routine of theirs. They just have a bad tournament before they go to the major. They tweet out a couple of things about how things aren't working, and then they'll go to the major and just annihilate everybody. So it could just be routine for them at this point.
Well, I think the thing about BDS is how they train and how they prepare is so intentional. And they were speaking about how they had some struggles in the lead up to this week. And one of the biggest downfalls for teams that are so aware of what makes them good is when it doesn't go right, like scrims getting cancelled, tech issues, is it can really make you doubt yourselves, where players who just come in and just have a more of a natural game plan, where they don't really think a huge amount about it. They'll just come in and they'll just play and not focus too much on it. And I think there's one team we can talk about being very intentional in the way they win, and that's Endpoint on Boot Camp. They won the first regional of the full split on Boot Camp, won the third regional when they're on Boot Camp. They came top 4 in the last regional they were on Boot Camp, and this one they're top 3 on Boot Camp. So they've never fallen outside the top 4, averaging about 2nd place going to Boot Camp. These guys are unreal when they're playing in person. So very excited to see them going into the Sunday.
Of course, let's just hone in on those teams. We have our teams locked in, looking at the points. Now for the winter split here, the teams that are going to the Winter Major, representing the European region, starting at the top there. Team Queso, we have Dignitas, BDS, Evil Geniuses, and of course, Endpoint in the top 5 here. Johnny, I'm looking at the rest of the list though, and I feel like there are so many teams you could have just picked out and replaced and throw in here. The European region, I feel like there's so many options of who could have been those representatives.
Oh, yeah. Gilder, Resarging, Semper have clearly fallen off this split. Same with Vitality, but who knows what the future holds for those teams. Misfits, so many people talking about them in the conversation with EG and Endpoint to fight for the major. Now they're not even in the top 8. And who knows what comes next for Karmine, Corp, and Luminosity. They've shown signs of brilliance, but clearly have some issues to sort out. And then, of course, 0-0 Nation. I think they're very easy to forget, but they're still right there in the mix. One of the more consistent teams in the middle, not really bouncing around a lot.
Well, we're coming close to the end, and usually we say goodbye here, but I'm trying to drag it out for you guys, chat. I see you in there. I'm trying to drag out the show as much as possible. So let's get some top plays. Let's finish off with some top plays, recap the day, and just end with some excitement. Why don't we just take a look at the best of the best here across the board? Honestly, Greg and I think we had some great plays today. We talk about usually we don't, but flip resets just everywhere today.
I think one of the exciting things we're starting to see more and more now is the mechanical plays used as assists and even strung together one mechanical play into another. But there is something still so beautiful about one player just completely demolishing the defense on their own. And Seiko, one of the best examples of that. And another great example of that is Joria's. I mean, this one it's underappreciated, but just see how he gets that
shoot for that angle.
Yeah, it's just the angle and the speed and the way he was positioned around his teammates is. Honestly, these guys are so mechanical individually on Dignitas that I'm sure half of these highlights are going to be from them.
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. We're now seeing another one from Jack 2 back to Joria's Shogun.
Oh,
Dignitas is continually proving how insane they are with plays like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing that we're seeing quite a bit as well throughout these plays is how much more people are starting to utilize the ceiling as well as their opportunities to try and score, because teams are expecting you to just catch the ball and head towards them. Teams are very good at now just chasing you down and making sure there's at least a car in the way. But offense is evolving as well. All right, you're going to start getting players in front of me. Cool. I'm going to take the ball to somewhere that you can't quite get to. And if you want to head up there, then you're definitely leaving yourself open to a fake. So offense is evolving. It's getting so interesting and so key the way these teams are creating their chances. And I could not be happier with the 5 teams Europe is sending.
Hey, that's why we watch. We watch to see some sick plays and great storylines. That's what we're getting here. As Shogun said, we've secured those teams tomorrow. Of course, a little extra points on the line and some prize money, but that's tomorrow. That's Championship Sunday. We're done here for day 2. Let's get some final thoughts on the day before we sign off. We always go down the line, starting with Johnny, then Shogun, and Greg can top it off.
I could just say, we started off the day, Greg and I sort of disagreeing about what's likely to happen in LA, but all I'll say is based on what we've seen today, I'm just even more confident that EU's going to get 3 of the top 4.
Okay. Shogun, you're in the middle of this. You have to
I mean, if we're talking about our predictions from earlier today, mine didn't quite work out. It was close. But Guild are not going to the major. Arguably. But as I mentioned, I think Europe's sending some incredibly strong teams, and I think there's a lot of teams that we can look at that we saw that came close. But we're not lacking for teams that can play Rocket League at that sort of top 5 level. We're looking at these teams now to see, can you do it when you're under pressure? I can't wait to see those teams start to develop those skills like Evil Geniuses did this split.
Right. Johnny boy, you and I are going to be...
I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here.
Meeting every single day in LA and just smugly looking at each other as you win when North America lose and I win when Europe lose. We're just going to be battling back and forth. I am convinced North America is a stronger region now in playing in LA.
Sorry.
And I think today didn't confirm that. But, I think the way Europe is playing right now is not at the same standard of North America.
Shogun, break it up.
All right, I'm standing up. I'm standing up. There we go. Leaf. I'm just going to talk over both of them. You take it, mate.
Yeah, okay, look at this. No more. Well, how about we get them back on tomorrow and we get them fighting? Maybe we get them to head on like a first touch sometime. I feel like that might be something we should get in order. But we have a lot of Rocket League content, speaking of, on this channel all the time. Make sure you're giving a follow. Make sure you're giving a subscribe. Head over to Twitter as well. Follow that. You don't want to miss anything. Whatever platform you're on, follow. Or just keep the tab open because we got more Rocket League coming tomorrow. But on behalf of everyone here, help the show go, including you guys. We always need you around. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
'Cause I play to